Excuse me. Okay, so welcome to this event, and this is the Jumuiya Africa Mashariki tournament taking place at M-Pesa Foundation. Today is the 14th of June 2025. The game we are looking at, that right now is the board one game between Gong Thon Gong versus Hawi Kaloki. This is a very interesting tournament. This is an event I'll be covering and sharing commentary as we go along. Hopefully, Mr. Ian King will also join us at some point. I will be speaking in low tones, principally because the whole event is largely just a few meters away from me, and there's always a possibility that the guys who are watching or playing could hear me if I speak loudly. So we'll do our best. As always, please remember that if you comment on chat, your chat appears live. So you're encouraged to comment. Please keep it civil. It will appear live on the screen. Give it a go, see how it goes. This is Raising Chess Champions in Africa. My name is Dr. Victor Ngani, the 2018 National Champion Kenya. And we are looking at a couple of interesting games. We do have a live board link. We'll be showing you this over the next few minutes. We are barely starting, but in the course of this broadcast, we'll get the opportunity to share with you this exactly as it should be. So one of the key areas that I need your feedback on is the audio, because the audio does get a little bit messy if you're not very careful. So this is one area where your feedback will be highly needed. So let us know how the audio is, put it on chat, and there are many things we can try to improve it. Although, as I would say, every particular one has its own implications. So yeah, stay tuned. I did not come with that. Oh my goodness, no, that was the bad. Okay, so quite a number of games are alive. I am not seeing any comments yet, so I'm hoping that... yeah, so quite a number of games are live. I'm not seeing any comments yet, so I'm assuming that everything is honky-dory. Please put your comments in chat. Let us know how the situation is. In case we get ourselves in a situation where the audio is not as it's supposed to be, please let us know so that we are on the same page and at the same place. So the first thing that we are looking at is yeah, I'm just give me a moment as I check the stream health. Guys, you may hear some background noise. I'll mute desktop audio for a moment so that we can just be sure that the video is showing and that it's showing well. Else we have to change our internet. So okay, I think that looks good. You see a little bit of buffering. Let us know how the video is, how the audio is. Keep us in the know, even as we do our best to ensure that you have the best, smoothest streaming experience. This is our hope, this is our ambition. Hopefully we'll be able to have the camera pan around, and what we're trying to do is to cover this tournament quite a bit and make sure that we can track every game as it is. So the first game we're looking at is Kaloki Hawi versus who is black actually, against Gong Thon Gon. This is pretty interesting matchup. Gong Thon Gon has just up to maybe 2 months ago was winning every single tournament. Then of course Simiyu Jedon came along, won the last tournament. Mehul Gohil won another tournament, and we had also Martin Njoroge winning a third tournament. So for 3 tournaments in a row he has been locked out. I think the tournament in Kiambu Open, which Mehul won, Gong Thon Gon was not there. But prior to that, let's give it to him. The gentleman has won a lot of tournaments as well. So this is one of the key players in the East African region, and this being an East African community chess event, we can have a look and see how it is. So this was knight f3, the rate knight f6, very professional c4, could transform into an English kind of setup. Again, you can just play knight c6 followed by e5, which becomes a reverse Sicilian, but it can also transpose into Queen's Gambit declined lines, which is very likely what exactly happened. c6, bishop g3. The idea is to get this bishop here and quickly castle without getting into skirmishes and attacks. And then of course d5. This is very professional. I'm not sure whether any of these other players checked the opponent's games. This is what I would expect. This is a standard way to play chess. If you're a serious chess player, this is how you go ahead and do it. So this is all opening theory, getting the knight out, getting the bishop out. If you're a young player watching this, then you remember that what we say is do your best to move your pieces only once before you complete your development. In the opening, you're trying to do 3 things. Control the center. The center of the board is these 4 squares here. And at the same time, you want to get your pieces out. Often your knights before bishops, but then your minor pieces. Minor pieces are the bishops and the knights. Then the heavy pieces are the rooks and the queens. Or is that the correct word, heavy pieces? I'm seeing MS9 CRC has put a comment, thumbs up. Thank you, MS9 CRC. And we are getting a bit of a view here. This is Bella Nashipai versus Zadok Nyakundi. Let me just confirm that this is what we have. Give me a moment. No, this is Bella Nyashipai, yes, white, but Bella Nyashipai is playing against, I think this is the under, yes, he's playing up against Nyamiaka Hayden. This has to be the under 1800 category, and we can look at that game. That's actually what we have on board. Let's go through and see how this started. Bella plays the English, this you can expect, and then Nyamiaka opts for the reverse Sicilian e5, knight c3, getting your pieces out. This is, yes, bishop c5. I'm not very well versed with it, but it's one of the key lines in this kind of opening, and I think the idea is to actually play this move c6 and d5, getting a fairly strong center. Let's see what happens. Now he plays knight c6. That's also a move. Rook e5. Okay, fairly solid play. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, let me turn off this engine for a moment, what the plan is, what the black's plan is against this kind of expansion. And probably that is why a6 has been played, so that if this move is played before attacking the bishop, then the bishop can retreat back to the a7 square. This bishop may come to this long diagonal. Later on, we're expecting a move like d4. So sometimes someone wonders, how do I think these moves are going to happen? Because if you look at the position, how the pawn structure is, where the pieces lie, you have to think about where your pieces can go to. Whenever a pawn is attacking a pawn, that is called a pawn break. A pawn break is how you open up lines. You need lines for your pieces, you need to gain squares for your knights, and so naturally the way the pawns are right now dictates that this move is possible. This bishop needs to come out either on this diagonal or on this diagonal, but then you'll ask yourself, where is this bishop going to on this diagonal? And then once you see that there is no place for this bishop on this diagonal really, because that will involve many moves, like this pawn moves, this pawn also moves for the bishop to come out on this diagonal, and even when it comes here, it can be kicked out by such a move. Immediately then you realize this bishop is better placed on this other diagonal, and because that's a simple two-step move, and this move comes with tempo. Tempo is a forcing move where the opponent has to do something else and giving you a chance to literally play another move, which is not that. Sorry, how do we, not that, but bishop here. So this is what we're expecting, and let's see what happened in the game before exactly happened at this moment. And then bishop went down as expected, and now d4 was played immediately instead of bishop out first. So all of these moves are to be expected. I think this is really mainline picks. Now here a very important concept begins to play out. Look, so when black picks like this and white picks, what are we seeing? The idea behind pawns is that pawns are like the infrastructure, the builders, the engineers, really, call them whatever you want, but they're the roads and the bridges in your position. And you want to build roads for your pieces and bridges for your pieces. You don't want your opponent to have any such opportunity. I can see a player of interest, Ariane Hera, walking around with confidence. So I don't know how that is going, whether she's finished her game or she's checking out her sister's game. Those are my two daughters, Ariane Hera and Ariella Tello. They are playing the under 16 category. Currently, I think Ariella is playing black on board 70. Hera is playing on board 50 something, I'll confirm. But back to the position, what we are saying is, what do you see here? Now, I can see this bishop, I can see these pawns, and immediately one thing that comes to mind is that a future date may be playing a move like this, which then puts this bishop in an extremely difficult position. So let's say, for example, how can we make this happen? How will this bishop ever come out? We see, unless now this knight moves to a place like this, which is not happening. I'm not moving this pawn anytime soon, so then this pawn moves, then this bishop comes down, then this bishop comes down. So already I have to consider this possibility, because one of the key things you're looking for in chess is piece activity, and piece activity can be extremely tricky. Of course, in this kind of a situation, this move, let's just play a random move here, then a move like this you pick back this way, and you can see how inactive this bishop is. One may argue that there's a move like this, but not now because it actually hangs a knight. So already there are considerations here that may make white suddenly better. Another advantage you're looking for strategically is space, and you can see that white has a lot of space on the queen side. How do we know this? They have all these pawns on the 4th rank, meaning that black is confined to the, the three ranks. This one, this one, this one on the queen side. In the center as well, you have one central pawn as white, and black doesn't have a similar composition. The queen side is fairly equal. So this is a position that we'll have to keep track of and just see how it plays out. At the moment, we are saying that Bella Nashipai is slightly better than Nyamiaka Hayden. We'll see how that progresses. Another game that we probably want to take a look at is Bonventure Lusa versus Gemma Abdikadir. And this game started e4, e6. This is a French defense. And d5, bishop g2. Interesting approach, still very simple. There are many things you can try out in the French. I've lost a couple of games in the French. Now this is almost like a King's Indian attack setup actually, and this is what it is that white is playing. Very simple idea. You want to castle very quickly, have a solid position, then make a decision on how you're going to attack. But that attack most likely will involve moves like f4. Maybe you're going to play a move like f4 to secure an outpost for this knight, which will then go to, let's say, d2 and c4, putting pressure on this pawn. So I hope you can see what my thought process is. I'm looking at where do the pieces go. I look at this knight. Already it's quite fine where it is because it's supporting this move. But I also noticed that the key attacking square, the key weakness for black could end up being this pawn. How do I know this? Once again, the pawn structure. You can see these 4 pawns are interlocked. This kind of interlocking is called a pawn chain. And in a pawn chain, then you want to attack the base of the pawn chain most of the time. There are instances where you can attack the head of the pawn chain. But let's say, for example, you play that move here, and this is taken. Suddenly, the pawn chain is gone. But look at black's pawns. They are very strong. And white has this pawn weakness here. So attacking the head of the pawn chain is not very common. More common, actually, is a move like this, which white has to prepare. Of course, it's not so easy because it opens up your king. But then again, with a pawn chain like this in the center is locked, so moving the pawns may be possible. So I have to ask myself, where is this knight going? And immediately I see in 2 steps it can go to this square and this square. And I see that once it lands here, it can be challenged by this move. So probably I'd have to prepare that move by playing a move like h4. This does weaken the b3 square quite a bit, but there's nothing heading there. So later on, of course, I can even play the move b3, bring out my bishop through this diagonal, or exchange the bishop off for this knight. It's a fairly closed position. Those are conversations that you're asking, but I see the possibility of this knight landing on c4 as one of the key ideas. And once it lands here, again, it's adding pressure on the base of the pawn chain, which is the key counterplay. And again, since you're talking about pawn chains, then black should be thinking about moves like this. And to make that possible, then of course there's a move like this, which is before. Of course, you cannot play, let's say for example, I play this move. You can't play this move immediately. You can try, but the challenge with that is then a4 comes, and you can't defend. You are fighting for this square, that's the whole plan. You can't defend this way because I'll just take, and if you take back, oopsie daisy, you sacrifice the rook, but it's not really a sacrifice, it's a blunder. And again, after such a move, then you also cannot play, you can also not play before. What do I mean? You can't, of course, the pawn can move forward, but then look at this square. You're not following the pawn chain strategy. If you're not following the pawn chain strategy, this knight gets a very nice square on c4. It's an outpost. You'll never get it out of there unless you give out your knight to your bishop, and you really don't have counterplay. So this makes a very nice, easy attack. This is in fact what we call a strategic blunder, to move this pawn one step. I hope you begin to understand some of the key concepts that so I'm seeing that I'm not sure it's your mic or background echoes, but there's a subtle thumping or wave-like sound accompanying your commentary. Thank you so much for that. Let me just see where this is. Allow me to just do two things. Thank you for that feedback. Let me know if it's better. Yeah, let me know if it is better. If the sound quality is better. Just now, I've just made a small adjustment. I'll also just go back down and check what our audio sources are. I can see one there, and there's really nothing else that should be giving us audio. So let me know if the sound is better. I appreciate that kind of feedback. We'll see how it is. So that's the game Bonaventure Alusa. I think it hasn't moved too far. It has. Let's see. Let's go back to the main position. Okay, so Bishop went out to G5. I think part of the idea here is to knock off, to definitely knock off this, give out this bishop for this knight, because it's a fairly closed position. Yeah, and then here, just as I said, white plays the move C3. This is one of the possibilities, but I think it's a mistake. And let's just see what the engine says about that. Yes, it is a definite mistake to play like that. In fact, I wouldn't take. The two possibilities initially said and to take, but I can take any time. What I don't want to do is to pick back. Let's say, for example, I castle here, which I'm not going to do. And then if they were to pick here, then now I can't pick with my queen, meaning that this pawn becomes protected because the queen just falls. So this is why the best move in this position is this, is instead of castling, you can play this move here. Because now if you pick, I believe you can pick this way. This is my plan. The engine is saying something different, but also because in this way, I maintain this pawn being a weakness strategically. So those kinds of ideas remain. Of course, I'm seeing a recommendation here to play d takes, which is also a very nice move. It gives this open file. You have this space on the queen side, and maybe this could be slightly better actually, because then you have a lot of play, very simple moves. Bishop e6 is a possibility, or bishop d7, rook comes here, the queen can come out to a5. You have moves like b5. You can castle, double your rooks. So actually, maybe, in fact, if I change my mind, this move may be better. It opens up for the bishop. This pawn remains weak, though you can't target it on the file. But then you also have quite some play and quite some space on the queen side. Very interesting. So I think this is, yeah, so black is better. Yeah, black is slightly better. Not slightly better, black is a lot better actually in this position. Bonaventure has played a very good game. Of course, he's going to take with the bishop. Let's see the other game. This is the game between Jamie Kenan Baraka versus Jean-Christophe Mugisha. We have d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit accepted. Very nice play, because many players do not know what to do in this situation. Knight c3 is correct. Knight f6, knight f3, bishop out. Now, one of the big reasons why you do not see this bishop coming out early is because often when the bishop comes out, normally there's a pawn sitting here. Let's give that example back. For example, this move, let's play here, this move, and let's say we play the bishop here. Normally, this bishop was doing something very important, defending that pawn. So possibilities exist like, for example, here, takes, and queen to b3, where this queen is attacking this pawn and attacking this pawn, and it's not possible to defend both of them very easily. And generally, this is why you find that in most of these Queen's Gambit positions, the bishop is quite well placed on the c8 square. However, because this is Queen's Gambit accepted, you can immediately see that this queen move does not exist because of this pawn. So this bishop can and is developed out of the pawn chain, and it looks fairly good. Yeah. The only thing is that Jean Christophe hasn't planned to stick to the pawn. I think they should plan to stick to it. Yeah, but the pawn is picked, and the players have completed their development. Very nice move c4. This is a pawn break. What you're trying to do is to open lines and also challenge this very strong center. Of course, white can't just pick because you have your queen. That's a Botte's gambit. The Botte's gambit is for a knight because you take the knight after, but you're not giving up a queen for a knight. MS9 CRC, do you mind telling me how the sound is right now? Yeah, so we now have, this is quite a position, an isolated queen's pawn position. IQP, again, another big area where you have to figure out what to do, because this is pawn structure and pawns are the soul of chess. You need to understand what the concepts are, what needs to be done in this position. So there's a weak pawn here. This pawn is isolated, but it also offers the owner of this isolated pawn some serious advantages. Number one, if you look at the center control, this is the only pawn in the center. Remember, these are the center squares that we spoke about. This being the only pawn, then it offers white, the owner of this IQP, isolated queen's pawn, attack squares like e5 and c5, and also denies black the same opportunities. At the same time, you have this half open file here, okay, and you also have this half open file. Actually, this is a fully open file. So generally, the owner of the IQP has three main strategies. Number one, try and attack. Use this advanced squares, the space that you have behind your pawns, the open lines, the center control to launch an attack, meaning you want to keep pieces so you have something to attack with. And then later on, you may also engineer the move of this pawn forward to exchange it if it's allowed, which then would trade off your weakness for one of the other strong pawns. So on the black side, your plan is different. You want to trade off a couple of pieces so that the attack is not as strong. You can't be attacked if there are no pieces to attack with. Number two, you want to blockade this pawn by controlling this square so it can never be pushed. And then once you've blockaded it and fixed this pawn so it can't move, then you can now attack, and you may trade up to one rook. You may keep a rook and a queen, and then something to keep this square, this pawn attack with. So the starting point here is very good for black because already these two knights are solidly attacking this square, and already you have a move like this in the position which may trade the bishops. And as we've seen, trades only help the side that is trying to, defend the position. So if these kinds of trades happen, then black is just better. So let's see what happened. Yeah, in fact, we've seen all these trades happening. The position was transposed, and we can say that black is just better. I wouldn't move this knight out yet. It looks like a good move, but what you want to do is to bring more pieces to the party. Look at your pieces. What are your pieces doing? This knight is very well positioned on that square, blockading that IQP. It's a monster knight. It can jump to f4, creating problems, b4, creating problems. So first moves first is this. In fact, if you had played, let's say, rook c8 first before your knight to b4, then let's say, just for argument's sake, a move like this, then suddenly this move wins material because when you move away, then you have the rook already is defending the knight. So this move knight b4 is a bit premature. The threat is more important than the execution, and so unless this move was forcing something, I would not have recommended that black plays it immediately. So that's where we are. I think that's one of the key games that you're looking at. Thank you, Anyango. Anyango saying that the commentary is good. We keep it up. Thank you so much. I do appreciate. I also want to request us to just let us know what the quality of the sound is. That one is very important. Sound in particular. Let us make sure that the quality is good enough. And then number two, we also want to check on the quality of the stream. Let us know about that as well, because that is quite important. And I'm seeing we've moved the camera again. Now we are looking at this very young man. This young man is an extremely strong player. I need to remember his finishing position in the Africa schools. I think he won that category. Faraja Muli is the Africa and 11 champion, having beaten Nathaniel Manyeki for the first time in a long time. He worked extremely hard, very, very strong player. Let's see if we can find this game. Then we can, Faraja Mumu, let me just confirm if I can find that game. Yes, actually have it here. And this is a game that you're looking at right now. Let's see how it started. And Faraja Mumu is black. He's playing against Joseph Kadogo. Joseph Kadogo is rated 1788. Muli Faraja is rated 1671. That's a 100-point rating difference. But then rating differences can be misleading, actually. And this is one such instance where it's possible. So e4, c5, the Sicilian, and then the c3 Alapin Sicilian. I think these juniors are well prepared. They've really taken some time to study their opening lines. And this is all opening. I think there are 3 lines here. Whenever you play the Alapin Sicilian, you have to be careful about. Number 1 is this move. Let me turn off this engine for a moment so we can keep track. There's this move, knight. Yeah, so these kinds of things are possible. This, and then a move like this. Of course, black cannot take back the extra pawn because it's pinned. So there are many lines here. Another line that you may want to consider is this move, which is the other main line. It's normally not advisable. Say, for example, if we played, let's say, c5, e4, c5, let's say knight f3, for argument's sake, then this normally doesn't happen a lot because then the knight can come out attacking your queen, which is called developing your knight with tempo, attacking the queen, giving an extra move to white. Of course, there are players who play like that from move 1. I don't understand them. They play the opening called the Scandinavian. We used to call it the center counter back in the day, but I'm an old man now, and it hasn't made a lot of sense. But again, I've also lost a game like this to maybe one player, Ben Guku, at some point. So let's look at the game very quickly as the camera moves again. e4, so this is pretty much proper development. All players are doing a very good job and avoiding pawn weaknesses. I think white has made an improvement in their position, of course. Very nice professional move to finish development. Okay. Yeah, this pawn was being attacked, and this move doesn't seem to have been recommended, partly because, and actually you shouldn't have defended it. I think there were, let's say for example you played, let's just say for argument's sake, this move, then of course you don't want to pick here because the rook comes in, and when your bishop comes back, then the rook may land on this square and you can't trap this rook. I'm saying that, for example, a random move, let's say that the bishop could go to d5 safely. Here it cannot, but if this was a safe move, of course I can see it can be picked. It can also be picked this way, but I'm giving for an explanation purpose that there are instances when the bishop could move to a square like this, and then if you are to take here, then this guy can be sort of locked under. Of course, this situation is not ideal because there are many ways in which this move can happen, and it's a checkmate. You cannot block it this way because the rook is on the 7th rank as well. But there are many ways you want to keep track of this. So this kind of counterplay is very important. Muli played yeah, can't you just pick that pawn? No, they didn't pick it. Okay, I think this idea of this pawn could just fall, no? And it's just a pawn, isn't it? Anyway, so they picked the knight, picked back, picks with the rook. Yeah. So far, well played. The only difference here you want to see is that there's a bishop, very strong bishop, and there's a possibility of an attack being formed. Already you have this rook on this file, so possibilities of sacrificing a pawn, bringing a rook in, all those possibilities, you want to keep track of them. This is definitely a step in the wrong direction, moving the bishop here. That bishop was very strong on that diagonal. They want to take off the knight, and of course Muli doesn't allow. And now, oh, I'm not sure why these juniors are not, maybe he's afraid of this pin, but this pin doesn't work because you can play, Oh no, it works. Okay, it doesn't work. Sorry, guys. I thought there was this check, and if you take here, you take back. But I simply missed the bishop is already defending, so that doesn't work. However, you want to play here anyway. Attack the defender. Where does the defender go? Only square is this, and attack the defender again. You cannot go anywhere here. So wherever you play now, this is possible. So these are the things you want to take your time and confirm. Of course, if you attack the defender here and the rooks come out, taking your knight, you take the rook first. When they take your rook, then you're able to take back. My daughter Ariane Hera has come to tell me how she has won her game. That's why she's smiling quite a bit. But I'll also tell her to just hold on. So the game we are looking at right now is sorry, let's go back to this main game, see how the game's played out. I think that's the last move we have. And then Jamie Kenan Baraka versus Jean Christophe Mugisha. This is the game that we have right now on board. And this was Jean Christophe, you need to know him, JC, that's the name we give him. 1591 versus Jamie Kenan Baraka, who is unrated. Remember, this is an open tournament. Open meaning that, okay, this particular category is under 1800. All the players here must be rated under 1800, but then if your rating is below 1800, no matter your age, no matter your gender, you can play in this category. So d4, d5, c4 again, accepted Queen's Gambit. Very nice considerations. And yeah, so players have actually learned. You may not want to try and stick to this pawn actually. You may ask yourself, why can't I just, stick to this pawn? Here immediately doesn't work because the pawn just falls, right? But let's say here, you can try a move like this, and then this move, not 2 steps. Now, why can't you play this? You can try, but one of the key things is that this pawn becomes weak, and you can't just defend that pawn because it was being attacked 2 times, because you take back, oopsie daisy, you can't take back the knight, or you can of course, but of course you're giving out your rook, which is an exchange sacrifice, and I don't think that was your intention. White is just better there. So the moves you may have to try is a move like b4. Wow, I'm seeing something unexpected. Oh yes, of course, because here you can just take, and when you take the knight, then you have queen to f3. This is a serious threat, and this is this is a serious threat as well, attacking the rook at the same time. So there are so many dangers tied to trying to stick to that pawn. That's why professional players don't do it. Now I'm speaking like that, yet the number of times I've taken that pawn, including recently against Ben Magana at the Nairobi County Chess Championship, and tried to stick to it, I've lost so many games. I need to take my own lesson and learn. But this is generally well played. The one thing I don't like about the last move by White is they allow themselves to have this isolated queen's pawn when this is taken. Yeah, so the IQP, we've discussed it slightly in the last position as well. And this, yeah, actually this is the game we're looking at actually. We already saw this game. And yeah, this is, so White is exchanging pieces, but remember what we said, that if you exchange all these pieces and go into the endgame, then this becomes a weakness. So here, if I'm black, can't I just take? I can. Then they take my knight and take my queen. So they take here, take take this. I thought for a moment that we'll get here first, but of course they're ahead of us and they're winning a lot of material. So maybe White wants to avoid, sorry, let me just keep these arrows off. White wants to avoid that whole scenario and just move the queen away, which they have done. Now this knight is hanging, and these two guys are aligned on the open file. Yeah, and this was a flashy, trappy move. One of the things you want to avoid doing is playing what is called hope chess, where you hope your opponent will not see and they'll do something different. Here, black saw, And what they've done is they've improved their position. They have the queen and the rook on an open file, and your knight is in a square where it has to move back and you're losing a tempo. You definitely cannot go to this square. You probably have to go back here. And then the question is, what was it about? And suddenly there are threats. I probably defend this pawn, then bring my queen out to the 7th rank, and this position is becoming increasingly difficult. Of course, remember that this should be the main target. So if I had to advise, I would actually put my queen here and my rook here, and this pawn is going to fall. That's the IQP strategy. Great. So please, guys, let me know how the Kyle Cooker is asking for the link. Yes, Kyle, there's a link. Unfortunately, let me figure out how to share that link in the chat. Let me see. Kyle Cooker. Oh, Kyle Cooker is watching us from London, actually. Kyle, are you up already? Congratulations, Kyle. I saw that in the rapid section of the World Blitz, Rapid and Blitz Team Chess Championship, Kyle Cooker got, I think, 6.5, if I'm not mistaken, out of 11 rounds or something. Kyle, so please confirm that. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us all the way from London. One of our strongest players. He won a couple of interesting games, and he's done a fairly good job. So the link, Kyle, in one moment, is been shared in the group, but I'll also try and put it in chat if I can. Let me just see if I can open the chat box. I'll try and do that right now, then I can share that link. Sorry, I'm doing it on the wrong board. Let's try a different area, browser, where we can also be able to keep track. So I have the beautiful Ariane Hera here, who's shaking her head vigorously, saying, "No, Dad, no, don't ask me to say anything." Hera, how did your game go? Sorry, where is that button? Here it is. Welcome, Ariane Hera. How did your game go?
It went fairly well. Yeah, I won.
Okay. You're black?
Yes, I was black.
What was the line?
It was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. No, it was, yeah, bishop c4, bishop c5, knight f3, knight c6,
Knight c3.
knight c3, then knight c6. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Your sister, how is she doing?
Well, last time I checked, it was equal, but I've not checked again.
All right.
I wanted to go check.
All right. Congratulations, Hera. Looking forward, and all the best in your event. Hera is playing one of the categories right now. She's been away from chess for about 3 years. No, not 3 years, 1.5 years. Hera, how was that period for you, being away from chess for 1.5 years?
It was good, but when I came back, people were stronger.
People are strong. Do you feel like you can catch up?
Yeah.
Have you already caught up?
Yes.
You think so?
It's not maybe just a little. I'm almost there.
You're almost there.
Yeah.
You've been working harder. I know your coach very well, and your coach says that he sees you're working hard, and hopefully, if you keep working at the same rate, you're gonna be. Who's your coach?
Well, I have many coaches. One of them, my main coach is my dad. Yeah.
Wow, he must be a great guy. Why are you not commenting? Tell us about your main coach.
Yeah, he's my dad and he coaches me.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying not to say that it's you so that.
Okay, fair enough, Hera. All the best. All the best. So again, we are looking now at the board, at the game between Bonventure Lusa, and let's just go back to that very quickly, guys. Let's go back. And Jama Abdikadir. Jama is white. Bonventure is black. Jama is white. Bonventure is black. Let's see how this game started and how it's gone. I think we looked at it earlier. It's a French defense, King's Indian attack. At some point, we looked at it when we didn't approve of that move c3. We thought that move was not ideal. And yeah, this position. Oh, What is that? What on earth? Ah, Bonaventure, no. I think Bonnie was concerned about the knight getting to this square, but is that knight not just trapped? The knight really can't do that, because then you just have this move here, and this knight is trapped. So I'm not sure why. Okay, it's not even trapped. You can come here, but really, no. I'm not sure that was a good move. Are you not just losing a piece there? A pawn, actually, because this is now picked. I think that was done, and then you lose a pawn right there, and from a winning position, a better position. Oh, still equal. I'd be so surprised if that was the best move. It wasn't, actually. Pick here, and this idea doesn't work, because this move comes, and if you come here, attack the knight once again, and literally the knight is trapped. The knight has nowhere to go. You can't play out. Even the king can come and do a coup de grace. Final kick. Yeah, no, that was such a bad, that's a bad miss, really. Bonaventure, that was really not ideal, but you do have this passed pawn differs compensation for the pawn. Your pieces are better. There is this square. This is why you see the engine is recommending that you play a5, and the idea is that your knight can sit here as an outpost and support a lot of movements. But yeah, this is, now he's played it. Okay, yeah, but I'm not sure about that move f5. So you need to figure out what your plan is and try and stick to it. So a move like f5 looks like it works, but it does a couple of things that I don't like. Number one, it opens up for this bishop. It makes this pawn weak. Yes, you may think that you can move the pawn forward at some point, and maybe you can actually, but these pawns then become a little bit weaker. So here, black has to know that they're playing for a draw and try and keep the position as closed and as easy as possible. The other thing that Bonaventure has going for him is that he has more time on the clock. He's at 34 minutes versus 17 minutes. This category doesn't have an increment. It's 1 hour flat. That's the time control. I think the main event, which is the elite section, is where we have a couple of there's increment. It's 1.5 hours, and there's increment, and we haven't been to that category for a while. So let's have a look and see how the games have gone. This is Gong Thon Gong versus Kaloki Hawi. We looked at it up to this position. No, we didn't even see this position. We looked at it just up to here. Yeah. Now this is a very common tactic in the London, and there's conversation about picking this way. This is also a possibility. It may not happen here, because then if you could get 2 extra moves, this and this, take here, then this pawn could become weak, especially if you have to capture back as black by the pawn. However, the result is that this pawn is also weak. It can be attacked, especially if this bishop is not on that file. And maybe I can show what I mean, starting from a very common line in the London system, so that you can understand what happens. D4, D5, the people's favorite, yay, London system. Thank you, Kyle Kuka, for watching. Then this is one of the moves. Let's say, for example, knight f3, knight c6, d4, d3. Sorry, the move order is not perfect. Knight c6, c3, and then now the queen comes out here, putting pressure on this pawn, which we say is the downside of this bishop moving out from where it was defending this particular square. This is like a reversed semi-slav. So the queen often comes here to this square. This is a very committal move, because if, say, for example, white plays back here and black continues naturally, then moves like this become possible immediately. And you're attacking this pawn. You can't leave it and do nothing, because this is just a free, nice, pretty, yummy central pawn, and I get development. And again, if you were to pick, then you have to answer the question while in jail, because you're going to be in a lot of problems as black, why you actually pushed the pawn forward, and now white has an open file. However, here it's justified for two reasons. Because often when you play here, there's this move here, hanging your bishop. It's not defended, of course. Definitely, white can take, but only if they don't like their rook, because then this rook is falling on A1. So this is the justification for this move, because after bishop to F5, then white has to move back to C1. So if you know your queen is going to be kicked around like by all these moves, why not just take here? And this is now why we're in this particular conversation. And of course, this causes doubled pawns. But now, what I was speaking about comes into play. I play here. Of course, I want to push the pawn forward. If you take, I take back with my knight. So you double protect pawn and pawn, but I still push anyway. Because even if you take, I take with the knight, and you can't take back because oopsie daisy, a rook has fallen. And if you don't take, let's say for example, you try and develop this guy, I'm going to take here, and now this becomes a weakness. There is a possibility the bishop will come to this diagonal at some point, protecting this square, and then this pawn is also extremely weak for whatever reason. Okay, not whatever reason, it is actually very weak, because after, let's say, castles and e6, then you have this very weak pawn. You cannot really bring your rook to this file, and simple plans such as, for example, just going to play some random moves, then bishop out, castles, rook comes in, and life can be a bit tricky. You can actually double your rooks very quickly against this guy. In fact, I would say that even here, this can actually be picked immediately, I suspect. Can it? Maybe. We'll see. So anyway, that's what I'm trying to illustrate with regards to this position. So we go back to this line. But in this instance, the same resources that were there for the opponent are not there anymore. Yeah, and Kaloki played up to this position. I think he played very, very well. I think I played a game like this in the Olympiad, where I fiancated my bishop. And the other downside of moving this pawn forward, which has the benefit of giving white a lot of space on the queen side, is that it allows a very easy break on e5. So that break comes up, and yeah, I think this move bishop to e2 must be in the wrong direction. You need to get a good plan, and I'm just wondering whether this is not a plan. Yeah, already this has to be considered, because I don't think that black can ignore. I don't think black can ignore at all. I mean, taking here doesn't help you. Probably I'll just take this, and this is still hanging. Plus, I can attack your knight first, and then pick here. So that may not be an idea. And if, let's say, you continue development as white, I think I just take, you take back, I take back, you take back, and look at this center, which is very difficult to justify from white's perspective. So I sort of feel that could have been a missed opportunity. These are things that you probably have to know from chess, but let's check what the engine says. Indeed, this is one of the moves that have to be considered. Let's see. Okay, so here the engine was recommending takes. Let's take, let's say, with the knight for sure. Yeah, now it becomes impossible to push. But let's say you take with the pawn, then this is one of the possibilities actually. And the position is very good for, yeah, this position would be, I'd probably be thinking of taking takes back, or in this situation it's even worse, because I'd actually probably take here, and this pawn, two pawns are doubled or something. It's a bit tricky. It's not as straightforward because there is compensation in terms of piece activity. That is not what happened. Yeah. Now, because of those tempi, so by bringing the bishop down to c2, what black has done, they've just given white tempi. The knight has gone where it wanted to go. This rook has come where it wanted to go. You cannot play this anymore because you just lose this pawn and maybe this pawn as well. And that's just a losing position. So, yeah, that move has been played, but it wasn't necessarily a good idea. We've had a lot of mass exchanges. But then the downside of that is suddenly I think white can take up the open file and it's very hard to do something about it. Is that not just a... Yeah, so I'm trying to understand why white is not blocking that. Black is not blocking this open file. Maybe to avoid this move. But this is a fork really, so you have to play here first. I think maybe something like this. And then your rook can come back and defend that square. And you're still holding. So that's where we are. I think that's the current position. Kaloki How is down to 20 minutes. There's increment, I think, of 30 seconds. Let's look at the next game. Kagambi Lawrence versus Madol Garang Pantho. How has this gone? From the top. E4, E5, Knight F, Bishop C4. Okay, this is the Italian game. Wait, no, this is not the Italian game. This is this was the Petrov, and this pick. There's a move here that, oh yeah, I used to play this actually, but it's not good. Let me turn off the engine for a moment as well. So I have to keep interchanging because you just take, and now it looks like this pawn is hanging. You defend it this way. This is the way to defend it. You cannot defend it the other way. If you try defend the d6, then this threat cannot be stopped. I used to play this line actually quite some time back, and I stopped because it's not good. It's not good for white. So this is a defense that must be found. And once this has been played, then what is the next? There's another attack that can happen that requires, I think, g6 or something as a move. I can hardly remember. Was it this? And then you have to play g6 or something. I can't quite remember. Let me see what the engine says. Yeah, would have been something like that. I think that's actually, or is it castles? I'm not sure. I don't think it was castles. It wasn't castles, I think. But either way, as you can see from the evaluation here, is not good for white. And black really should not be afraid to play this kind of move. You don't need to know your opening lines. If you're playing the Petrov, this is one of the main lines, and you really need to know and proceed with confidence to pick here, and then just play f6 and have confidence. Have confidence that black is better, and you need to sell your lines. Okay, so either way, Larry didn't play that, and certainly, yeah. Now there's a bit of activity. Yeah, this is unpleasant. Are you not just losing a pawn? No, the pawn is still defended. Oh, this is... What? Yeah, why give up that? Like, just develop, guys. Just simply develop. Okay. Now here, the knight is chased away. Then I take on d3. You can't take with your queen. Picking that is even worse because your pieces are... no, this is... Yeah, your pieces... It looks like the pieces are equal, but look at the pawn structure. You're a pawn down as white. Black has a bishop pair. You are not heading development. You don't have better center control. They have, you know. So this is just a really, really bad thing to have done for to yourself. And now you lose an extra pawn, and this position is completely lost. I think close out of the opening. This is why I keep insisting, guys. Let us study our opening lines, because the lack of opening lines cannot be excused anymore. Yeah, Knight's Bishop versus Knight endgame. This one is lost. There's another game between Paul Orlando Jr. and Peter Majur Manyang. Very strong player, Peter Majur 2082. And Paul Orlando, one of the players I thought back in 2018 would be winning championships. It hasn't worked out exactly like that. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it hasn't worked out like that. Oh, sorry guys, I am using a different browser. Guys can't see, man. I apologize guys. Oh yo, this is the game. So all those commentaries have really gone out for nothing. Thank you, MS9. Who is MS9? Please tell me the full name, guys. I was using a different browser. I've closed it completely now, and so everything I've been saying there, you guys didn't see a thing. Let me go back to a couple of games. This was Bonventure and Jama Abdikadir. So for a long time I've been talking to myself. You haven't seen a thing. Oh yo, poleni sana. This is the game. Bonventure versus Abdikadir. Abdikadir is white, and I was complaining about this move. This was just a bad move by Bonventure. Really, he should just pick here. And I think what he was afraid of was that maybe if he picks, then this knight would come out to d6. But this knight is out on an adventure. It has no support point. So queen comes out immediately, stopping the knight from coming to this square, attacking the knight here, defending this pawn, and this knight has only one square here, but you can then again attack the knight at that square. It can't come back. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, you can try this, but again, I'll probably just pick it, and this position cannot be good for white. And again, if you play knight to this square, king here, when you defend, then queen comes out to d8, and my threat is very simple. I'm coming to the g5 square, and I'll most likely take your knight. You have to begin playing moves like this, and that position cannot be good for white. Your knight is trapped, and I can go ahead and even bring out rooks into this file, and you really can't move your knight out. This knight has no exit. You have to try maneuvers like f3, then you bring the knight back, in which case then your king has become quite airy as well. So it's a bit of a complicated situation here, and Bonnie missed that chance. Instead of picking on f3, he picked on c4 and went down a pawn, and eventually now he has that passed pawn on d4, which is a main thing. I think also white didn't understand the job description very well, so they played f3, which is decidedly a very bad move if you ask me, because that pawn is a weakness. It remains in front of your bishop, making the bishop extremely weak. So if you think about pawn structures and how they are the highways of the game, then you begin to think about moves like this. Maybe you can play this move. Okay. Yeah, and those possibilities exist. Yes, you may be concerned about this file, but look at that weakness, and you're a pawn up already. So instead of that, this happened, and now we have the black rook on the 7th rank already. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, this is immediately, of course. This is here Bonventure has a very simple move. You can simply take here, I think. It takes with check. Oh, you take here. I was almost blundering this, because that pick is check. You don't have time to pick the bishop, and that pawn push has happened. So I think those exchanges were a bit too rash, because Bonnie had this whole 7th rank, rook on the 7th, open file. This position, there's a very nice move here. Very nice move. Attack this queen. Then you can continue with any other thing that you want. It's a bit tricky though. Yeah, this would have been a very nice move. I think that was even the best move in the position, I think. And black is winning. Yeah, but after this, again, try and keep your active rook. Exchanging hasn't really worked out well. Oh, that would be a mistake. I think calculating this move here. Now he wants to pick. Yeah, he now wants to pick. This wouldn't work because this now becomes a losing move. You have to defend somehow and take off everything. Yeah, and you'll catch this pawn. Yeah, so that's a very nice maneuver by Bonnie. Time control is equal, both sides. I hope I showed you Jean Christophe, the game between Jean Christophe and Jimmy Kenan Baraka. Let's look at that very quickly. I think we left it out at this position. Yeah. Ooh. Looking for a trade. Yeah, and now we just see a situation where this is just a weakness. Let's see. We can see there's a draw between Muli Faraja Mumu and Joseph Kadogo. Let's see. We left this, I think, at yes, at this stage. I think this is where we left it. Yeah. Okay, maintaining an attack. This does give up a pawn, but the pawn on c4, no, it doesn't fall immediately. Yeah. Okay, so I think if Muli had, I think Muli respected the rating and they agreed to a draw probably in that position. So Bella Nashipai versus Hayden Nyamiaka. This one we saw it earlier. Let's see. Fairly balanced game from what I'm seeing. We did like White's position. Oh, what a miss. This is, I mentioned this earlier, that this move will come at some point because you're looking at this bishop and the bishop doesn't have a future. So this move really, by not playing that, I think there's such a miss. No, the bishop comes back to life suddenly. So that was just the main miss, but it's an opposite colored kind of position. Yeah, so it's a fairly balanced position, opposite colored bishops. So the opposite colored bishops becomes drawish in the endgame, but in the middle game is such a big issue because, for example, in this situation, let's just make this, let's come and bring our queen to the 7th rank, and then just suddenly, oops, because the squares that are being attacked by this bishop cannot be defended by this bishop. So whoever has the attack can have a fairly strong attack. Remember that opposite colored bishops in the middle game, the attacking opportunities are tremendous. So make sure your pieces are active, look for the attack, and that's where we are. So I'll quickly pivot to the main board and I'll ask Dennis to move for us the camera. Let's see how the other boards are. M9CRC, who are you, please? Please identify yourself so that we can acknowledge and appreciate you. M9CRC. So anyway, you know what I'm going to try and I'm going to try and allow guys to see the commentator as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a small window here at some point. So so that we have a chance to see the commentators as well. Yeah, why not? Although I'm saying I may not be able to see. Is it working now? Hope it is. My camera is faulty. I'm not sure. Yeah. You know what I think is gonna work? It is gonna work. So very shortly I'm going to be saying hi to you guys. Just have to find a place to put that camera nicely so you can see where we are. Yeah, the game between Bella and allow me to change to parental duties now. My daughter has just climbed up the stairs. It's such a scary place. I'm surprised that she woke up. Ariela Cello, come and tell us how your game went. Come this way, Ariela Cello. Which side has, yeah, this side will be seen. It's fine. Have a seat, Ariela Cello. How are you?
I'm good.
How did your tournament game go?
It was kinda very scary.
What you won?
Yes.
Who are you playing against? Adult or a child?
Adult.
Oh, you beat an adult.
Papa,
guy.
you remember that adult that I drew us at that time?
Uh-huh.
I won against him.
You drew against them the other time.
Yeah, and then this time I won.
I don't remember that adult. Lady or guy?
Guy. You remember that guy that you was it around there? Then I was in a very bad position. Then I asked for it. Then he asked, do you still want a draw?
Ah, the one who gave you a draw in a winning position in NCC.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, but that was a bliss tournament. So you crashed him today. Good job. How did the game go?
Perfect. Okay. I kept, like, I missed a move. But, like, it was not recorded. You see how something is, it's supposed to be here, then it went here. The other side was.
Oh, congratulations, Stella. Good job, good job, good job.
And I remember the line.
You remember the line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you show them the line?
Yes, you can show us the line. So tell us, show us the line. Let's see how it went. I'll go to. It's not a touch screen. So let's go back. Just tell us the move.
Okay, I played E4.
You're black,
No,
right?
Yeah.
E4, E5.
Yes. I brought the knight. Okay, I tell you the line, then you remember.
Yeah.
The one that they bring. Okay, then I played my knight.
Mm-hmm.
Then they brought the bishop.
C4.
No, here.
Or B5, eh? This is the Lopez.
Then, okay. I really didn't follow the line exactly. I just played there.
Okay.
And then after that, they just played there. I think I played here.
Knight to F6.
And then I guess I played here.
D3.
I saw that they're attacking me, and if they pick, then they pick my pawn, so I just pick here.
Very nice.
And then after that, they played there, I pick here.
Very nice.
And then after that happened, they played here.
Okay.
Then I still played the normal.
You attack the.
No,
Did they move the bishop back?
Yeah, they did.
Then you played C4, C5. Anyway, well played. Congratulations. I think your opponent must feel very... congratulations. Good job, Tello. Good job. So that's Arela Tello showing us her game. Line against Amy Lopez. And she did a very good job. I think the opponent was thoroughly surprised. But of course, I've been a very big proponent. So Tello, who's your coach? Your father is your coach?
Yeah.
Tell Hera, why are you taking the commentator seat? Please put it here. This is parenting and coaching at the same time.
You've already told them.
Yes, I have. So, tell us about who's your coach? Your dad?
Yes.
Is he a good coach?
Yes, he is.
He is, right?
Yeah.
Is he the one who taught you these lines?
Yes.
Does he think openings are important?
Yes, he does.
He does. So he teaches you guys openings.
Yeah.
You think does it help in your chess?
We know and I talk.
All right, Tello. All the best. Ladies, I think feel free to go around, go and find something to have for breakfast or something to eat. Here are the new guys. I can see them celebrating. Let me see. Sorry guys, just yeah, there you go. If there's takeaway coffee, please bring me as well so that I can commentate comfortably. So yeah, parenting 101 guys, keep track. Once they're out of here, I'll tell you exactly, but they'll go back to YouTube and find what I've said. So maybe I'll still not tell you guys. So that's those are my daughters telling us how the game went. So let's look at the game Kaloki Hawi versus Gongton versus Kaloki Hawi. I think the game we're looking at right now is Bella versus Nyamyaka Hayden. I think this has become an interesting game. Let's go back and see if we can track it and find it. Round one. Yes, this is a game. Let's go back to the live position, see what's going on. Yeah, so opposite colored position. Okay, so yeah, I think with this trade, what? Oh, nice recommendation. I'm just looking at this recommendation here. Take Rukia. Take. This is a plan. Then now this, how will you stop it? And actually, you want to stop it a bit higher up rather than further down. So maybe here. Here. Or even higher, maybe still, I think. So let's see, that's not what happened though. What happened in the game was no, so this is the actual live position. So this is where that position is right now. Okay, so are you guys together? By the way, I'm trying to understand why the board looks funny. Doesn't make sense that the board looks that funny. Oh, I've seen why. Okay, my apologies for that. All right. I think this position, we were a little bit unhappy with Harvey's position. Yeah, let's see. So this is attacked. And what Harvey does is counter-attack. I'm normally very wary of those kinds of moves. These moves, I tend to not like them. It actually was a double attack. Yeah. Straight pawn up, I think. And this pawn is a weakness. This pawn is a weakness. White is a pawn up. This is not good. I think this will be lost for Harvey. Larry versus Madol Garang Pantho. This one we felt was lost a long time ago. I don't know whether we took it from the top or I wasn't showing the screen. But if I go back to this position, I think it was Petrov where Larry got yeah, black really should take here. After this move, play this move. But Pantho opted for a less complicated line. And then in this position, yeah, Larry made this move, which is a blunder because it allows this to happen. So second pawn falls. In this position, we sort of felt that the two pawn advantage is too much, and more piece exchanges. Now two connected passed pawns, these ones, and there is no miracle that's going to happen here. Larry will lose, so he sacrifices the pawn on f7, but that's because that pawn is not contributing. Of course, now you have these three pawns. They can try and make a passed pawn on the other side. Unfortunately, yeah, that's going to be a fairly lengthy process. You don't have that opportunity. This knight is cut off. Very nice move putting this bishop here. This knight can't come into play right now. Check is coming. Pawn is coming down. Bishop is coming. So let's say, for example, we play here. There's a check. Where does a king go? Let's say here. Check. Here. Those are the natural moves. Then this check. And when you move away, I don't even take your knight. I just make a queen, and checkmate is going to follow in short order. So this is really, we're looking at the ending of the game between Alusa Bonventure, and let's look at that. Let's see, it has ended. Alusa Bonventure, how has that game ended? Let's see. We got into this position. I think that check, we left it here. Then looking for a trade of queens. That happened, but is that not a mistake? That's a complete mistake, right? Because then you just lose this pawn. Black will catch the white pawn, and you just push the pawn. That's it. Oh, that went south quickly. I don't understand why white did that. So congratulations, Engineer Lusa. Nice recovery from a pretty bad position. I'm not sure why white did what they did, but in this position, again, look at moves like this. What does the move do? Look at this move. It simply makes a weakness here. You had a very nice pawn. Okay, maybe you wanted to move your rook out and you don't want to sacrifice that pawn. Maybe that was the point. But let's say, for example, I'm not sure. This is, anyway, not the best play. And I think the losing move has to be, this queen trade must be the losing move. Yeah, that queen trade is just bad. Because now you cannot defend. You can try to defend the pawn, but I'll just take it. Take it and move the pawn, and you can't stop me. So, very nice move, Bonventure. Picks, stop the other pawn. Yeah, okay. We'll go back to elite category. Peter Majur Manyang versus Paul Orlando Jr. Sicilian Najdorf. Very nice new move. F4 has become a thematic move in many Sicilians. So if you play Sicilian, you're best advised to learn what to do. So this is largely theoretical, I believe. Maybe, I'm not sure about F4. Maybe it is book. I don't play this line. So I can't tell you what I think about it. I can tell you what I think about it. It does have open file, but makes for an IKP, isolated king's pawn, which is a parallel to the IQP with slightly different ideas. Oh, and we are looking at a board we have not seen at all. Paul Orlando Jr. versus Christian Mwamba Mugambi. How have we missed this one? Guys, let's have a look at this game. I'm seeing, how did I miss this game? This is a pretty interesting game. If you don't know both of these players, I'm not sure where you have been living. This is an amazing game. D4, D5, knight F3, knight C6, E3, C5. Okay. Mugambi Christian is playing the Kole Zucatot system. So in D4, D5 openings, let me give you this. So one of the most common things is to play the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit is when you give out the Queen's Bishop's pawn. It looks like it's not defended. It can be picked. That's what a Gambit is. You give out a pawn. Sometimes you give out more than a pawn, but you give out material. Of course, this is a pseudo Gambit. We know that this pawn will be gotten back most of the time. Let's say, for example, you try and defend it. You can play here. You cannot defend it further because I pick. You pick back, and we've seen this before. You lose the rook at the far end, and there are many other lines that come into play. Let's say, for example, I attack here, and once again you play here. I can pick. You pick back, and I attack this pawn. And if you take this guy, I can start with this pawn check, and I get back my pawn with a better position, literally, for white. So there are so many reasons why you don't pick up that Queen's Gambit pawn. Anyway, so most often then you'll have this c4 move being inserted at some point, and it may come in without, c4 may come with or without, sorry, c4 may come with or without g3. In the g3 line, this becomes the Catalan system. But the lines where white does not play this c4, there are 3 of them, actually 4, depending on the position of this bishop. They may play this setup. If this triangle setup is played with this bishop back home, that is the Cole system. And the Cole system has 2 main ideas. One where they play b3 and put the bishop here. That's the Cole Zucatot, very strong system. Judith Polgar won many games in that line, and so did Mehul Gohil in Kenya. But you can also play bishop d3. You can also play at some point bishop d3, not here. Here, of course, this may not be ideal. But you may play a system with bishop d3 and c3. This is a Koltanowski. There's also lines where we all know people's favorite London system. And there's, I'm forgetting the name of this system, where the bishop can still go all the way to g5. So these are the main lines, but the Cole Zucatot is one of the easy systems for people to play. It's very hard to play against if you don't know what to do. If you don't know what to do as black. So let's see what happened here. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure at all. Why not this? It doesn't work. Interesting. Okay. Look at that. Very tricky, guys. Attacking this pawn 3 times, defended once. You cannot defend with f4 because this happens, and you lose an extra pawn plus an exchange. So Christian probably knows his lines very well. I see the engine recommends a very rare move. But let's see what is recommended after. Yeah, okay, so this is all fine. Okay. Oh, interesting move back. Takes. Yeah, so these moves are still progressing as if they're the top recommendations. They are the top recommendations. Oh, these are the best moves, actually. Wow. And Mugambi Christian has just played rook to d1. That is a top engine move. The engine loves Mugambi Christian's position. It says he's actually almost winning, to be honest. It's a +2 position. Let me turn off the engine and try and understand what's going on here. Okay, so I hope that's the actual position. Robert McLigeo is on 22 minutes. Mugambi is on 36. I hope that I have the correct position actually on the board. I hope that is the correct position on the board. Yeah, let's go and set the camera a little bit better so that we can see exactly what is happening. Whether that is what has been played. Yeah, this looks like it. Looks like we have the correct position, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to stick with this game because most of the other games have really progressed. We're going to stick with this game for quite some time. Let me know once again, guys, the quality of the stream. I'm also going to ask Dennis to help us set the board camera correctly. Don't go away, guys. You're gonna be back. You're gonna be back, guys. So don't go away, please. We are just confirming a thing or two, and then we'll may take a small break for round number 2. Okay, so we're back, and I just want to confirm something. I'm looking at the game between Kaloki Howie and Bongton Gong. There's been some dramatic changes there. I'm not sure what happened, but suddenly I sort of feel, I don't know that it was a sacrifice or Black is up an exchange from a completely losing position. Something has happened. Yeah, and Black is winning. Kaloki is winning suddenly. What happened? The kind of chess drama we love. I think we left this somewhere here where we sort of felt that this was just a clean win for we felt this was just a clean win for white. Oh, that pawn. Okay, they sacrificed. Okay, picks the pawn back. So here the position says that white is just winning. Okay, push the pawn. Oh, that is it actually. So let's see. The recommendation is this move. Defend your pawns, your king is safe. And now bring back your knight. Okay, so the rook has to sort of, let's say the rook comes back. Let me just follow the best lines. Can we just stay? Check. Not interested. Then the king comes out. Oh, so now the king has an entry. This is what Gong should have found. So his concept was good. He sort of felt that there was something, but knight d6 missed it. And now that move completely loses it. And white is arguing that if you take, I take back. Of course, you can't take immediately because there's going to be this check, and this position is just good for black. White is winning completely. Outside passed pawn, but your king is even closer. You'll come and pick these guys off, win, or even just make this guy into a queen immediately. So that's not. But Harvey didn't play that. He just went back to d7, and I think this is the position we were looking at. And he has just won that pawn. So this is a straight up exchange. And suddenly white is better. Yeah, this is worrisome. I think Gong has had some really bad results recently. Madol Panthujon. Tello is breathing heavy, having just gotten from an interview. I'm not sure what that heavy breathing is about. Yeah, so let's look at the game Christian Mwamba versus Robert McLeod. This is where we were before. So McLeod has thought for quite some time. Yeah, here, there. From 29 minutes, he has thought to 17 minutes. So 12 minutes of thought. And now it's Christian's turn. Of course, we're expecting the very straightforward, and it's on the board, c4. And McLeod has to take some time thinking. I must say that Christian Mwamba has played the absolute top Indian moves for the last, I think, 10 or so. So let me see. Okay, castles. So from here, I think one. Oh, there he played a different move. So from here, one. Okay, no, that didn't work out exactly. So here, there, there, and he's playing them very quickly. This young man is tactically sharp. Of course, the pawn is attacked. You can't defend by e6. So let's say you play the rook out, you attack one more time. So let's defend now. Guys. Oh, I'm not sure whether this is what they've seen. But this queen is trapped, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure that this is what has been seen. Yeah, but this is, wow. Christian Mwamba Mugambi. I met him early in the morning as he was coming in, and I asked him, are you ready to crush everybody? I thought you'd smile and say, the Laggish echo is back in the audio. One moment, let me see. Laggish echo is back. Let me turn this off and see. So MS9CRC, please let me know if I've dealt with it immediately. If we are now okay. And I also want to check which audio streams I have here. Let me just remove some extra unnecessary audio channels that we don't need. Remove that. Let's remove, aha, I've seen what it could be. Let's remove that. Let's mute this. I don't need all this sound settings. Yeah, could be better now, I suspect. I have a feeling I have an idea where my problems were, sound-wise. Okay, so tell me if the audio is better now. I think I figured out what the problem was. I want to hope that desktop audio can be seen. Let's see this. You can close that. We don't need to see it. I think that is all we need to see. Don't need to see any of these others. Okay, fine. So CRC, I hope the audio is much better again now. Laggish echo or echo audio is back. I think that should be much better. I think I've figured out what the problem was, and I want to hope that with that we are much better. Can I find a way to hold my camera, this up? How do I get this done? My daughter Hera, help me. I want to. And I have an idea what the problem might be as well. Okay, fine. So this is the game we are following. I wonder what my daughter's brought for me for. Yes, please. Yeah. So, and can you see my heart anywhere? Thank you. Thank you so much. That's it, guys. So, looking very much the part. Now we are saying that Christian Mwamba is better. Let's see what Robert has played. But is that just not a pawn? Can you not just take it? And if that is taken, what is the plan? You can't take back? I've seen what the plan is. The plan was I play here and the knight comes here. That's the plan. But you have an in-between move, which is this. You're attacking twice. And now this. Okay. And if we play here, oh, the queen is trapped. Can't go here, can't go there, can't go there. And if you bring the rook, say thank you very much. You're kidding me. So let's see what Mugambi is gonna play. There should be a straightforward pick of the pawn. I think he may see it. He is a very strong player. Let's look at Gong Thon Gong and Kaloki Hawi. Kaloki is down to a minute. His position is +6 by the engine. Let's see. So we left it. We've gone through. We left it here, I think here. Activating the rook. Very nice move. Yeah, so this move I sort of Yeah, he wants to be able to go behind the pawn. That's the plan. Okay. And why didn't he just pick this pawn? Oh, that's where we are now. Okay. Yeah, that's where we are. So that just picks the pawn. Yeah, so and with the a pawn gone, the danger is over for white, even though he has very little time. I'm not sure that there's increment or not. Howie is down to a minute. Gongton Gon is talking about a bit more time. There's no increment actually. Oh, there's no increment at all actually. Oh, okay. He's going for the H pawn. He has a. If there's increment, then it's all over. You can't do this fork. It doesn't work. Pick there, pick, and you can't stop that pawn. So that's not a threat. Gongton Gon has 39 minutes. Kaloki Howie has 54 seconds. Yeah, I think there's no increment. I think there's no increment at all. So what we are seeing will be the end of it. Let's check again. Mwamba versus Robert. Yeah, we haven't moved. Okay. We are where we were. All right. And yeah, Gongton Gon is still thinking. This pawn is falling actually. So it's been a fest. All of white's pawns have fallen. And this is actually resignable from a chess position. Okay, so the two moves have been played already. Yeah, and this has to be checkmate in a few. So very simple plan, maybe just rook down, rook here, meaning at any time you can knock off this guy, literally push, push, push. There's no increment, but 40 seconds is enough to win this position. Actually, to play a whole game, you can play in 40 seconds. But yeah, thank you MS9CRC for that comment. Thank you for helping us out with the audio. Please give comments. Oh, I'm curious, CRC, who are you, sir? You are definitely Kenyan, and you must be somebody we know. So yeah, I'd be very keen to know. Put it in chat. Yeah, so this is over. I'm not sure what this plan is. Okay, but now G3. Yeah, so Harvey is following the plan that I just highlighted as a possibility, and then now just H4. Oh, he played G3. Actually, it's even better. No problem. There's no. I mean, you can't stop that pawn. Not even with Juju. Its queen has appeared on the board. Check. Yeah, and wherever you go, the knight is falling. So this is over. This is resigns. I think Gonton Gon is resigning now. Dennis should be changing for us. we'll catch the last minutes of this game. This is Kaloki Hawi versus Gongton Gon and its mate. Yeah, it is checkmate on the board there. We should have quite dramatic. We should have caught the last seconds of it. We've caught at least the last second of this very dramatic. Yeah, that's checkmate on the board. Congratulations, Hawi. Gongton Gon was winning earlier on, but you can see how devastating that is. To lose a game like that is quite something. So there's no increment, meaning that whenever we get into these time trouble situations, we really have to bring in, yeah. And he's won with 8 seconds on the clock, which is quite something. I think congratulations, Kaloki Hawi. That's quite something. We are back to now the one remaining major game. This is Robert McLigeo versus Christian Mwamba versus Robert McLigeo. It's a bit cold, but the position also could be a little tricky. Let's see how it has gone. Christian is still thinking. I'm not sure that's the best approach, really. The time situation, he had a massive edge on the clock. And yeah, this is the last main game we are keeping track of. The young man is thinking through, like, yeah. What else? What are we going to have? There's a video somewhere on this channel you can find where Christian Mwamba won, I think, the under 12 chess championship against, I think they're playing, was it him versus Jadon Simiyu? Was it, I suspect? And Curtis Ruben. Or I think something, maybe I'm forgetting the third player who it was, but very well played. These young players have been quite strong. They've done a fairly decent amount of work to get to the place that they are right now. Robert McLigeo is the reigning Kenya champion and also one of the top 3 players for the last couple of rating lists. Christian Mwamba is definitely a very strong player as well. He has a winning move in this position, and that winning move is just to pick the pawn straight up. Pick the pawn. He's there, he's reaching for something. Yeah. Is he going to play it? Pawn takes d5. He's played a very good game so far. Yeah, he's picked the pawn. Pawn takes. That's a winning move right there. That's the best move. The position is a +3 position. And Robert, you can see him looking away. He's looking away, but he's actually calculating everything on the board. You may think he's disinterested, but really he's working out variations on the board. Brilliant young man. One of the top players in Kenya. So I don't think that he's not interested. He's seen that move. You can see the leg shake there. Chess is actually a sport. These players are extremely competitive. It's quite a bit like life. A small detail, you may miss a small detail and it becomes almost catastrophic. The time situation is 17 minutes versus 14 minutes. So tracing on your board is correct. Christian Mwamba has played the best position. He's literally taken the pawn. Now you can imagine this pawn is defended twice, but you cannot take back with the knight. Of course, the first plan is to pick. You may think you can play here, but you can't because the knight is pinned. Let's say you move the knight away. Let's say here, then the queen falls. But in reality, if you are to pick, you don't play. If this is played, that's a mistake because knight f4, and now if you take the queen, they take here check first, and then they take your rook. And in fact, in this position, even though you have this fork, white is completely lost, black is winning in this position. But instead of playing the move e4 here, white has this very nice move, queen c4. And once again, this knight is pinned. It's being attacked 2 times. And the question is, what happens if this is played? Yeah, what happens if that is played? Let's take the queen. You take my queen. I take your pawn. You are attacking my bishop. So let's take. Take, is this enough? And your knight is hanging. Is that enough? I'm not sure. Am I missing something very simple? So let's say here, knight to e6. Is there an easy way to get out of that threat? Or the queen is... Okay, we start with the main picks. Pick. Pick. If I take your knight, take my rook, I fork these 2 guys, move back, take here, take back, take again. What is the situation? Still a pawn, but with a bishop pair. Let's see what the engine says actually about this move. Oh, queen comes back. Okay. And in this instance, if we move our knight away, our queen away doesn't work because there is this move right now. Okay. And that's a fork. So that's really, I saw Christian play with a lot of confidence. Some moves are on the board. Oh, that wasn't the best move. That was not the best move. Oh, that was not the best move. He had, but again, it was easy to miss. Still fine, but there's a better move on in the position. Yeah, so that's a bit of a let off there. That's a bit of a let off. Yeah, had he played queen c4, I think now this would have been different because this doesn't work anymore. Simple. But I think he saw what we were looking at and didn't find the correct continuation, which is this and this, and now here, where the queen is still attacked, but a new tactic comes into play. Knight fork. Tricky. And that knight fork can't be stopped anyway. So, and this position is +4, by the way. A complete miss there. That's a +4 position. I see the possibility that we are reconnecting. Okay, so our internet is a bit laggy. We'll try and resolve that. Yeah. 14 versus 12 minutes. Oh, I'm commentating and I'm here. The pairings are out. You're playing board? White. 36 white. Yeah. All the best, girls. Huggies. Hello, Huggies. All the best. The stairs are scary, yes. So be very careful. Let's go. So there is an opponent of Ariella Tello who just lost against her today, and he must wonder what happened. Robert McLeod versus Mugambi Christian. We have to acknowledge we have the advantage of the engine, so we can tell that we are winning. But he may not have the same, he does not have the same advantage that we have. There's no way for him to know that he is actually okay with the position. So here I'm wondering whether this move has to be found, whether it's a mandatory move. If you try and pick here, does it change the evaluation? It does, because you lose this pawn. Yeah, and it's fairly equal, so the bishop pair become a problem. So Robert, I'm sure, is breathing a sigh of relief. He is now standing. I think he's now better. And he saw the problem as it was, but he's happier now with the current situation. See whether we have better internet. I think we do. We have the Safaricom Foundation, so the internet here must be very good. I'm using something else for internet, so I'm fairly certain that the internet must be better. Let me just test it out on my phone first before we interfere with the stream. We do carry internet from home. Let me try MFA guests and stuff. I want to check whether it is free. No, it is. Let me do MFA 2025. No, it doesn't work. MFA at 2025. Just trying. That's like a common password people use. So interesting. Okay, that's not correct. We'll find the correct password and try out and see if the internet stream is better. Yeah, so we are not on live, guys. Sorry, we are not on live. So this is the situation. And Christian is now down on time. He's played the rook move. That's the correct move. No. I know that he has played. No. Why is it not reflecting? I can see him on the board playing rook to d1. This move. Maybe there's a bit of a lag. Yeah, that's been played. Let's put this bishop here. Yeah, bishop pair. Let's say bishop to f6. Let's say this doesn't fall apart. Yeah. Okay, as we wait for this to progress, let's see how the other games ended. In the other categories, we'll go to, we know how we won. Nadal also won against Larry Kagambi. That we saw for quite some time. We realized it was over. I think we left it somewhere here. Yeah, this is over, and this knight is now completely boxed out. It really doesn't have here, no way back, and this queen is happening. Then hello? Sorry? Yeah. Oof. Sorry guys, apologies. Is that Yan King? Ah, fantastic. Very nice, guys. So the great Yan King is here. So we are completely sorted. We weren't sure they would make it, but ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the Kenyan chess scene, then you must know the man from Alliance who was born in Kenya, but his first language was English. In his village, nobody was speaking English, but in the womb, he was speaking English. Became a factor. Welcome, Yan King. I still have to, we have to swap this side so people can see you, because I have to set up on this side. Yeah. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
And then allow me to mic you so that
for sure
you can proceed.
For sure. So it's where? Here?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Ah, nice.
So Ian, we're just taking a run through now to look at the final games.
Okay.
But before you do that, this is maybe we can look at the current position. Not this is both mice work. What are you drinking?
Alvaro.
Yeah. So shout out to Alvaro, guys. If Ken King drinks it, that's the best recommendation you can have. So we've just had, I don't know if you had a chance to watch the games, but this is an interesting game that's taken place. I think just a few minutes ago, this young man, Robert was actually in a much worse position to be fair, this position, but Christian missed fine continuation, and I think his position has sort of now not been, he's not as good, it's equal, but he has to be careful because Robert has a bishop pair, and the time situation is not good. So here, he had this move, Queen c4, but I think he saw this and didn't play it. But in fact, after this move, then the queen has to escape. The escape square maybe is this.
Oh, and then the fork.
Then the fork, correctly. Yeah, guys, yeah. So, yeah, that was really what was missed. But so what actually happened was this.
Oh, for the pawn.
Yeah, for the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is.
But this is losing it looks like a critical pawn.
No, I don't think so, because if you pick the pawn, then there's rook to d3. I think this, right? But then rook to d3 will become a problem in terms of this engine. Here, right? Then this.
I was thinking check down there.
Check?
I was thinking check down there.
Oh, you're thinking of this check?
Yeah.
Instead of...
Yeah. I was thinking of the check, then...
First move.
Yeah, then a check, then, such shenanigans.
Okay. Oh, actually, that could actually be something. All right.
Yes. I don't know if it's working out, but it looks like it's working out.
It does work out.
Then now you still have the
and why is this just? Oh, the rook can come here defending everything. Okay, fine. Interesting. Wow.
I like that. But
and you can't just pick this guy?
Well...
Oh, you can.
Because now there's the pin.
Now there's a pin. Now you can't do this. Goodness gracious.
Yes.
Chess is hard, man. Okay, I'll let you check it away.
For sure.
So this is...
So the first three, yeah? Okay.
This one just does... Or you can also do this. So just select it's fine.
Nice.
Okay. Then on this screen we can always... So sorry guys, we are doing this live.
For sure.
Yeah, but Mr. Ian is a sharp guy, so with that, take it away, Mr. Ian. I think the other thing that was doing, this is where we had the... Sorry, we have two categories, I believe, that are showing. What has happened? We don't have the correct game. Now we do actually. Look at this is a game. Then we also had... this is the other category under 18.
Nice.
And we also have a different category. Yeah, the games are starting.
Wait, what was that result between Nashpai? Let me see. She lost.
Oh, she lost.
Yeah, that's surprising.
That's quite surprising actually, because she was better for quite some time.
What was the downfall?
Maybe time. Yeah, maybe you can take us through this.
Hi. So I just use this, right?
Either one works, but there's this screen. Then you have to move it all the way to the right.
Nice.
There's like one continuous.
Nice. Okay, so let me just go all the way back. So she likes the c4. That's one thing I've realized about her.
She studied it.
Yeah, the dad told me. So let me see. Because she's supposed to be pretty decent at this. Let me see.
Her opening was fantastic. Out of the opening, she was better.
Well, not a fan of that bishop move. because there's the rucksack to figure out. Okay, I see. So she exchanged most of her pieces, left with a bishop, again, opposite color bishops. Very drawish. I'm not even sure what the engine says over here at this point. Probably equal, but slightly better for black here, because opposite color bishops, but black has the initiative, white has nothing, the queen hasn't moved. So if you proceed, queen f3, more trades will not help the position. Yeah, so basically this was then more trades. Okay, so clearly she had to check on her trades. And then she lost the bishop. Yeah, she had to watch out for her trades over there. She rushed through those trades, and yeah, it wasn't very accurate. Then once the pawn is lost, yeah, this one is just a matter of technique. Okay, so that was very surprising. And then we go to what game is still going on? The Kagambi, that one is done. Oh, we've got the Oluka game. So let's check it out. So the last move was bishop to b2, attacking the rook. I haven't followed this game, so let me just see what went down. So we've got not the queen's gambit. A pretty generic, almost king attack. Then there was the fork that doctor was suggesting was missed. And then, yes, basically all the moves the doctor suggested, that's pretty much the aim of the game. And this should fizzle out to a draw. I don't see any serious. Though white has very poor pawn structure if black decides to trade. So honestly, Robert could be winning here. He's on with the push, and the move he's just played puts intense pressure on the back rank. Any attempts to play bishop to a3 will only encourage, and that's what he's played. Oh my! Would encourage a trade. So a trade here of bishop.
Yeah,
I like the betrayal using an air. Yeah, I like the betrayal using an Airtel router.
Oh, you can't say that on stream, man. Yeah, it's true. But yes, I'll story for another day. Yeah. Story for another day, another venue. So, I'm an intern. Sorry. And actually, we were almost doing that live. Guys were going to watch it. I don't think they could see it.
Okay.
Anyway, so guys, let's have a look at the other games then. Let's see what's going on. I think Kenneth Kome. The other game is Cloud Peter.
Peter's Kelly Maneke, another very famous name.
Mm-hmm. Take it away, yeah.
Okay, so where are we?
I think it has to come back away. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we are.
Finally. Okay. So where are the moves? Okay, here we go. So this is who? This is Claude. Claude is white. No, this is Kelly. Kelly is white. So d4 is 6. Oh, that was too fast. Okay, so this
Jobava London.
Yeah.
Jobava London players, and yeah, very nice.
Okay, e3.
You see this, what these guys are doing. Let me show you what these guys had in mind. And
yes,
it's become so popular in Kenya now.
I know, it's very annoying.
Very annoying. So essentially, let me, if I take it from here, so d4,
sure.
d5, right?
Yes.
Then bishop f4, you are probably going to play this move, right?
Yes, that was what I expected.
Then they play this move, right? What's the most natural move for black in this position?
For black?
Okay, there are two natural moves. Which one is the...
Okay, there is knight of... okay, there's taken and there's knight... Knight c6. Knight c6,
exactly. Yes. This is the most natural move.
For sure.
And this is what Jobava London players play for.
Oh, with the knight there.
Just that. And how do you stop that check? You can't stop it. It happens so many times. So this is why in this position...
Yes.
And again, I don't like the move order that a black played, because then it allows you to go into the French. But I have a feeling that after e4, he plays this move anyway. So universal system where you play e6 regardless. Yeah, but then after this, now you're in the Queen Jabava London, and then they play this move a6. Again, you also cannot play the move. You think this still works because after knight here, it looks like you have to play this move, but actually no. There's this check.
Yeah, and then
so this is in fact the best move to play c5 anyway in this kind of a system, because the knight has to come back now.
Then now
this bishop hasn't been opened for, so this knight is hanging. Exactly. So this position, this is by far the best move. You need to play this move. Whether you know the theory or not, this is actually the move that should be. As in, if you're playing this system as black, you need to know that you should play c5 in this position. So yeah. Anyway, okay. So let's see, what did they do? Yeah, they played c5 eventually.
c5, yeah.
So they're not bad. They have a feeling that as a result of that, maybe. Looks like black has equalized.
Yeah, things look pretty equal, to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty equal.
Pretty equal, yeah. Okay.
As you say. So then a6, basically normal moves, routing. Whoa. That's a big move right there. Sacrificing his pawn structure on the queen side.
Wait, that's a...
He played a5. I'm not sure. Is that how safe is that? I wouldn't.
I get very jittery and I also get very scared. I don't do that kind of a move without.
And this has been played right now. This is the last move actually.
But is this not losing? I just take the knight.
As in, yeah, definitely, because you see, you're sacrificing your queen side structure, right?
Okay, I take the knight.
Then
you take my knight.
Yes.
I take with pawn.
Yes, and then now.
So I've taken a pawn.
And then now this other pawn is going.
That pawn is going. Your structure is really bad.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I'm messing up my.
Plus, there's also this idea, queen e4. You see the 4.
No. Okay, do it again. Chess 1. Chess 5, there it is. Or chess 1. Okay. Oh, this is much better. Guys, Safaricom internet is fantastic, guys. So we just moved.
The better option.
We just moved Safaricom internet, and the speed is absolutely fantastic. I think we had a bit of a lag. The internet we were using was much slower, and I want to just check our upload speed and if that works out perfectly. Sorry, guys. I don't know whether we show them what it is we are doing, so that yeah, that's what we're doing. Just checking the internet speed very quickly to be sure that we are okay. This is Safaricom M-Pesa Foundation, the free Wi-Fi. Can you believe it? 61 and 39 Mbps. So yeah, nice. I think we are good, and now we have stable internet. Awesome. So we can go back to
the game.
Game. Yes,
this was pretty much doomed, as the line you suggested. Yeah, we were both very worried with that. Yeah, that move. We haven't even looked at the engine analysis, but our feeling is just that it's just losing.
So the engine doesn't disagree, doesn't agree fully.
The engine doesn't agree. Oh, it's losing if they go for the line of ticks. Oh, and wow, it's saying it's the best move. Interesting. What's the?
I think queen. What you saw it already.
Move. Because that move queen e4. Yeah,
this is what. Yeah, that's the idea.
You
actually picked it, and then I think when you saw it, and that's a very nice pick. Queen e4 was actually winning because
there's the fork.
Because there's a fork, you cannot take the. You can't take this guy.
Yeah.
Because there's this check.
Yes.
And this is mate.
Yes.
Wow. So we actually missed that altogether. We didn't miss it. Ian found it. I missed it. Let me say I, not we.
But it is analysis.
So, yeah.
But okay. Very interesting. So, and the knight has been taken. So they're going down.
This is
so go back to live, yeah.
I can go back to live, yes. They played knight. Okay, interesting.
But isn't queen e4?
Well, now queen e4 doesn't quite work. It doesn't work because it was still a threat.
So the engine is not up with queen e4, but
the queen e4 doesn't work, I think, because I'll take your bishop.
Oh, then you got an escape square.
Let me see.
You have an escape square. Yeah, I get. You have an escape square this time.
But it's still very risky, man. Still very risky. I still don't. And it's
actually, you don't go down fast. You first maybe do something here because you're losing a knight if you go there. Yeah.
So, okay.
But yes.
Fine. All right.
But still not the most comfortable of things to allow in a classical game.
Okay.
With Russians on the line.
Alusa versus
Lisa Wanjiru.
Lisa Wanjiru versus Alusa. This hasn't gone too far.
Yeah, Lusa says he has not played chess in almost 10 years.
So that's how he plays the bishop's opening. Really, Alusa? Oh, but he has some
knowledge.
Yeah, some knowledge, because his threat is very simple now. He wants to come queen d5.
And then, yeah, okay. But he's not losing a bit.
I'm not happy because I can see there's a possibility of queen here.
Yeah, there's that. Okay, though there's knight e6, but still.
E6, okay.
But still, okay, taking.
That is quite.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's classy.
It is, of course. You don't want to try this.
For sure.
Actually,
no, just
take fast.
Yeah,
take it fast. Yeah, you're right.
And then,
okay.
Wow, okay, that was very classy of Alusa. Then, what? It was taken?
No, it wasn't. This is, yeah. Okay. So I think when we play our moves, I think it changes the color a little bit. Let me see if we play, like, for example, this is not
the bishop.
Let's just knight becomes a bit great, and we have to go back to live or something. Okay. So the other game is what? Jean Christophe versus Jalarudo Lichiri. Ian, what do you think of this Kenyan juniors? This young girl is barely 10, I think, 10 or 11 maximum, maybe 10 even.
Well, it's interesting. That name is very familiar. The first time I met her was at the Kenya Academy of Sports camp, I think 2 or 3 years ago. So she's somebody who is a beneficiary of the Talanta Hela program, sponsored by the Ministry of Sports. But in terms of, let's say, juniors, we can't really generalize because there are quite a number of kids. But yeah, definitely they need to, in my opinion, toughen their openings, know their lines, and then understand the ideas behind some of the moves they play. Because they're very tactical, but if you're a positional player who understands what the position is supposed to be aiming for, you can sometimes get them in very embarrassing situations. Like here, this was a necessary complexity. I don't know why the knight wasn't taken.
The knight on d5 is hanging.
Okay.
I think if you take you're suggesting this?
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably not a bad idea to take. Maybe even right. Actually, go ahead and take it.
What would the issue?
Or even better, let's take here first directly.
Yes.
So that we are pretending. Let's take here.
Nice. 3 weaknesses.
3 weaknesses. So maybe here.
Okay.
I don't know that it works.
Then yeah, maybe something like that.
Does it? Who's better?
Okay, I'd say white is better here.
White is better.
Yeah, white is better here. But yeah, definitely maybe that's why the red wasn't taken. So very wise of who's this? Olashiri. Very nice calculation for a 1400 actually. That is
that foot. And actually, she's playing Jean Christophe Mugisha. They're more or less the same age group. I wish the camera would pan out to these guys, and I'll probably maybe I'll let you take this away, Ian, as I just go and move the camera a bit so we can see these guys. Please keep an eye on our window here. So that now we're at Bonventure. Actually, we can actually so we can see the other category.
For sure.
Where are they? This is the team now. And is that the position on the board? I hope it is.
Yes, it looks like. Yes, it looks like.
Okay.
You can see she's looking side to side, very composed, not very worried.
So,
so as he steps off, let's explore some of the ideas in this position. White should worry about his pawn on e5 because there's the castling idea, then rook to e8 and piling pressure on that, then d6, bishop to d6 with pressure on the king side, h2.
speak too loudly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry guys, we are just being advised by the team that if we commentate too loudly, then the players can hear what you're saying.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so did we finish this story of the silence in the dome after game 7? Yeah.
Well,
So,
what I can say is that a newfound humility became a very very, very, very talented silence was found by him, and but it lived out to a positive end, because we now started discussing some of the ideas in chess. That was when he actually learned the first theories of the endgame, like how to checkmate with 2 rooks. He's not even taught how to checkmate with a queen and a pawn versus king.
which year was this?
This was in 2010.
2010.
He was a Form 2. And interestingly, I've not met him since. I should look out. So in case you're watching, Ian, thank you. I'm actually a chess master now, interestingly.
Yeah, so it's actually, you should be thanking him actually.
For
When you say this story, you should say wiping a tear off your eye. Look at where...
Yes.
You know, and our stories are not very different here. And you know, I also learned chess at the great school.
Ah, nice.
And
the only school. The only
Form 2. Not Robert Ndungu. There's my friend Ndungu. What was his first name? I'm forgetting the first name actually, but that was many years ago. It was back in 1994. And
nice.
he was very humble in his teaching. But I got interested for the sake of it, because it was one of the few exotic things that we were doing. So I won a couple of games. I don't remember. It wasn't so dramatic back during my day. But then in campus, I met a gentleman called Dr. Kevin Somondi. This is 999. And then he told me, do you play chess? I said, yes. I'll bet you if you get a draw or win against me, I'll give you 3 times as much money as you'd give me if I win against you.
Oh, say less.
Like,
awesome.
What arrogance. The disrespect, man. What arrogance is this, right? I said, okay, you know what, I'll just make it fair. You know, I'm not a slouch in chess, so we'll make it even. 20-20. If I lose, I give you. If I draw, 20. But yeah.
Yes.
Man, so the guy plays, he doubles my bishop's pawns, doubles my king's pawns. It's the opening when he says, now you'll never win.
Oh my.
Man, what do you mean? And true to his word, I am... I said, man, how do you know from like move 5 that I'm losing? He says, look at your position, man. These are pawns. This pawn structure, I'll just exchange everything, come and win these guys. And I was so fascinated. Kevin Somondi back in the day was a top junior.
Nice.
In fact, at some point he was called Deep Blue. He went to Uganda and crushed people left, right, and center. Of course, he left chess at some point. And it took me a long time to beat him, because already at that time, he was a real champion. He knew who Akina Kenneth Omulowa, Humphrey and Olo. He played them.
The Maganas.
The Maganas. And we know Magana was Ben Magana's elder brother.
Yes,
the late, unfortunately, now. And so he was a legitimate, strong player. I think his rating at some point was 1900. So that's how I got into chess as well.
Interesting.
Something there in common as well. So we are, if you're not aware, this is round 2 of Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki Chess Tournament, the 3rd edition.
For sure.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, this is the East Africa community, consisting of Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, and even DRC is in this conversation.
Oh, nice.
Yes. And unfortunately, this event hasn't had too many entries from other countries, but still a legitimately strong tournament.
Nice.
What categories do we have, Ian?
Should be under 1800, elite section, and let's see.
Let's see here, one moment. We do have... Why did I miss it?
Or should we just go to chess results?
Yeah, we could go to chess results, but...
you have the poster?
I think I do have it here. Okay, that's not the one. All right, chess results will do the trick, but sure. We'll probably have to do it through this other app.
No, okay.
So we don't have... Okay, you can go to chess results. Go ahead.
Over here, yeah? Chess results, Kenya. But should be under 1800 and 1600, yes.
Yeah,
So,
under 16, under 18, the elite section,
And,
then the junior category, which is divided into two, under 12 and over 12, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, so there's elite, under 1800, under 1600, under 12, and 18, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Very nice.
And I'm just wondering whether we should have a look at some of those results because we haven't had a chance to look at that. Or do you want? Is there a game we need to look at that we haven't looked at?
Are we seeing the ladies? Is there a ladies section in this event?
It's open.
Oh, it's open.
Yeah, it's
Ah,
open.
nice.
Yeah. Age, gender.
Nice.
The only thing that separates the players is their ratings, which is nice.
Oh, nice. So these are the only people playing right now, yeah?
Yeah, those are the only. Because the elite section, I think the next round starts in the afternoon, I suspect.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So maybe we could just check out the rankings.
Okay, for us to do that, allow me let me take the mouse for a moment. We can come back here a little bit.
Okay.
And I want to take this thing called. Yeah.
Very good.
Then let's move that up a little bit. And I want to hide this from the people for a moment as we come to chess results.
Okay.
You can enter the chess results here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Kenya here. So
There we go. So let's give me a moment, please.
sure.
Let me just go to full screen. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Yeah, there we
Awesome.
go. Take it away. Yeah. Mhm.
very good. So let's check out under 1600. Who are the people leading at this point in time?
Ian, give me a moment. I think
Sure.
these guys can't see you.
Oh, they
So I
can't see.
needed to add you here a little bit.
No worries.
And the way to do that, maybe I'll do something very small so that this is what they are looking at. This one is ours.
Okay.
And I'm going to add.
There I am.
There you are now. So I don't know where we're going to position you so that
Well, anywhere.
this is good.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay.
Okay, so let's check out
Wait a
who are
minute.
leading.
Wait a minute. This is not yet live. Waiting. We can do that. That's fine. Okay.
Awesome. So let's check out who are participating, perhaps the field. You can see quite a bunch of rated players, all the way to number 53. Yeah, Kiplangat Barack of Maven's Chess Club. They're all rated.
Can you imagine? This is what category? Under 1800?
Under 1600.
Under 1600, okay.
Chess has really improved in Kenya.
I'm telling you.
All these people with FIDE IDs, look, even the ones who don't have FIDE ratings, they still have FIDE IDs down here.
Do you know, Ian, recently I was commentating a game between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Russia and Togo, and I was looking up the ratings of the players. I thought the ratings were fairly low, 1800, 1700. Then I discovered
Yes.
Togo has 15 rated players in the country.
Oh no.
15, I kid you not. And then as I was about to wonder, it occurred to me that not so long ago, around the time you're studying chess, I think we weren't very different as a country. It's just in the last maybe 10 years that we've witnessed a chess explosion. And watch out world, by the way. A lot of young players are making people like Ian and I to get into. We are some chess players, but we are training more and more because we think these juniors have a lot more to offer. We are growing old, right?
For sure.
Had we learned chess not in high school but
way earlier
at the same age, Magnus Carlsen would be okay.
For sure.
Yeah, okay.
So I can see all the way to 160 people in this category. It's a very, very big category. We've got people from all over, Waller's Chess Club, SI, Victoria. People have come all the way from Kisumu to be here. You can see Mirema, Lighthouse, people from all the way from Mombasa. So Bonvenja was the certain lead, but that's due to his rating. So let's see the ranking list after round one, who's leading. And we have Award Concealia Ndegwa of Lighthouse. Then we've got Ndegwa Awin of Chess Kenya Elite Academy. For those outside Kenya, Chess Kenya Elite Academy is a catchment academy for those sponsored by the government to improve their chess. They've been sponsored by a GM and an IM from Zambia. I can see Charlo Cynthia. Oh, Charlo Cynthia. Wow, she's an IA. She mentioned playing soon, and here she is playing.
She's interesting transition. Yeah.
Yes, very interesting.
Congratulations.
For sure. Then we got Gishui, Wambura, then good luck Terikwa. Very interesting. Terikwa also brings me memories. There is, do you know Gathesha Thirikwa is also a doctor, all the way from Alliance as well.
Can you see who they were playing against? Let's see.
Who? For instance,
Is that the pirate? Who's
this one? Good luck.
how are they related?
No. This one, good luck Thirikwa. I was saying this surname is very familiar to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Then we got Zik. So the top 10 are all the way to Morioki, Brandon, Canary. So clearly it's a young field, because I can see the only people who are maybe over 18 are Chalo and who else? The rest seem like juniors, yeah? So very young lead. And Bonaventure is now at, still tied for first, but 12th place due to Buchholz. Yeah, so let us see the other...
What was the pairing like on that round?
The pairing for that round?
Round one, let's see.
Okay, the pairing. We've got this South Sudan,
Alyssa beat Gemma from Somalia. Somalia. Okay, very nice.
Then Christoph won. Then Kikuyu Brian lost against Zablon. Concilia won. Is this a
Concilia
walkover?
got a walkover, yes.
That's a walkover. And interestingly, she's the lead still.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah, because the Bushels you'd think the Bushels would punish her for that.
Yes, for sure.
Waidaka Koech lost to Kipto Emmanuel. Then Mushiri walkover again. So Kabuga won that one. Then Ethan lost to Samuel Maina. Then Morgan. So some new names. So this is very
I'm
interesting.
seeing Kiggs Michael on board 17. I remember that in one of the last Jumuiya Africa Mashariki, he was playing Jadarudo Luchiri. And so he saw the size of Jada's size. And then he went to the corridors and he was walking around and parabolating. Kiggs, you're a nice guy. Please let us say this story. Actually, we captured that game. It's somewhere on the channel. And so he came in, I think, half an hour later. And suffice to say that I think he's gone back and studied chess. That's why he's been able to get at least this point out of there. But nice guy, very good sport. I think after the loss, he really congratulated the young lady Jadarudo, who was a very strong player. So the lesson there is we don't underrate
anybody
anymore.
For sure. And then for those in the Kenyan scene, definitely they know that there is a very light-hearted beef between Kiggs and Mehul.
There is.
Yes. There's a time he challenged Mehul. Him and Timoy, the two guys of challenged Mehul. So that's some interesting things. So clearly he's on his winning streak.
Okay.
Let's see what other categories have. So under 1800.
Pairing for the previous round?
Pairing for the previous round. Let's see. So initially we had the highest rated against, interestingly, my student, Muli.
Is this the African under 11 champion?
Gold medalist.
Gold medalist. Very strong player. Good job.
Very proud.
You're the coach.
Yes. Though he's now also with Chess Kenya Elite Academy.
Elite Academy, yes. But I mean, you have to get the Elite Academy, you have to qualify. That means someone must have coached you to get there.
For sure.
Boss, I
appreciate. So Joseph, and it was a draw. This is very encouraging considering his rating.
And I think he was actually better.
Oh, nice.
He didn't believe that he was better. So I think I looked at the game and was very impressed.
Yes.
Very nice guy, very disciplined.
For sure.
I've known him for a couple of years. Tactical, yeah?
Very tactical.
Nice.
And he consumes information like a sponge. Sometimes he gets home and is just consuming chess content for like 4 hours. That never gets tired.
That's the discipline. He was so happy because I think he beat Nathaniel Manyiki for the first time.
Yes.
It's been Nathaniel versus Muli for a long time, and most of those times he loses. And this time.
And it was sweet vengeance actually, because in South Africa, much as Manyeki was slightly sick because the cold had affected him, etc. If Muli had won the last game against Manyeki, it's Muli would have gotten the silver medal for the continental event, but he lost, and so Nathaniel got it. So in Mombasa, he got the chance to beat Manyeki and then get the gold. So such vengeance for him. Yeah. But that does not write out Manyeki. Definitely one of the superstars of chess in the country.
No, definitely. I think Manyeki is also African champion under 9.
Yes.
And he did go play in Egypt. I think going to Egypt with the lions and lionesses there and emerging unscathed, he won all his games.
For sure.
That was quite a statement. I played Manyeki in Kiambu Open and I won, but barely. Man, that boy is tactical. Then, because I think he had mercy on me as an old man. Then in the Blitz event after Nairobi County.
Yes.
So I was better, I was winning. Then he found tactical sequences and it was drawn.
Oh.
So it was rook versus king.
Nice.
And I was still licking my wounds, feeling bad. Now, how did I get this draw? And so I'm playing automatic moves. He plays a move attacking my rook. And I play my king elsewhere, he takes a rook.
Oh no.
And then he looks at me and says, "Oh no, Victor, oh no." He didn't say it that way, but I mean, you can see that look of he got his sweet revenge as well. Yeah.
For sure. Very interested. And I like the humility with you is very touching, to be honest. And that is something people should emulate. Don't just celebrate your wins, also the losses you can always share.
Sure.
Very nice. So Bella here lost against Nyamiaka. That one we saw what happened there.
That was painful.
Oh, Zadok was playing.
Zadok is playing.
Okay.
I think Zadok would be one of the top 3 players in this category.
He was playing against somebody called Dominic Kiama.
No, that's a very strong player. Dominic Carlos Kiama.
You know him, yeah?
Very well. I've played him as well. I've won both our games, but they're
Nice.
not easy games at all. I think he's thoroughly underrated after that 1667, and maybe a couple of things have interfered as well.
Nice. Then we got Waweru, who lost to Maniki. Maniki was famous for that, for winning. Then we got Isaiah playing nice and drew against a very strong Jeshurun. Jeshurun is really causing problems, yeah?
Yeah, Jeshurun. I was looking at Jeshurun some times back, and I thought this young man will be in the top 10 very soon. Maybe, of course, there is work to be done, but very strong player, I agree.
Then we've got Crispinas, who has been on many trips internationally, won against Njeritu, which is also a common name in chess.
Yeah, very strong young man.
Then Abeltaji lost against Wayne. That's odd.
Wayne Jarumi. No. Wayne Jarumi is actually the category winner. He's the Kenya national champion for the under 13 open section.
Wow.
Yes, on under 13, under 15. I think it's under 15. So under 15 is where you have Abel Taji, you have Kyle Kuka, you have all these guys.
Nice.
So for Wayne to be the champion in that category,
He must be very good.
this is not an upset at all. This is just, and you can see he's higher rated than Abel right now.
Clearly, by quite the margin
by
there.
the margin, yeah.
Then we got Haemba Moses. Haemba, that name might be familiar to
Of
you.
course, Swords, Moses, Sodium. That's your name. Just ask anybody what that means.
Then against Amos Ocheng. Then Stanley Omondi. This is a very famous name.
His famous name. We may not discuss, but very good to see him back playing chess.
Sure. And winning.
Yeah, I think he has a talented young man.
For sure. Then
we see how we'll keep an eye out for his development.
For sure. Then Dean Martin. This guy, I know him. He very famously told me that he coaches himself. His mom had suggested I coach him. So clearly he's still winning, though it was by Wakoba. So good luck to him. I don't know where he is right now. Maybe he's now finished campus.
Okay.
So 17-15. So maybe we can go to...
an interesting name there. I'm seeing Corey, Florida. This young lady, I met her when I was the coach of Team Kenya to the Africa Youth Schools, Africa Youth Chess Championship in Ghana 2018. And I thought she just played chess for about a year, but she was quite passionate and very strong.
Yes.
I'm surprised that she lost this game to ACM Jesse Fabian, but it is what it is. And then Osidiana Eli, okay, this is Eli lost. This is quite surprising as well to Ngugi Clinton. And
I'm surprised that Elsie lost.
Also lost to Claude Peter. Okay, there is no weak play in this tournament, by the way.
Clearly.
Yeah, all these players are very strong. So it is what it is. Kamuni LC is not paired.
Yeah, and Eric also. I think they dropped out or something. Was this round 1, yeah?
Round 2, let's see how it went.
So round 2, no, this is the pairing, yeah?
That's the pairing.
So the pairing, Hayden versus Kinoti, Maniki versus Claude, Crispinas versus Joel Austin, ACM versus Jarumi. So basically, all the winners met all the winners. The guys who drew met each other, with the exception of Nigel, who is the person who won against his opponent and then found somebody who drew. That is Joseph Bedogo.
So many draws, which is surprising. We never see this, but that tends to be a sign of improving chess, to be honest. Yeah.
Clearly.
Okay.
Awesome. So let's we can go down to June under 12. So clearly, wow, there's been quite the progress here.
Yeah, they have only one day. We should give them a bit of attention. You're right.
For sure.
Can we start from round 1 and see the pairing?
Round 1, the pairing. Let's see. So round 1, we had Madiba versus Ajode. Ajode, is this Omolo's son? Because I know Omolo calls himself.
You're
Ajode.
right. That's his name actually. That's his official name. I think is in ID Kenneth Ajode Omolo.
So very interesting there. Though he lost against Madiba. Then we've got Boaz who did not show up. Then there was Marcus, who won against Liam. Musundi, who won against Henry. Ryan, who won against Nyamu. Caleb.
Walkover.
Walkover. Then we got Chege Samuel, who won against Mayra. Then Walkover again in favor of Melanie. Then Mushiri lost to Pete.
Yeah, let me just confirm that we still have people can still
coverage,
see us. Yeah, because sometimes we may be talking to ourselves. I'm surprised nobody's commenting, and we have the great
guys.
guys, what's up?
Guys, comment in the
No,
chat.
we are live. We are live.
Yeah.
And I think
Feel free to share your shout outs if you want us to cover any game.
yeah, just put a comment there so we can be
Sure.
and ask any questions. This is truth. Ian is going to tell you all the truths about his chess passions and his chess coaching activities.
If you're a parent and you're at work and you want to follow one of your students, you could mention the name in the chat. Then we can tell you how many points, etc., and if they're winning. So we can keep track of that. But Jaden over here, so quite a bunch of names. We covered the top 10. And clearly it was still a big group. It goes all the way to 51 boards.
Yeah.
So basically we got 1 people.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can now go over to round 2. Round 2, let's see who shone. So round 2 we had Alvan Koya Kimenju versus Maniki. They drew. Then Melanie versus Musundi. Melanie won. Then Caleb Gidinji and Ryan won. And then Wandene versus Jasiri won. Stephanie versus Machoka, Stephanie's the one who won. Then there was a draw between Bugathuku and Jadburu. Then Jaden versus Ivy, Jaden won. Then Oli versus Cecilia won. Goodwill Kamau versus Janice, Goodwill won. And then closing out the top 10, we've got Mariam versus Taraji. This is a very unique name. I love this name. Indakwa Taraji Jada Nyarotso.
Yeah, that's a nice
that's a Hollywood name.
That's,
right there.
that person is going crazy. Look, it's a lady, I'm guessing.
I have to guess.
Taraji
Let's
Jeda.
just click. Let's see.
That's a lady for sure, and she's going places.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You better live up to your name, Taraji, right?
For sure.
Okay.
That's a very beautiful name right there. So she won against Miriam Kalai. So I think that's it. And
that's it. Those are the top boards.
Let's say round 3. Round 3, let's see. So we got Liam versus Jaden. Jaden has been on a winning streak, clearly.
But Liam won this game.
Yeah, but Liam won this one. Then Cecilia lost to
Masharia Warren Maina.
Masharia, yes. Then Madiba won against Goodwill. Then our nice name.
Oh, they lost.
Here,
Okay.
Yeah, lost to
Fine. Commentators cast, but they take that back. Let's change that a little bit.
For sure, we change back.
Yeah, we change back. Okay, it's a great name, Jeda Taraji.
For sure.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Jabali Brighton lost to Melanie. Jasiri lost to Taji. Prince, I'm happy to see royal names over here.
What's the relationship? Do you have a...
No, I'm Ian King. He's
nice one. That went right over my head, guys. Oh, yeah, okay, fine.
For sure. Ngugi Karuga, Karanja Thuku won. Karuga versus Aoki. Aoki won. Raven versus Gishui. Raven won. That closes out the top 10. And one thing I must appreciate about the Jumuiya is that they don't have a ladies section, and I've always believed that chess is a mental game and they should always play against each other. You can see no sex is favored, no gender is favored, and they're all winning.
Yeah, that's a place where winning. I know we hold all opposite opinions. but you know the question, and it's an important question.
For sure.
Is it? It's true that ladies are as good as men in chess.
Yeah.
Okay. So that we agree. So what is this? Why is it that there are not as many ladies at the top? And this is that's a rhetorical question, because this is my view. My thinking is that we don't have as many girls playing chess as men historically. Yes, and that's the reason. Because you see, if I'm picking the top out of a pool of 1 billion,
sure,
I'll get some brilliant guys. Like if the brilliance rate is, let's say, 1%. What is 1% of 100 or 1,000? That's 10, right?
Yes.
If I pick 1% of of 100 is just one person. So if we have only 100 ladies playing versus 10,000 men,
The pool is smaller.
I'll get 1,000 men who are brilliant at chess versus one lady who's brilliant. And that's what we've seen. Look at Judith Polgar. Crushed everybody. She's literally beaten every world champion except now Ding Liren and what's her name? Gukesh. But
Yes,
Magnus
Maharaj.
Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Gary Kasparov, she's crushed all of them. And
sure.
so I think that's been the issue. So
sure.
what I think we need to do is to create incentives to have more ladies play chess. Not
sure.
because the men are better, but to grow that number from 100 to let's say 5,000. So that now it's 10,000 men versus 5,000 ladies. Now, if you take the best from both of these crops,
It should be
will be comparable. But even as we say that, I have to remember that just a few years ago, Gikandi Bani Swamboi
Yes.
decided to go and play in the open section. Juniors, I think she was 12 at the time, under 12 or something. And she crushed everybody. She emerged top the win, and she went to represent Africa in the open category.
Nice. Maybe something to add to that. This year, in tandem to or in touch with what you're saying, that incentives. This year, Chess Kenya is offering a car as well to the ladies category, so that should really boost.
Man,
numbers.
yes. Oh,
Maybe that's why even Cynthia is.
it's moving from depression back to.
So clearly, it's working.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's a really nice. And if you're watching this, you don't play chess or you play chess as a hobby. For the last, I think, 4 or 5 years,
Yes.
the winner of the open category in Kenya
Has had a car.
has won a car. First prize is a car. Literally, you get the key. That's what you get, and you
you
move
drive
on.
off. It's fuel.
So Mehul has gotten 2 cars.
Yes.
Martin Joroge, Martin Makligeo, and Joseph Metu. That's 5.
Yes, 5
So
cars.
this year, for the first time, there'll be cars for both the ladies and the all.
Yes.
So guys,
your
ladies
time.
out there, this is your time. You don't have to play Ian King. You don't have to play. And I fully support that kind of separation for the time being. Of course, there's an argument that it sort of doesn't, recognize the ladies, and I appreciate that where it's coming from. It's a good thought process. But maybe if you look at it from raising the number of ladies playing, maybe we can make peace with it at some degree, at some point. Yeah.
For sure. So let's see what happened in round 3. So Taji, no, it's still going on. Yeah, this is round 4.
This is round 4. Yeah.
This is the current pairings. Taji versus Maina, Tuku versus Bates, then Ryan versus Kirega. This is a famous name in chess, the Kirega brothers. Shout out to you.
Are they related?
No idea.
No idea. Okay, fine.
No idea.
When you have,
But this is under 12. This is under 12.
this is under
You
12.
never know.
You never know.
Because I know Titus Kirega has had a family for a while.
Okay.
So yeah, could be. The younger
That's
brother,
Fox
Joseph,
chess.
the younger brother is one who got a kid recently, so couldn't be this. So Lemuel playing against Melanie, Stephanie against Valamia. Then we got Tomolo versus Mburu, Tuku versus Bana. Then Ajode versus Njoroge, then Chege, Faith, and then Chege again, Mushiri versus Janice. That closes out the top.
Top 10, yeah. Okay.
So now we go to Junior and 18. I think this is where Howie is playing. Howie, those who know, that's a famous name.
Howie, which one?
Howie Kaloki.
No, Kaloki is playing in the elite section.
in the elite. Oh.
And they actually beat Compton Gone. You missed it.
Oh, I missed it.
You missed very dramatic. Agong was winning, but at some point, yeah.
I apologize, chat. I was held up by an impromptu meeting, yes, and then transit, yes. So the first pairings, we've got Nduta versus Munene, Nduta 1, Abigail versus Abigail. Oh, double Abigails. So Mudoni won against Jambura, then Kako versus Mudoni, Kako won. Joseph won against Bosibori. Prince lost to Mumbi for not showing up. Then we got Washera versus Akinyi. Akinyi won. I think I know whose daughter this is. She's very big in homeschooling. I think this is also another daughter.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, so Kate Akinyi, Mwendo of Victor. Victor won. Then Theophilus Nandoha, very prodigious student, plays chess.
Boss, you have to break down, use small words. Prodigious, what do you mean? And then Nandoka.
Well, he's very, very talented, let me say that. And definitely one who's very prolific with his attendance.
So from that prodigy. So this is
that against Butesha, and I can see he won. Then Faith versus Minage won. So, and then the last one, closing out the top 10, we've got Morgan versus Chomba and Chomba won. So that's the field chart. You can see all the way as you scroll down to Precious Wanjiko. So quite a big field. And I like how well presented this tournament is. Considered, let's see, so round two, we've got again Nduta versus Joseph. Joseph won. Nyambura lost to Angel Mumbi. This is actually Evelyn Gishuru's daughter.
Yeah, Evelyn Gishuru.
Yes.
As if you don't know Evelyn Gishuru, you know as coach now. But many years ago, when chess was, there are very few prodigious people. If I borrow your word, who are playing chess. Evelyn was one of those people representing Kenya in many events. One of the top players. I think she was national champion at some point. I'm not sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely she was. And
now she runs the
Membley Titans.
Yes.
Very famous. It's a registered club, and she's also, I think, in the leadership of Kiambu Chess County Chess Association.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job.
Yeah, very good job. Okay. One of the most popular associations in terms of membership. So we've got Victor versus Kako. Victor won. Akinyi lost to Theophilus.
Yeah, and to give you some doctor's advice, I see you're drinking this thing that looks like sodas.
Yes.
Sodas are not good for your health.
Yes, I'll take that advisement.
Let me drink.
It's just that he says that as he takes his.
That was the point.
So his sweet vengeance that went over my head. for sure. But yes, definitely chat. Carbonated drinks not exactly the best, but I have an excuse. I'm a bachelor. I didn't have time for breakfast. Had to take something on the way. So I can see Ryungu versus Ezekiel.
Wait. We can't let that pass. Ian, did you say you're a bachelor? Okay, let me move the camera closer. Yeah, let's just make sure that we have everything here very nicely. We hear this. That's Ian. That's Ian from the Alliance High School. Brilliant young man. I'm not sure. I don't know the young, but
yes, I'm pretty young.
They are relative to me. I have gray hair on my head. Let me cover my head nicely. He said, "Okay, fine, carry on."
Nice. So we've got. No, we were board 6, yeah? So
Chat, we have a plan. We have a plan. There's a comment here from somebody. Good job, guys. Love the commentary. Thank you. But let's start a project, guys. Put it in chat. We want to end Ian's bachelorhood. This is Project 2026. Ladies.
Search it for my queen.
Yeah. I know there must be a lady somewhere who... Okay, carry on.
Awesome. So we've got, so board 6, Gitombo versus Wanjiru. Wanjiru lost to Gitombo. Minage lost to Brasfield. Then we've got Nathan versus CJ. Oh, that's a very unique name. CJ Favor. Okay. So CJ lost, unfortunately, to Nathan. Though there's a very famous phrase which was popularized by Evelyn Gishuru. She said, "We never learn, you never lose. You either win or you learn."
Yeah, and I have to interrupt you. I know this has gone very well, but I'm noticing that the late team has started their rounds, the games, and we haven't really had the chance to
go through the games.
Quite a number of. So my apologies, guys. Let's just we'll come back. I promise juniors will come back and look at your games. But
for sure.
Let's just look at this once again. We're looking at round 2 games. I think we'll have to. Which game was this? This was. We
were looking at Bonventure.
We looked at this at some point, yes, and we were quite interested.
Continuation.
His continuation was. We thought it was decent.
Yes. So. Yeah, as I mentioned previously, the idea of upon the 6th, then Bishop coming there to pressurize
this idea.
Yes, okay. And so he released the pressure.
This is the position now.
Yes.
Okay, but time situation is kind of equal. Yeah. So let's look at Nyakundi versus Nyamiaka Hayden. I think we looked at. This is one of the ones that we thought was. Yeah, we felt that there was a bit of a.
That is nasty.
Oh, sorry, you laughed too loud. Sorry. Oh my goodness, is that what LOL came from?
Yes. Like what? Yeah, like this is painful. The queen just going. Oh, this is disrespect now. Did you see that move? Queen to go back one move.
But I think they didn't blunder. They blundered, right?
Oh, because of that sacrifice. But the king just goes there.
No, but there's this.
Oh.
Which he missed.
Oh, by the way.
There's this. Okay, you're still better, but not as better as the king picks.
or the king picks.
Okay, what a king. I didn't, no pun
The
intended,
king
but,
is a fighting piece.
but,
Yeah, but that was a nice find, by the way.
but look at what they did now.
What is happening over here?
Yeah, so actually they blundered completely by that fancy move. Yeah, they oh my goodness.
What they do? They took. Oh, okay,
They should just have. Oh wait,
No, no,
they
after.
couldn't take. It doesn't work. Oh, they couldn't take. This is ridiculous. Is it opening prep or something? I'm not sure.
Let's just see. What's so wrong with taking?
Picks.
Then bishop there.
Bishop there.
What's
Oh, look at this. Rook comes. Oh my goodness, you can't take.
because
Check.
check. Oh, then the queen also goes. Oh,
Then your queen also joins the party.
oh,
My goodness.
that is nice.
Oh my goodness.
That's some. As we discussed, the juniors are very tactical.
No, this is Nyameka Hayden. He's not a junior.
Oh, he's not a junior?
Yeah, but he's a very strong player. Well done.
nice.
This is
Yeah.
this is classy play.
But the continuation there.
That is classy play.
Okay.
Seems as if they.
As in,
Wow.
but now you see now black is super winning.
Black is better.
Not just
he-
better, I suppose.
It's an exchange up, but for a couple of pawns. I think they're like 3 pawns, right?
yes,
23, yeah. No, 2 pawns up, 2 pawns and
But with the king side weaknesses,
yeah.
I'm not seeing how feasible it is to survive an attack here.
Yeah, okay. Kelly Maniki versus Cloud Peter. Let's run through this very quickly.
So yeah, nice line, Jobava.
The Jabava one. I thought Black handled it very well. So, but this is.
So we had discussed. Oh, so he took. Okay.
Now.
Wait,
this
go back
knight-
one more. I thought I saw queen. Just one. Also, yeah, nice. Let's continue.
Yeah, now eyeing this square,
Yes,
and I think it's generally a bad idea to allow it.
which he did.
I see the reason is that guy there.
Yeah. Oh,
Greek gift.
oh. He found a nicer way to do it.
Yeah, and you have to.
Yeah, this might be lights out. This one.
Yeah, this
one.
The lights went out here.
Yeah,
But
because
wait a minute, does it? You see, this is what is natural, but I don't think it works.
everything is winning.
Everything works, but you have to know to bring the other more pieces to the party. Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, sorry guys, my apologies. Yeah, so this is where we were. No, he didn't do it.
Didn't do it.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he's taking the safe route. Just
Oh, but he's brought now the other rook in. Yeah, and this is over. Yeah, this is over.
nice.
That's
Hi.
Hi, Sunshine, the game go. Sorry.
Yeah, so his daughter just walked by.
Yeah. This is what we've seen. And then Jean-Christophe versus Jadarudo. I think this is a game we really wanted to follow. I hope we can have the camera on this and see these two people playing. We saw this earlier. This is the Italian, and we were quite impressed by this play. Who recommended to give out the exchange. Let's see why. Can you figure it out?
Because of the queen
This
h4.
attack becomes tricky. Okay, so
Because
let's,
you can't push pawns.
but I'm still not.
You're not convinced.
I still don't get it.
Wait. What happens after if rook takes? I think the idea is queen bishop.
Oh, okay. But if you don't take,
If you don't take the what?
if you don't take the pawn,
You don't take the pawn. Ooh, don't take the pawn. I think even this works. I think even bishop f3, if I'm not wrong.
bishop f3. Yo.
But no, if
Let's
no,
see.
I'm saying not right now. Like if let's say the bishop was still here.
Okay.
Yeah, but even this should
Now
be.
bishop f3.
Yes.
Nice spot.
Yes.
It's a strong player, and by the way, he's a coach. He's an active coach. He's so. I before they give us this is Nyameka Hayden, by the way. That's the game we are looking at.
Oh, nice. At
Kellyman.
least I can now see his face and the chat as
Nyameka
well.
Hayden versus Kome.
Nice.
So I think this is the position. It would have been nice to see the thought process after Bishop went there, because you all thought the queen is lost.
Yeah.
And we were laughing. Then we missed a very simple tactic, right? Fortunately for us, we can always turn off the engine, do the move back, say, oops,
For sure.
sorry. But it doesn't happen like that in chess. So let's see
sure.
this game versus Jean Christophe. What's the situation?
Jean Christophe. So they went for very tactical. Oh, the coach of Jean Christophe is actually Jackson.
Jackson Kamau, yes.
Yeah, so maybe that's why there's a lot of tactical bent to his play. Okay. Yeah, so I think the position is relatively calm right now. Relatively calm.
Oh, is that not just a blunder of a piece?
Yeah, that was a blunder. I don't know why he did that.
I think she just missed it.
Yes.
How do you get go? Congratulations,
Yeah.
that's my other daughter. Coming to, let's see how it went.
Yes.
Okay. E4, E6, D4, D5, knight C3, F5. French defense, which one? Okay. Good. You played the wrong move. She had a free piece, completed everything, then she played the wrong move. Okay, so I think that was a blunder here. Just missed that. That guy was hanging.
Yeah.
Is this the position?
Yes.
Maybe it is, but it's
Possibly it was a touch move situation, probably. He
a
was
touch
supposed
move. The knight has options, can play here.
So I don't understand why he'd play.
But still, I mean, it still looks very bad, right?
Yeah, I don't know why.
There's no check coming. What's the idea?
Oh, it's still losing because if you run away, this is an attack and this checkmate.
Oh.
Yeah, this.
Okay, so basically, what you're saying that if you run away like this,
Yeah, the knight is lost.
And if you run away, the knight saying, "Oops," oh, let's play here.
Oh, if you play there, and if play there, maybe you survive now.
Let's pick.
But if they trade,
if I pick back,
oh, you can pick back. I'm not sure you can pick back because the rook is coming. Okay, I'd seen the line where you play knight f4, but okay, this is still decent.
Decent, yeah, black is still winning completely.
Yeah, because there's so many ways. There's save your queen here, then the discoveries are endless.
There's actually a discovery already even at this point.
Yes, the discoveries are endless. Maybe we should first save the queen first, but everything should just be winning at this point. You can see it's minus 6.2.
All right. So, but you also said you saw another nice move.
Yeah, at this point, no, as in after.
Sorry, after they save this here.
Yeah, after save then the trade, then takes. There's that knight because.
He's back. Sorry guys, you lost us for a moment, just a bit of a technical issue. But we can have a look at now the main elite section.
Okay.
We can go to round 2. Yeah, round 2 is out here. So take it away, sir.
Awesome. So we've got Jamie, one of the most famous juniors in the country. Let's see what went down in his game.
Yeah, it's here. It's okay.
Oh, it's here, yeah. Very nice. Okay, so he began playing e4. Now this is Badol. So Garang played e4. Then there was e6 and then e5. A very good stylistic choice. When you're playing against juniors, you don't want to allow tactics. You want to squeeze space. And Garang is known for his tactics, so that's a very good position move. Tries to fight for the French lines. Pantu does not allow that, so he plays d4 instead and forces new territory. h6, queen e7. Then we have a game. As you can notice, he's still trying to ensure that he has a very strong positional bind. e7, d7 I mean, then castling. A bit risky, castling that side. Then the pawn. Notice he did not trade the knights, but instead play the pawn to maintain that idea of positional bind. So there's ways to go in this game. Black is going to attack on the king side, at least as where white is right now, and then white is going to attack on the queen side. Appears like black is making the first move, because after the pawn is traded, g5 is going to be in play, then the knight moves, then the rooks come along the files. That is only going to work out if Garang maintains his king either in the center or castles king side. In this position, the better idea might not be to be attack on the queen side, but to castle on that side as well. So let's see what he chooses. That is as far as this board goes. If we move over to Shitundu Limbikani, we've got a very interesting looking position over here. Let's see how it started out. So we had e4, then c5, then f4, e6, then knight f3. So I really like how Manyang is playing over there. But Shitundu is known for his tactical finesse. So such a position should be within his wheelhouse. Bishop h3, very nice. Trying to relieve the pressure from d4 by attacking the knight on f5. Takes, double attack on the pawn with the knight retreat, very nice. And then stealing a bishop. But Shitundu maintains his bishop. Okay, moves forward, takes the pawn, moves away. So this open idea might have backfired for Mayang a little bit, because his knight on a3 looks quite suspicious. Maybe that's why he's playing the move b4, and very wisely trading at this point, because you cannot allow the bishop being on b4. Those two bishops look at the king, too dangerous, and if the pawn takes, castling is very recommended, and that's what he does. Yeah, definitely a strong player. I think the university captain of USIU, if I'm not wrong, very famous, known also for playing while shirtless and doing push-ups as he plays strong moves. A very interesting character. A coach as well. Those in USIU, a shout out to you. Then castling, the knight there. And the game goes. So a way to analyze this position is look at king safety. Black's king looks very safe, whereas Shitundu's king looks a bit pressed for space. So that might be an issue. And the a3 pawn basically clamping down the a2 pawn might really kill out many ideas from the queenside attack. And that's that for that position or game. We go to Chumba Alan versus Oluka. Let's see what went down in this game. We've got e4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop c4, bishop c5, h6, and f4. Then we've got d5. Yeah, Chumba is famous for tactical moves. And so here Robert takes, see no danger. And then, yeah, there's little to fear here. After the Simin fork, yeah, as in white simply takes a piece back, and all he has to do is move the king and then be perfectly okay. So that knight is stuck. Here white is completely winning. If I put on the engine right now, clearly plus 3.4. Yeah, the rook move is no issue at all. There are too many pieces that can be put in front of the queen, so not an issue at all. Even piling up will not make sense because there's always the move king to d2. So a comfortable win for Robert. I don't know why Chumba went for that pawn push. Yeah, the fork. Sometimes the fork doesn't work. The fans of the fried liver attack, that idea doesn't always work, unfortunately, and this is a clear case of that.
Was there fried liver somewhere?
Yeah, so in this game between Chumba and Makligao, yeah, he tried. Okay, you can't really fault him much, yeah, because you had to see the continuation. Okay. So far, decent play. F4 by Robert, not exactly needed, but stylistic choice. Now, this is the move that is a bit
controversial.
Yeah, I put on the engine at the point I was just trying to confirm if my analysis is correct. Maybe I should put it off. But you can see, even the engine didn't like that idea, because after taking, there's really not much to fear, because the only venom is knight g4, but there's knight here, and then also even this works because of the interesting move queen e2, and then now your only saving grace is taking the rook.
Yeah, it's like a fried liver reverse.
Yes, and then now you can't take because the knight takes, and this is stuck here, it will die. And look at the central control, that clump of pawns, the center and pieces. This just, yeah, so took back the piece, and this is still trapped. And then there's no pinning the queen because there are too many people who can come to defend. So maybe a move like this, simply this, and then even this here.
You didn't even have knight, even knight e5 here may still work, I suspect.
Yeah.
After the pin.
Yeah, because you've got the pawn push, yeah. Yeah, as in, so it's very sad. So this is a very comfortable win for
Robert.
Yeah, for Robert.
I'm seeing Alusa has a fantastic, and I have good news for the people. I thought a camera we didn't have, we have it. So we're going to improve on that view of how you see King.
Oh. Yes. We need to find that queen. Should be ready to the wedding. So let us see. Yeah, so definitely let's see the game Panchol. So Panchol, the founder of Pimadol Chess Club, is playing against Anomondi Suleiman. Those who don't know Panchol from afar, those guys watching outside the country or East Africa, Panchol is one of the stronger players in East Africa, hailing from South Sudan, but currently playing, I think, for the Chess Kenya Federation. So I don't know why his flag is still South Sudan. That is something we need to discuss. But anyway, let's see what went down here. So d4, c5. I love this. He plays the Benoni. Yeah, the Benoni is something I like playing against people who are so read up in theory, because many people don't look at the Benoni. It's a sideline. So d5. Then and he's playing one of the most tactical versions of it with b5. And Suleiman goes for an interesting pawn break, a4. Yeah, but that definitely just allows black to just continue developing on the queen side and then cement his pawns. And the white's bishop is is biting on granite, nothing, because the pawn on d5 just kills its activity. So Panchol clearly on a comfortable positional squeeze. No weaknesses. He can play this position forever. And it's almost like a hedgehog structure. All he has to do is exchange the dark square bishop on b2, preferably with his knight that is currently on e5, and the position should be pretty won. It should be, as Hans Niemann says, the position will just play itself from that point on.
Really? Positions really.
Well, because it's look at this position. There are no weaknesses. Yeah, so Panchol clearly staying true to his 2000 rating. He's been in Kenya for a while, schooled here, now a coach. Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is almost done.
Awesome.
Sorry guys, just Ian can do a dance or something to entertain you guys.
Maybe I could mention my favorite opening. The Italian is always the best opening.
That means we are already past E4 D4 conversation. E4
Yes.
D4, we are not even discussing that, guys. Have you heard?
The D4 is not a move.
D4 is not a move. I think then yep. Ian, I'll try to just make a small change, something here.
Okay.
People may not see it yet, but it is gonna come out okay, I believe.
Okay. That was very classy play by Oluka. I really liked that fearless queen e2.
I'm wondering why this. I'm looking at this. Sorry, guys. This is a. I'm wondering out loud. I don't know whether that's a thing.
Yeah, it's allowed.
I'm allowed to wonder out loud.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Think out loud, one out loud.
Out loud is a thing. Okay, fine.
Yes,
so
it's a thing.
come on.
Oh, I didn't check what you had. Oh, it's A R D.
This I got from Pastor. What's his name? Oh, yeah. Man, this is almost embarrassing now if I don't get that right. Okay. This is what I was working on to just make sure that you can see Ian King quite clearly as he's bringing you this action live. Are we frozen? No, we are not frozen.
Yeah, frozen.
Oh, that was very almost frozen. And I want to see if we can also just make a small adjustment here. Please forgive me.
Sure, no worries at all.
Just one last item to do.
As black, favorite defense is Sicilian.
Milan.
Very, very solid response to e4. Very broad, but very.
So actually here it's important to take note that we are looking at Jadarudo and
it's so clear, I like it.
Jean Christophe. Maybe you can pick up their board and see.
For sure.
It will be here, I think. Yeah, this is the move.
Oh, it's almost it's the tail end of the game.
Tail end of the game, yeah. So you can actually watch them all the way to the end. Give them their due. Give them their due. That's two very strong, talented children. I know that my aspect ratio is somewhere there, but I'll have to live with it. Sorry, Ian. Sorry, guys.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. And Ian was going to tell us the stories about. I'm not sure what story he's going to tell us, but he needs to tell us a story, yeah?
Well, I could share the very famous story against two very famous personalities. So those in East Africa, you know a person called Haruna. And those in Kenya and East Africa and Africa at large, they know a person called Methu. I think you already know the story I want to get at.
No, I'm
So, for a very long time, Uganda's been whooping Kenya. And it's only of recent that we've been trying to fight back. But back in the day, guys would just come with fare, one-way fare, with the idea that they're going to win the prize money and go back celebrating. So, one fine tournament, our good friend, an FM, but no less, by the way, Haruna came, won an event, and made the mistake of playing a blitz game against Methu. And I think he won that game, then talked trash, for lack of a better word. And Methu wagered a bet. Now, betting is not allowed for children, kindly.
You don't recommend it for sure, absolutely.
Definitely. But they played, and Methu won every single shilling that Harun had won in the event.
You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding you. This documented history. So, just something to say that even when you win, don't be too confident to play blades with the wounded. That's
wisdom, that is wisdom right there.
Yeah, word to the wise, to those in the elite section. Yeah, the winners. Just save your money, and celebrate and have fun with your friends.
Yes. So, sorry guys, we are taking longer than we should have. We should take with this, Ian. You just have to forgive us, Ian.
It's all good.
You're very thorough in your processes. You have to. The world is not perfect, Ian. Some things don't go exactly as you planned them.
I would think you're also very thorough because as a doctor, actually a long-standing doctor. Those who don't know Dr. Victor Ngani, he's a very, very famous doctor, been on TV several times, one of the founding members of KMPDU.
He does his research. Okay. What else would anyone expect?
Yeah, definitely in every office I've mentioned Victor, he has been known. Yeah, so that's something for you to know. And also a chess dad. Pretty much all his children play chess, and girls at that. So a very strong supporter of girls in chess. And I think the daughter also has her own channel, or is it still this channel?
The channel you're using, yes.
Yeah, this channel, Rising Chess Champions. Probably inspiration. You can catch when do they usually stream?
So it's not scheduled. Maybe
Yes.
we should schedule it here. And I think you're challenging me quite a bit. We should challenge. But before you challenge me, I'm feeling like a tea is gonna fall down.
Yes. So one of the very lucky children who have a streamer dad who actually allow the children to shine and showcase their practice, doing tactics, analyzing games, and sometimes even commentating, to be honest. So I'm very, very happy to be here. My first time on this channel. This channel has hosted quite a number of greats. I think even Kidula was here at some point.
Yeah, but Kidula.
Yeah.
But I think if we ask guys, I'm not just saying this here, and I think I feel, no offense to everybody else who's been on the channel, but I think you are made out for this.
I truly appreciate
it. I think I feel I'm actually old. Because first, you know your chess. It's quite clear. You're very good at this. But guys, please comment. I don't want to be the judge, judge you executioner. But I am quite glad. It's easy to. It's not easy to find someone who can commentate on chess and actually do a good job of it. So.
Awesome.
This is the game we are watching right now. This is the game between Jean-Christophe Mugisha, who is a black, against Jadarudo. The time situation is not good.
Yeah.
I think
it's pretty much.
It's pretty much Imanda.
Yeah. Yes. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think it's quite something that Jada has gotten this far.
Yeah.
The pawn on G3 is falling.
Yeah.
That's.
It's a very courageous move, this pawn, because that pawn definitely no future.
There's no way to defend the pawn, though.
There's no way, because if you push the pawn, there is more checks, then you lose 2 pawns.
I sort of feel that if she didn't blunder, she literally hung a knight here, and sometimes it's hard to see because you're so focused on many other things. You're calculating 100 variations, and you just miss the simple.
Yeah, that happens.
I remember I was playing Gidinji one time. I thought it was much better. and I probably was. Then I moved a pawn. Did I move a rook to attack a queen, or I moved a... Okay, and the rook was literally in a square where the queen just takes it. And then I'd calculated like 50 moves.
Then you just play the one move.
No, that move. In that, I'd looked at all variations, like what will they play. I just missed they can just take the rook. And the rook went and lost the game. So,
that happens. You remember even Fisher in that famous game, is it game 6 or game 7, where he just played a very odd move, the bishop taking pawn when it could be trapped. You know that famous move?
No, no.
In his World Championship match against Spassky, he made a very interesting move. It's one of the highlights of Hallucination. He, that situation where you've got 3 pawns. I don't know if we could show this. Is there an analysis board somewhere?
We can use the same board. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Analysis board. So you guys are aware of this situation where, let's say, so let me play some random moves so that you can see what I mean. So let's say knight goes here, then let's say bishop here, then let's say bishop here, bishop here. So a situation where I want to give a situation where the rook is trapped, the bishop is trapped if you take. Just 1 second.
I don't mind the moves.
Don't mind the moves. This is just
a point.
Yeah, for sure. Then let me okay, so don't mind the moves, guys. Don't mind the moves. I just want to explain a point. Okay, so a situation where, now let's assume that this pawn is here and this, if this pawn takes, we want to make sure that it can't escape. You know where, if you take, let's say this bishop takes one of these pawns, yeah? There's that setup where if somebody takes a pawn, like that one, you can always close it up with that, then you just bring your king and take, right? You know that idea?
Yeah.
So in one of the famous games by Bob Fischer and Spassky, the World Championship match, he just played in the endgame, pawn takes h7, for instance.
Yeah.
Then now all Spassky had to do is just push the pawn.
And the bishop is trapped.
And the bishop is trapped, yeah. So that happens. It happens. What you said.
That is the World Championship, but it's actually you'll find that game and share it at some point.
Yeah, for sure. So, I hope I didn't close it out.
Yeah, we did actually.
Oh, we closed it out.
Control Shift T and
sorry.
Nice.
You
can just go back.
Oh, sorry.
And no worries at all. There we go.
Oh,
so this was
yes, so it happens. What you're saying definitely happens.
I don't know that we should watch the last part of this game between these two ladies. One moment.
Between
between Jean Christophe and Jelerudo. I think just
the conversion.
See the conversion, because I think they deserve it. Very strong. These children have a strong feature, by the way, both of this.
For sure.
So after the very courageous F5.
Yes. Yeah. But there was nothing to do because...
Nice move to keep the king cut off.
Yes, for sure.
The pawn was falling anyway, so you better muddy the waters. So that's really the thing. You see, this pawn can't be defended.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. If you move it forward...
You lose 2 pawns.
Actually 2 pawns.
Yes, you lose.
So it's a good choice.
Yes.
Lose 1. Oh, so actually it's a very deep move, to be honest. Because at the end of the day, when this falls, now this is not hanging. Although it's not hanging even here because you can't move the knight away. The rook is hanging. But
in that situation, you first take the other pawn. Yes, but now the other pawn is just a pass pawn.
Yeah, so that's really prophylaxis, literally. Actually, it's a very nice move. Then, now you move your knight away. This is gonna move the knight away.
I don't even think you should care. I don't even think you should care too much about that move. even a belligerent move like knight to f4 should still be in that position. Would still have won.
But I'm really impressed by what JC is doing here, because in this situation, he's making it very professional.
Yes.
Just come back.
Yes.
Simple chess. Attack that pawn.
Yes.
Removes all.
Not taking chances.
No chances.
Yes. And then
now, professional chess.
Yeah.
Now,
so here,
I think
that is still fine. Yeah, knight.
Yes. Let's see if that's what it plays. Exactly. Everyone is defended.
Yeah. Then now it's just a matter of technique, as they say.
Yeah. That's technique. Then now maybe most likely he's gonna bring his king up, king there. Takes this guy. That's it.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Personal question. In this position, if you go back one move, What's your position leaning? To play h5 or to go for knight d5?
As
Or to king g6? Is your preference this?
my
This is just out of curiosity. Everything is winning here. Everything is winning.
I'm not playing h5. I'm leaning
Okay.
towards king g6 and king h5. I just want to play, add an attacker to this guy.
Nice.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing is I'll play here.
Oh, then
let's say
can
they'll
attack.
play a waiting move. Then I'll play here.
Nice.
I'm expecting a move like this. So my debate is whether to play this or go back. But I'll probably play this.
Nice.
Now I already have the pawns rolling. That's really what my process is.
Though here, those are something small.
There's a tactic.
No, you're losing this guy.
Oh, yeah,
but it's still winning because you've got this and then a forced trade, and then you're just winning. It's still.
You're talking to both of us understand. We do need to explain.
Oh, you need to explain.
We need to explain what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe, so just show the line.
So Dr. line is still winning because much as this pawn can be taken, there is this, then forced trade, and then now it's just with the knight. This will be sorted.
An interesting situation.
Yes,
if this was going to be a dark squared bishop, or black, and even here it's not all over, by the way. There's still something to play for. Let me explain.
Sure.
If somehow by some miracle, Jeda can trade off these two pawns for this pawn somehow, it's a draw. Yeah.
If say that again, if
you are left with if just trade off this, if these two pawns sort of fall off.
Yes.
This you are left with these two guys.
Yes.
Is this guy?
Oh yeah.
Almost impossible to win.
Yeah,
but her time doesn't allow anything. Yeah, let's see what.
35 seconds.
Yeah,
so
she played. Then check, and then rook g5.
Oh, that is clinical because now they are then.
Wow.
Yeah, rule of the rich. When you're winning, you just trade everything.
Do you know what he's planning? He wants to bring the knight somehow to f6.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, Jesse is playing well.
Very well.
So shout out to Jackson.
Who's the coach? Oh, Jackson. Yeah.
Yes. Jackson Degwa of Prox.
So now I'm looking for the next few moves. You can play this. You can even remove them, except then this.
But I think resigning here is
you can be
with a clear conscience, or
clear conscience.
is there anything to?
Come on, they've taken the Nini away. Okay, fine.
Okay.
That's fair enough. Okay. So where are they taking us to Panchol? The Panchol game. Who had an easy win?
It was Robert. Okay, so clearly he was been walking around. You've just seen his
when he's nervous, he doesn't walk around at all.
Yeah, Shumba clearly deeply in thought. Yeah.
This is why you said Robert just got a free win.
Yeah, as in because the game just from that position, the game just plays itself. That this move d5.
What Chumba was sort of trying to transpose to. If you play the King's Gambit, one of the main defenses is this.
Yeah,
it
but
works, and it works perfectly. It's one of the best moves.
Because there is no bishop on c4.
Yes. And then the other thing is there's another line actually with the bishop on c4, but now it's reversed for white. So in this position, let's say this move, bishop c4. Now there's this move.
Oh yes, yeah.
And
I think it's called the Jenish, yeah.
I don't know the name.
I think it's called the Jenish. Maybe you could open a new tab and check it out.
Yeah.
I think it's called the Jenish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this one. Let's just real quick, maybe an image. Where is the image? Just to see what it looks like. Yeah. It's just slightly. It's almost for the Lopez. So very close, but
it is actually. But for the
yes. So very close, but similar ideas. So what here? No, you're here, right? Yeah.
So this idea, you have to. So I'm just trying to say that this counter strike
of d5
and d4 works out quite well. And maybe another line that is very common as well is in the Scotch. this, and then this is a Scotch.
For sure.
Takes, and then now they play the Scotch Gambit where they leave the pawn, right?
Yes, yes.
So what you want to do is to attack here,
And then
attack your knight.
And then you play the Max Lang.
Yeah, this is Max Lange actually. So now this is the best move. So this d5 move is quite thematic in many lines, except that
In that exact position.
No, that one. Yeah. So we can forgive him for planning it, but it doesn't really work for him in that position.
Yes.
Yeah, but what
And he was just playing engine moves. Have you noticed? The CM was just playing all engine moves, but then he's coached by a GM, Pontus Carlson.
Oh.
Yes.
Pontus Carlson is actually behind business meets star.
Yes.
Initiative. He's been to Kenya a couple of times.
Yes.
I think Pontus Carlson he's a Swedish grandmaster.
Yes.
And the second black grandmaster.
Yes.
After
Maurice Ashley.
Maurice Ashley.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's his coach.
Yes. So clearly, that's why you can see his openings are very clean. Very clean.
So the blunder was just allowing this bishop to fall. This was the mistake.
Yeah, but even if you don't allow, look at this clump of pawns. You remember the Halloween gambit? It almost looks like the same idea, because now after that,
does this guy get out?
That guy doesn't get out, because okay, but if you get out, at what cost? At what cost? Yes, you can get out, but at what cost?
All right, fine.
You're better off letting him die.
We have the game between Chumba Alan. Let's see if we can.
Maybe we could go back to live over there. Maybe.
Yeah, let's go to live. Is this the one?
Yeah, once again, look is what and
oh no, we are not yet. Guys don't have it. We have to transition. Maybe better to just remove this studio mode.
Oh, okay.
So that changes automatically.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so comfortable position. You can see the engine is saying +7. That is engine speak for just resign. That is engine speak.
Best engine move.
Yeah. Yeah, but Okay, so that should be it, yeah? Then, oh, close. Okay, we can?
You can just, if you go to studio mode, this one,
Here.
that one. Now you can play with the scenes and see which one you like. You can transition.
I think I like this one.
So that you can keep changing, so it's not
Monotonous, yeah?
you can,
So maybe which one?
let me see.
This
That one, try that. Do that. Do that. It's a full screen. You can do chest results and everything else.
nice.
Next.
There is that one which has been running. Then there's Camlink main window.
That's this first.
Yes. Then MCA. This one.
Let me remove that.
Okay.
Sorry guys, you can hear everything you're saying.
It's
There's one I want to add is this one, smaller commentator,
okay.
to bring it up. So
Okay.
so that does gives you that. So basically that's
Nice.
so you can keep swapping in between.
Nice.
Then whatever you select now, you can move it over to the other side.
Oh, the transition. Okay. Okay.
The
Awesome.
guys are seeing.
Nice. Nice. Awesome. Okay. So guys, I think we're back. Chumba Allen versus McLegal. McLegal taking his sweet time. He's thinking, looking around. The moves are pretty well worked out. The idea is knight h4, top engine move, though even a simple move like queen to d2 should be sufficient. To close it out. But basically everything here is winning. Everything here, even what might look like a bar move, anything short of hanging your queen or a piece for free should be winning. Awesome. So Panchog, let's see. Ooh, this is getting to the end clearly. Let's see what went down. So this is where we left off. I remember the last comment on this knight move was it should be traded with this bishop on b2. Let's see what went down. So went back to d7, king to safety by Omundi, then the knight maneuvering. So both sides just trying to get their kings to safety and maroon pieces, trying to optimize pieces. Those who are new to chess must have learned the idea of centralizing your pieces or optimizing them for attack. In this case, both sides are trying to achieve the same. Again, the bishop's on long diagonal, the knight's on outposts, and they trade. Queen to d7, stopping any ideas of pawn push to b4. This is what I'm talking about right here. Because if that is pushed, the queen is putting pressure on that. So that's why the pawn is pushed, creating an outpost on b6. Let's see. Was it used and instantly used to kill off the bishop so that you win the bishop pair? But in this situation, it's actually a better idea since the bishop is looking at its own, at nothing pretty much, like the 2 pawns in the way. There is no reason to trade this knight for that. So queen comes over. No, there is no need to trade queens. Okay, interesting choice. Okay, so taking out a bishop. Okay, so that was a very interesting couple, messing up white's pawn structure and then getting the bishop pair away from white. And now all of a sudden, it is white who needs to be very coordinated. Doesn't look like he's got any arrangement aiming towards something. But let's see how he maneuvers himself. He saves his bishop to maintain the power of the two bishops. So Panchol here relying on his positional understanding to maintain all tiny advantage. Now there's a little something here with the pawn push instead of taking. I don't know why white sacrificed that pawn. Let's I have no idea why white sacrificed that pawn. Let's see what the Indian thinks. If takes, move back. Let's explore what happens if takes. Oh, there is the rook. Oh my, oh my. Oh my, yes, there is the rook, chat. Yeah, even I with my 4 glasses sometimes. Yes, definitely, that's why he couldn't take. I kept wondering why he wasn't taking that pawn. But anyway, push, take takes, and then now the pawns become too dangerous. So I think moving the king away from that rook, or the rook hanging, was a bit of an issue. He should have doubled up. There's a common phrase that undefended pieces fall, or unprotected pieces fall. So this was clearly a case of that, because this rook on e1 became a liability in the position, and then now it was just a matter of technique. So Panchol doing very well over there, and Omondi is pretty much lost. Yeah, because now there's a pass pawn on c4. Yeah, so Panchol is making the most out of this pin. That rook on e1 has been everything for Panchol in this game, and the reason he won. So sometimes you don't need much from your opponent to win. You just need one tiny oversight, and that's it. Forgetting that the rook on e1 is undefended. This rook right here should have been here a long time ago, and that is what has led to his downfall. Yeah, so oh my, yeah, that out the knight. This is just bad. The pin on the rook is permanent. The other rook is coming. So even if you try to defend, even if you take, and if you take, and then the rook comes here to defend, there is always the rook to e8, and your position is lost, unfortunately. So, and that is why at that point in time, Panchol saved his bishop to b7 instead of letting it where the knight could take it for a trade. Yes, that position is very tough, honestly. Let's go back to the Chumba game. Yes, so Oluka plays knight to d4, but everything is winning here. We discussed that. Almost every line is winning. In the Shitundu game, yeah, this diagonal has become an issue. Let me switch the engine off. This diagonal has become an issue, clearly. This pawn is problematic. And any trades are just going to lead to the emphasis that this pawn on a3, which I mentioned earlier, is clamping down on any kingside attacks. And because the kingside is so protected, look at this solid structure. There is no way to break through that. There are no pieces that are even coordinated to attack the king. Yeah, this is going to be tough. So which means it's only the white king that can be attacked. The black king can't. And because of that, the positional strength was with black. And if they play this game for even 40, 50 moves, it was always going to be black who will find chances. And in this situation, black milked every single thing he could from the weakness of that diagonal. Yeah, and it's just going to be lights out very soon. Very, very soon, unfortunately. Let's go to the Jimmy game. The Jimmy game, yeah, so last we left it, it was the advisement that he was supposed to go to b2 with the king, sorry, c2 with the king, that is queenside castling. And Panthu maintained a very, very strong positional bind with this pawn push to e5. And unfortunately, Jamie didn't trade it so that he could at least have mobility of his pieces. He traded he moved forward, and that was a mistake, unfortunately. And so from then on, all the fun has been with white. Yeah, so now for those wondering, because I'm sure the beginners watching, that bishop taken can't be taken back. That pawn taken can be taken back because there's this move. Then the queen is hanging, so that's why you can't. It was a free pawn, and a very dangerous free pawn because now the e5 pawn becomes unstoppable. There's too much firepower that can get behind this pawn. The rook can come here, slide up, then the other rook comes to e1. So moves back, bishop back, knight there, pawn push, rook there, bishop down, knight there. So Panther has just been doing all the expected things, basically solidifying his position, cementing his advantages, and which is what juniors could learn. If you've got a winning position, there is no need to push too hard. Don't press, don't look for quick wins. Just cement your advantages, trade off what needs to be traded off, then allow your opponent to just scramble pretty much. So Panther doing all the necessary things. You can see black has almost no counterplay. And now that the pawn on e5 is defended by a pawn, all these other pieces that were defending it, like the queen, the bishop, the queen, the bishop, the rook, all of them are free now to move around and cause havoc to black. Notice once again, this king has got no attackers. Everybody is heading towards this side. This rook is also coming to join the party, either with the rook here, rook to d1, or rook to c1, and then the bishop moving somewhere. Okay, so that's pretty much it for Jamie. Unfortunately, his time pressure reveals the pressure he's feeling in terms of the position. But remember, this does not take away that he's one of the superstars of the sport in this country. Definitely one who has achieved a lot. Definitely by his rating, 1930, one of the higher rated people, not even children, people in Kenya. The highest rated in Kenya is below 2100, I think, or should be 2100. I think Nathan Ateka is somewhere in the early 2100s, but definitely Jamie, a shining star. It just so happened that he didn't trade off that very important pawn and then allowed the pawn to be taken for free on f5, unfortunately. So that's it for this this elite section. Let's try see what has gone on to the Limbikani game. Yeah, time is over here. So I'm thinking it's a win, or I'm the one who's wrong. Maybe he has resigned because I can see 0 on the time here. We go to the Uluka game. Yeah, as expected, just more dominance. The position is just winning. Then we go to Panchol. Yeah, this is just wait a minute, what's happening over here? Yeah, oh yeah, dominance again, complete dominance. This pawn is falling, everything is falling. Knight here can be an idea. No, cannot be an idea because you need to protect against any sneaky. No, actually, it could be an idea because this guy is pinned. This guy is pinned, so there's no need to fear bishop here. But I'm not sure he chose the cleanest way to do this. But I think black is still winning. There's a piece up. This pawn is not going anywhere. There's a pass pawn. A very sneaky idea. If he takes, the bishop comes down, and then super winning. Rule of the rich, when you're winning, trade everything. And if you can tempt somebody with a pawn, that might be the cleanest way to get the job done. That's what the engine suggests. Yeah, the engine is like, don't take that pawn. Just try to push. But pushing, unfortunately, has its own weaknesses. Yeah, if you take here, yeah, I think the engine will agree with me. Yeah, just bishop here. And then, yeah, everything is just, yeah, it's just lost. The engine is suggesting just give up your rook. It's not longer useful. Try to reduce the number of attackers to save your king. So it's pretty tough to be white over here. Mondi Suleiman, that rook on e1 really cost him the game. Really cost him. Let's see which other games exist. This ended in a draw. That's very surprising. Let's see what went down here. So I think we had left it at this point where there were some trades. And here, honestly, black was super winning. Okay, not super, but had all the play. It's very surprising that he survived this long. Okay. Let's see what went down. So rook there, definitely. Oh, it became a dance. Okay, so they chose a peaceful end to the position. Choose a peaceful end to the position because yeah, they chose a peaceful end to the position. But I suspect, I have the sneaking suspicion that if black had persisted, I mean, let's just see. I have a sneaking suspicion that black was doing well here. Really? Fully drawn? Okay. Okay, sneaky suspicion. Because with white, if you suggest the best moves, e4 and queen, I think the pressure would be really on for white to play accurately. Because one small misstep here, and you've lost all initiative, and then black just grinds you down with these pawns. This clump of pawns, they start rolling down at any point, they lost. So I'm guessing after here, yeah, you have to play here to prevent any ideas of queen e5. You know what I mean? Let's say you play a move like h5, there's this idea of queen here, and then if here or there is queen here. So you have to avoid such ideas. But anyway, though here there's this checkmate threat of queen here, so basically, but you get the idea. You want to get this queen to stop any dark square controls that might undermine the black king. So Claude Peter, yeah, so at this, we left this position, I think, right around here, where he had taken the rook, then rook to d1, knight to c6. So he's just bringing more pieces around the king, which is something very recommended. He feared, let me put the engine off. He feared the queen coming to g6. So knight there, trying to trade pieces. And so now the queen is there. So at any point the rook goes to g5 and the pawn moves to g4, might be very, very problematic to black. So perhaps we could follow this game for just a bit. Oh, he resigned. Yeah, because there's that move. Then there's the sacrifice. Yeah, as in this, it's just bad. You can't even take. If you move here, there is this. Yeah, it's just bad. It's just bad. Yeah, so he resigned in line of the continuation. And for those wondering why resign after this move, is because if you take, there's a free piece again. Yeah, and then there's also this hanging. Things are just bad, unfortunately. There are no weaknesses in the white camp apart from this, but even this isn't a real weakness. Okay, so the Lisa Wanjiru game, yeah, ended in a checkmate. Bonaventure won this game. Let's see how he finished off that position. So after bishop d6 and relieving the pressure, h3, there's the bishop, then rook there. Now, very key, notice how Alusa, realizing pressure and mounting pressure with the other bishop, tries to reduce the number of attackers crossing his half of the field. This is the half of the field. You don't want your enemy's pieces being super active if they're in your position. So queen e4, chasing away the queen, trying to create some tension on the h7 pawn, relieves it, but allows the knight to come through. So yeah, and Bonaventure very, very quickly jumps right there. And ooh, that usually never a good idea to allow your opponent's pieces to align themselves in discovery with your queen. Yeah, because once that happens, I think that was just a free piece, and that's where the game was won. Yeah, so definitely something to be very wary about. Don't put your queen when there are too many pieces. Look at the, let's go look at the piece count. You've got the queen, the two bishop, the two knights. So you've got the bishop, the two knights, the rook, and the queen, all around this king. And then you put your queen along this diagonal. That was that was not very careful, because this rook can also come and do some nice attacks on this king. But Venture found the best solution, which was playing knight to c5, and after that it was just a free piece with no what. I thought, wow, okay, so she didn't see the queen is going. Oh no, yeah. So once the queen went, yeah, then check, then and that's just a move of finesse. I'm not sure that was very necessary. I'm not sure that was very necessary. Yeah, so rook there. There's a check. He's taking. Wait, why not take? Looks like, oh, because it's a check. Moves away. Then taken. Oh my. Now taken, the rook comes in. Very nice, very instructive, very instructive. So a discovery, we call that a double check. Then taking the rook. Then notice this, if the rook had come here, this king will start escaping this way. So you can change the move order. You first bring the rook, stop the king from running away, then bring your rook for either for checkmate or to support any other attack, like maybe rook h5 to take this pawn. The result is the same. So very astute, and there are no discoveries. Yeah, now we've just discussed that you shouldn't put your queen along discoveries, but in this situation there are no dangerous discoveries by black, because if you try bringing knight here, the rook just goes there and it's checkmate, because your only move to play the knight here, then the queen or the rook takes, which I think is what happened. Yeah, that is exactly what happened, unfortunately. Another key thing, sometimes it's good to go for checkmate instead of material. Some students here might have gone for this because it's a free piece and it's winning. Even this is super winning, but checkmate is always better. Awesome. So maybe we could let's see, just make a small transition there so that we have some differentiation from the feed. And let's see how the looker game is going. Yeah, so the queen is now in the picture. The rook is in danger. The knight has no time to react. It's a fork. And honestly, resigning here with a clean conscience is the way to go, because there's literally no. The advantage now should possibly be like plus 10 or something. Or it's actually now mating. Yeah, whenever the engine says #7, which means you're plus a billion, pretty much. There is nothing to do here. Even knight here. Yeah, check, take. Everything is winning. Everything is winning. Everything is winning. If you take, the queen comes. If the king takes, the queen comes here. Then takes this. Comes a whole checkmate dance, because it's a mating net. Now, a quick tip to those young players watching: when there are so many pieces around your king, notice there's this king right here, this king right here, but look how many pieces around the king. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These 4 pieces, and potentially 5, are basically casting a net around this king. And whenever pieces surround the king with the intent of closing in, we call that a mating net, and there is no escape for this king. This queen is way too far off. Notice how the pawn and the knight work together, and the rook, to make sure this queen never joins the party to defend. Yeah, and even going down doesn't much, because even sacrificing this bishop with taking this is winning. Basically everything is winning. Even bishop takes. Bishop takes would be my go-to in this position. but that's because I favor having the knight and the bishop combo in this situation. Let me give an example. So let's say bishop takes. You're basically forcing a move like this. And then now once you have this going, anytime the queen comes here, or even just sacrificing this bishop here, that king has got very few squares, very few. And this knight is stuck there. And the rook, if the knight ever moves, this rook is very free to come here. But maybe after sacrificing the bishop. Very nice. So let's see what the CM chooses. So let's go back to live mode. The CM chooses, oh wow, the CM goes for, no? Does the CM go for that move? Let me see. What does the CM go for? Okay, so let's see what Oluka goes for. Almost every move is winning here. Almost every move. Even the very disrespectful bishop back should be winning. No, it's not winning. Yeah, it's winning. It's winning. Because bishop back, queen takes, rook down. Yes. Guys in the chat, feel free to suggest there's a move you'd like analyzed. Kindly suggest. Yeah, so Luca goes for one of the cleaner lines, which is queen there. And in line of that, I could talk about something that affects some students. They go for the flashiest win. A point is a point. If you can get your point in the cleanest way, that's the way to go. Some of the moves I suggested were more on the flashy side. The masters played one of the cleanest ways to go about it. Just take the bishop. You have a very good forced mate if they take the bishop. This is what I mean. If they take the bishop, you've got to check. Their only move is this. Then your knight somewhere, queen here, and everything just plays itself. Let me just say that slowly. So rook takes, knight check here, possibly even knight here, and I think that should be checkmate. Because back, king goes back, then queen 2, h7. Yeah, so here, then back, then queen here. So that bishop can't be taken, unfortunately. That knight can't move, the rook is in danger. Everything is just, so Lucas found the cleanest way to get about this job done. Any other move, any other game that possibly didn't cover? Let's see from the junior section. No, that we covered. That we covered. We've covered that. And in the senior section, the Jamie game, still going strong, but yeah. The weaknesses, as we discussed, once everybody joins the party, there are too many pieces because there's no activity on the queen side. Notice how these 2 pawns clamp down any activity. These 2 pawns, they clamp down any activity on the king side, on the king side, and then now everybody joins the party, and just becomes a numbers game. Whoever has more people will definitely win. Yeah, and then here, unfortunately, there was a breakthrough. A breakthrough is when you break the pawn structure. So here the pawn structure, if they didn't take the pawn, you were still going to take it and have the same effect. And so That's why he took, but then after this position, it's going to be lost. If it's going to be a fork and it's pinned, this is coming. Yeah, this is reasonable, unfortunately. Yeah, it's reasonable. Okay, the Shitundu game, I'm guessing here there's either a problem with the clock or white resign, one of them. Yeah, so you can see there's a resignation here, there's a result over here. Yeah, there is nothing to do here, so he resigned. But very, very, very resilient of Chumba to keep going. Panchol game still going on strong. Opponent still fighting, but unfortunately not much to play for. But let's see what ideas yield out. He's taking more time to think. Awesome, no worries. No worries. That was just Daktari saying he's moving the cameras around. So Jamie has sacrificed his queen to at least prolong the game. No sacrifice. This is a trade, yeah? Yeah, this is a trade. A forced trade, actually, because it was checkmate if it was declined. So it has been taken. And possibly here, the move that clamps the position the most will be... Actually, both moves work out quite decently. Though I'd lean towards the pawn taking, with the idea of bishop to d4. And then b5, g4. Yeah, so... Yeah, and that's exactly what has happened. So now bishop here, then rook here, and then chess is played. Or let's see what the engine thinks. The engine wants to defend this way. Makes sense to avoid any shenanigans with the rook to a1. Makes sense. Makes sense. Time situation, Jamie is really in trouble, but he's a very good blitzer, so not too much of an issue. The position is what might be pressurizing. A dream situation for Panthu would be to get this pawn here and then this pawn here. That mass of pawns is going to be too strong, especially when supported by a rook. So finally we found the Limbikani game. The time pressure on Limbikani is very, very, very high. And you can see this diagonal is very... Sorry, I thought I had somebody call me. Yeah, you can see the opponent here, Manyang, is really milking this diagonal and also ensuring that his bishop also cuts through this escape. This is what we call the power of the bishops. This right here, this is what makes bishops very deadly. And if you can, try not to trade your bishops for knights unless you've got something very, very concrete. They tend to be easier to use. Their long range ability allows you to control so many squares at a go. Can be more useful in an open position, and this is an open position. Yeah, so that doesn't help too much because I think at this point you can even trade here, but no need to rush. Even a move like h5 can be perfectly okay to just wait out the position. Once again, this pawn killed all counterplay from white. On the queen side, these bishops are just deadly. And then the pawn here was taken, but at the cost of this very indefensible diagonal. So something to remember, when you put your pawns on dark squares, you always need to have your light square bishop to defend against such things. If you put your pawns on white squares, you better have your dark square bishop. Otherwise, things like this, where your opponent just, grinds you down. Yeah, so instead of going for h5, he went for this. Very practical. Wait, I think we missed a few moves. So there was that move played, trying to get the king to another diagonal from the queen. So he moved up, but now the cost of this square. And notice once again, his Panthu is not Panthu, Manyang is very procedurally making sure that this king has got almost no room. Even a single bishop check wins the game. So if this bishop could somehow teleport right here, that would be, or drama board 2 and 18. This is Shutundu versus Manyang. Or? Board 2. Or round 3. Where is... Here. Back button. Ongoing. No, there's around 3 now, yeah? Awesome. Nice.
Yeah? Sure. No, that's not the one. I'm missing something.
There's a wild position on the board.
A wild position. It's actually where we are now.
Nice.
Maybe it's under... Is it this one? It is not that one. It's this one. This is the one.
The loser game.
No, it's Wanjiru Krishnas versus Jamie Kennan.
Oh, okay.
Baraka is what we have on the board.
Oh, this is not what you have?
This is on the position. Position is this one. That is quite dramatic.
Let's see. I can see there is a...
Queen is lost.
Yeah, I can see that. Then the king is not comfortable. Everything is just... Yeah, these are very tough. It's a pity we don't have the game, yeah?
Maybe I can zoom on the board.
Okay. So guys, we're trying to capture this game on board 2. That is Wanjiru Crispinas versus Jamie Kennan Baraka. Crispinas is white. He's known for his tactical finesse. He has gone to several trips to play for the country. He's one of our young talents. Anybody from the ministry watching, that's one of the people we need to really support. And he's playing against Kennan, somebody who has had the unfortunate end of his finesse today. The queen is lost, and the material advantage is great. And it's a matter of resignation here, unfortunately, because you can see the bishop is attacking the pinned bishop, and the pawn on is it e7? On e7 is also pinned, and there is nothing to defend. The knights are gone. Okay, there is a knight on b8. Crispinus is dancing. Or trying to intimidate the opponent. Yeah, and the game has barely begun. You can see the clock is very heavy with time. Yeah, there's nothing to think here, unfortunately. Because even if you play the move knight, oh, the bishop. Ooh, this is tricky. Because when you play the knight to d7, there is the bishop taken. The bishop on b5 will take. And interestingly, that bishop is hanging, but if you take the bishop, now the bishop takes. Or actually, even the rook can take the bishop with check, since it's pinned. And the king moves to either g7 or g8. The queen takes the pawn and slides out. Actually, if the king goes to the back rank, the bishop is hanging as well. Yeah, so this is a lost position in very short order. Congratulations to Crispinus. You can clearly tell he's excited. He's walking around. He's fidgeting. Yeah, clearly he's beside himself. Clearly beside himself. Maybe that could be a desire to go for lunch. You never know. Yeah, so Crispinus opts for the bishop takes because it attacks the rook and cements the attack on e7. So defending the rook is still unwise because the rook will disappear with the move bishop takes. And I think that's exactly what you're going to see. There's nothing much to think of here.
Yeah, updating the game how it went.
Yeah. Yes. This is very, very clear. Yeah, so Crispinus plays the exact, yeah, there wasn't much to think there. Bishop takes, and once he moves back, anywhere the bishop goes sets up a checkmate. And from here, it's just mates out. Mate in 10, mate in 8. You can choose your cherry.
Choose your mate.
Yeah. Any place the bishop goes.
Queen f4.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Queen a4.
Queen f.
Or queen f4. Yeah, queen f.
That was the most clinical.
Yeah.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Queen f. Okay.
Can the knight come and block on
d7?
On d7, yes. Stop the checkmate. So let me. I think I've got the moves. Let's see if we can transition to.
I'll put this down.
Advertise Alvaro, guys. Whatever you gave, it's a good one. We approve of the message.
For those.
So e4 c5. Knight f3 g6. d4. This is now the hyper accelerated dragon.
Ah, nice.
Takes. Knight takes. Knight f6. Knight c3. d6. Now this transposes to the main dragon.
Sure.
f4. Bishop d7. e5. Oh. d times c5. Bishop check is coming. F times e5. Okay. Knight to g4. Bishop
The
to
pawn
d5
push.
check.
Oh, because the knight is gone.
Yeah, and this is actually.
This textbook stuff.
Yeah, this is.
Oh my.
Bishop to b5 check. King to f1.
Oh no. But now. Oh no, this is textbook stuff. Just 1 second.
Which game is this?
Hiya. We're live now, yeah? Awesome. Okay, so let's. This is the game, yeah? So let's check it out. Daktari has found this game as a gem. So e4, d5. Amos is white. We've got d4, an early d4, knight back. This is not worrying to those who are. This is pretty normal. Right there, right there. Ooh, now that's interesting. Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
this is a fairly funny system
There.
that white plays. It's actually fairly strong if you don't know what you're doing. But I need to give a shout out to Kelly Moniki. Kelly Moniki is for our channel Raising Chess Champions in Africa, where we are watching this. He is one of the routine followers. He watches a lot of our videos. Kelly Moniki is
Nice.
playing white here. I think he goes by the name of He has commented quite a bit. We do appreciate our people. Yeah, the one up. Yeah,
Awesome.
we do appreciate our people quite a bit. So Kelly Maniki is Kajugiri, and fortunately, I think both my daughters got to play him during the last Nairobi County Chess Championship.
Nice.
But I do recognize his presence. Say thank you, Kajugiri. All the best. Nothing against you, Amos Ucheng. But we have to recognize our supporters and subscribers on the channel as well.
For sure.
You can join that club by clicking on subscribe. Keep track of what's going on.
For sure.
Yeah, what's going on in the game though?
Awesome. So, as you said, a very interesting setup. If you don't know what you're doing here, yes, you can suffer. I am very, very confused as what White's plan should be here, to be honest. Because it looks like you're intentionally cramping your space. Now, this is interesting. Okay, but let's see. Okay. Ooh, destroyed pawn structure.
What? And look at that king move. King.
Yeah.
And the king feels very safe.
This guy, yeah. Yeah, whenever you've got this setup, yeah, it's really pretty easy. And then also when the pawns are with no breakthroughs. Though this is fearful. This is something to fear.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at actually is that square f4. The
Yeah,
f4 square, and I think the knight can go to e7, g6, knight f4. But then I'm just wondering, even when it gets there, where's the cavalry?
Yeah, because there's no other bishop.
There's no other piece coming in to help, unless you can do a break later on. Let me show you what this is not working. Knight here, knight here, knight here, if allowed, and then maybe you're gonna castle this side. Sorry, it's a bit. Then we'll probably find a way to bring the rook up to this file, play this move, break here. Then that works. There are like 100 moves.
Yeah,
now, I know someone can hear me say all these things, you think I'm playing alone, but this is a closed center.
True.
Pawn chain structure. So the break on the base of my pawn chain by white is this move. But they can't do that easily because this is a weak square.
True.
In fact, maybe they should think about sacrificing that pawn regardless and attacking back, but it's not an easy one. So I have a lot of free play, and that's the disadvantage of this pawn. The other approach, if you cannot play this pawn break against, this is called a pawn chain. Look at these pawns there. It's called a pawn chain. You want to attack the base of the pawn chain, which makes this pawn weak. So this is your plan as white, and this is black's plan, as you said correctly. But in this situation, an interesting circumstance is a weak pawn next to this king. So I can defer this, I can play it any time. Maybe I'll castle my king on this side. I'll bring my knight up to this square, and then I will move the queen away and try these two moves. And the center is closed. So what you're doing is maneuvering. And you can actually, time is not as important when the center is closed, interestingly. But I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know how they played.
Awesome. So let's see what finished through, what followed through. So there was a queen trade was made in this position.
Did it happen? Yeah, queen d5. I think that's a good move.
Okay.
Yeah, now the pawns are...
Is the pawn? Wait, is the... Oh, very tricky. You've seen? You've seen, yeah?
I've seen. Show the audience. Show the audience.
So...
rook takes first?
Yeah, so rook takes first. You have to take rook first.
Yeah.
No, actually, you can't even do that.
You can do that, but the plan is you're thinking if it takes, rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook.
Knight takes rook, and everything is fine. White is happy and chilling.
Yes.
But black will not take first, will they?
True, they will not take
After
first.
rook takes, yeah.
They will play... Oh, let me put the engine off. It's messing our fun, yeah? We play knight here. And then now... Hello. And then now the knight spoils all the fun.
Okay.
Yeah, so... Yeah, very, very, very tricky.
So what if they take now? Now they see your plan, so they take with the knight first instead. Let's go forward.
Let's go forward.
Now knight takes.
Knight takes. Now they can still take, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then if you take, they end up a piece up. Unfortunately.
But that's not the end of the line, is it?
Well,
Let's
what
go.
do you do?
Oh yeah, there's g6. I was going to say something like king d2.
King d2.
Knight takes.
Knight takes.
Rook h1.
Rook h1.
And now I've just seen
there's this.
There's this. But if you're to go back to your... and even it's also defended. I thought let's play, for example, knight f4.
Knight f4.
After rook h1. Knight f4. Then check at the back rank. And it looks like a skewer.
Yes.
But look at the knight on b6. So
yeah, it's still protected. Yes. Protected, yeah, so a very, very lucky situation. Everything secured by Kelly Maniki there.
But what happens if you just ignore? You don't take as white. You just move your king away, so there's no check. So after knight, go back. Oh yeah, the knight just comes to f4. Go back again, 2 steps, again. Yeah, there. So if you just move your king away, then the knight comes to f4 anyway. So,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then defends that. Then yeah. Awesome. So very interesting. Let's see what went down. So the rook came. Knight there. And then as you said, yeah, the knight still comes. Then
everything is secured.
Yes. So becomes a very interesting question how to break through black's position.
I don't think white can break through black's position. I really don't.
That's the plain answer.
No, there is a way. There is a way, I see. What you want to do is to bring your knight to e2. Sorry.
Knight to e2?
Knight to e2. This is... Sorry. Oh, what happened? Is this the game?
I think they've played a bunch of moves.
They played a bunch of moves, but what I'll say, yeah, knight e2. That's actually what happened. You can't allow them to take. So what you do is you probably take, and then you have this move and that move. And in fact, you can play it immediately, then follow up because it can't be defended
in any way.
So turns out this plan was very slow. Actually, the queen exchanges. There's no attack. So suddenly, I think white is okay. Let me just check.
Yeah, generally, I'm usually not a fan of exchanging queens if you can hold it out safely without any real consequence. You could hold it out for like 1 or 2 moves, then trade when the advantage is a little bit more concrete.
They followed the exact line.
Yes.
Oh, very nice. Oh, look at that threat. Leave it.
Yeah.
Okay. Knight. Oh. Okay, but what happens on this move? This doesn't work because of this. The rook falls at the end.
All the rooks.
You lose a piece. But what happens then if f4 is played and it was? Just come back, is it?
We'll come back. Oh.
Look at these computers are nasty, Ian. Look at what it's recommending.
You castle.
That you castle in that position. Really?
But to be fair, where is this king going? This king will just expose itself if it tries to go in here, right?
Yeah, but it's now going to the firing pin, because this is my thinking. Let's turn off the engine for a moment. I share with you what my thought is.
Yes.
So the castle here, I'm already seeing a move like this.
No problem. No problem.
What do you do?
This king here. Or maybe I should not give you counterplay. Let me just here. Let maybe just there. I don't know whether you would prefer whether here or here. If I was playing a human being, I'd prefer here, so that you check me, that I just go here.
That's a very nice, clever thing. Actually, just show it. Because that's what half of us will do. This?
Yeah, because see, if you check me, now I'm safe. Now, as in, yes, I mean, it looks tricky, but
How do I?
Safe. Yeah. Actually, in such a situation, maybe even moving here is a bit more accurate, so that my rook is free. Then now the knight can move.
No,
here
but there, I'm thinking of things like this. It may not work, but this is what I'm seeing as a possibility.
Yeah, but is that really, because you just take, then if you push, you can. Where do you go?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
No, you just play knight here. Knight check and take.
Oh, really? Okay, but you take, I take back.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Did they just hang a piece?
You did?
Oh no.
That's why that bishop is a bit tricky, but...
Wait, but you can't take because there's a fork.
Oh, I can't take. Yeah. So I have to play here. Okay, let's play here.
Yes.
Let's play here.
And then now, I think I have to move my king now.
Do you move your king? Do you take? But then you're a rook down, so just...
I have to move my king.
Where do you move your king? You can move your king.
I can't even move the king.
If you move your king here...
There's a fork.
Play this nice check and everything works.
Oh, finally. Yes, we found the spot. Yes, we found home. We have found home.
Yes. Man, you're nasty.
No, that is pure luck.
That is unfair, but...
I didn't see it all through that, but I think once you get there...
If you attack this guy?
Now we can at least save this guy and attack this. Yes, we can attack that one.
Let's pick this guy.
Yes.
All right, fine.
So you survive.
But it's interesting.
But thanks to this pawn. But yes. And then now you see I'm up a rook.
Okay, no point sacrificing those things.
Yes. So, but definitely, if this knight was probably anywhere else, I'm not very... Like, black is not very secure.
I like what Kelly played. This is probably what I'd have played as well.
Which is the king moving forward.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not... I didn't think it would be any safer just by castling.
Well...
Yeah, so that threat is coming.
Yeah, the threat.
But I get my rook out. No, check first, okay?
Oh, I have...
Then the rook out.
Yes.
Are they really planning to push?
Yes.
They are.
Definitely. Maybe even a move like pawn here is very key, maybe.
Now
at some point.
Take, double. Is that a plan?
Take double.
Take.
Oh yeah, that's double. A plan. Maybe that's what the engine did not like. Because the king moving forward, unfortunately, makes your
king very unsafe.
Yes.
Oh my.
You see, in the other one, even if you get to attack black, you have to sacrifice something, right? Yeah. So it's a bit slower. But here, still, you need to play precise moves. Definitely.
Ian, you've really upgraded the commentary, because I'm even seeing Martin Kagiri's commenting and saying, great commentary. Nice one. Thank you, Martin. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Just on a psychological standpoint, I would not be very keen to go towards the center when there's still two rooks.
Okay.
Maybe there's one rook.
And now that we've looked at the engine, you're right. I'm just, these are the fine differences. In a natural feel,
Sure.
I'd feel very worried castling, just like by intuition. Instinctively, castling, I'd feel this looks dangerous because of those kinds of pawns. But it turns out you're right. Castling is the right move. I just wouldn't believe it. Because I'm seeing, look at this bishop. You castle right into it. There's a bishop here facing.
Oh, then I get you.
Meaning there's nothing here. There are two rooks here. These pawns are coming forward. Man, just see checkmate is coming. So anyway, no problem.
For sure. But if there was one rook, definitely there's no fear coming here.
Okay.
Let me see. So there. Yeah. So Maniki is doing the most to make sure that his position is solid, not making any necessary trades, not creating any weaknesses. Though I wish he had played the move. I'm just curious if the engine would have suggested that move. So let me just check. This is the move I thought would be very important to play.
What's the reason behind
the idea? To also push this and support this.
Start
because see, we need to weaken this guy.
Yes.
Let's just see what the engine says here. Okay, the engine says start with this then. maybe that.
Oh, but the same idea.
Yeah, same idea.
Okay.
Interesting. Yes.
But why? I think if you get that idea, so if you're watching us, the main thing in chess is to find a plan. The plans may be good, may be bad, but once you have an idea, then you look at the moves to make it happen. And a lot of us
On the move
get
order.
a bad position because then you figure out the move order. But once you get the idea that you want to play, you want to target this pawn, then these two moves become possibilities. And I agree with Ian. If I found this idea, I would definitely play this move first.
Me too. I don't know why the engine is fun.
Yeah, because we see immediately if I start with this, they can play this.
Yeah, then
the
now
whole plan is
gone.
Is gone. Although I see now they have back this move, this square.
Yes.
Maybe
and then now, yes. And if you push, now this one comes.
And now this push actually makes this.
If you try to solidify with c3 after this.
Wow. Anyway, this is why we are not engine. But playing first, then thinking later. A lot of people wonder, I play here, play there. No. First get an idea.
Yes.
What's your plan? What are you planning to do? Then once you realize there's a weakness here, then you have a very nice plan.
For sure.
How can I make that weakness count?
For sure.
Great.
Is there maybe any other game we could look at? This one is over, but predictably. Bonaventure. That idea of his, it wasn't punished with H4.
It wasn't punished, and I think now he looks. If he's not material down, he is a pawn down. Yeah, he's actually 2 pawns. Is it?
Is a pawn down really?
He's 2 pawns down actually. He's 2 pawns down literally.
Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it, but he's 2 pawns down.
Okay, because this pawn is dying.
Yeah, that pawn is going.
And this knight is coming here.
Maybe that's
and
what he has in mind.
And this rook is coming here.
First of all, the knight to d3 is not forced. They'll play bishop c2 after knight takes c5.
Okay, let's see. So here, then here.
Yeah, so that's it.
That's it.
Yeah. So
then the fun is over.
How did they lose? How did they lose their pawn? Let's see.
So left it where? Left it not at this point.
A little bit further ahead. Further ahead.
Okay.
Played there.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember the thread of the game.
Oh, that pawn fell.
That pawn fell.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's the position.
Okay. Interesting. So after here, you tell me there's no more fun.
There is compensation for the pawn. I think here you ignore and take, but a very nice move they've played. You see, the idea here is that you have an extra rook, right? So you want to open files for your rooks. Simple chess. So use your pawns to do that. And so there's a nice king sitting. Yeah, the king is sitting there. So you want to bring a rook to the f file, and then now there'll be threats all over. So here, sorry, not there. I don't know.
You just click, then
okay. So this rook wants to come here, and then this will be vulnerable because they'll pick, take back, they'll take back again. So the knight now is here, so it doesn't work. But these are the ideas. The bishop definitely coming back to d3.
For sure.
But there's something Bonaventure is playing for that he has a lot of.
True.
Time. So if he can keep playing quickly, if he can keep playing quickly, then he has reason to, because there's no increment.
Sure. After this, there's no more fun.
What are you thinking? There's a b4 is threatened.
Maybe here.
Okay, so let's go b4 anyway. That's exactly what has happened. b4.
Oh, anyway. That's exactly what has happened.
b4 anyway. You don't have knight d3.
Yeah, sadly. So maybe take first. No, you can't take first because that. Okay, yeah. So no more fun. Wait.
Oh, but what
here?
What if we took before queen moves away?
So let's go back.
So takes here.
We take here.
Knight takes. Queen moves.
Queen. Oh yeah, because of the fork. Yeah.
But then now knight d4.
Knight d4.
Yeah. It's over, man. It's over.
The fun is over.
Queen side. It's not only over. White is winning. I suspect. I'd say white is. I'd go as far saying white is winning. in this position, because that knight is very strong. There are no real weaknesses other than the e. Yeah, I know what you're planning. You wanna play there, no problem. I can see you. But let's castle queenside.
The castle queenside.
Castle queenside. Maybe if you're not missing anything, I'll not move that bishop. That knight is stronger than my bishop. In fact, I want you to take my bishop. Yeah, so look at that knight. That knight is a problem piece. I can't move it out other than you give it out for something.
Sure.
So you definitely don't want to. Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, this becomes very tricky for black.
Tricky for black. Yeah.
Yeah, very tricky. Very tricky.
Black is lost. So let's see what's happening live.
So live. Wait. We clicked on live, right?
Yeah, that's live. Yeah, that's a current position. So after bishop c2, they're still thinking.
Yes.
You can look at a different board.
Let's see. JC. JC is
doing very well actually.
JC is black.
He stayed on board 1 for quite some time.
Yeah, and here it's once again he has a winning position.
He has a winning position.
He's black, right?
Let's see. Here is black. Let's.
Looks.
Why do you say it's a fairly equal?
Okay.
You feel it's winning?
Well,
he does have the advantage. More active pieces. Bishop versus knight with play on both sides of the board. I think I need to explain what I'm saying. Because when you have 2 pawns on this side and pawns on this side,
for sure,
is the end game. The bishop can do 2 things from one side. I can attack on one side and defend on another side. But the knight has to be on the side where activity is. So that's a slight advantage, bishop versus knight. This rook is more active than this one.
Exactly.
But that's about it. I don't see. Maybe you can argue this pawn structure, there's some weaknesses, but you can't take advantage. So this is fairly equal, my thinking. I think it's fairly balanced.
Okay.
Yeah, it's dead equal actually, according to the engine.
Fairly.
Yeah, but he's not losing.
Not dead. It's look when it says minus 0.1. Black is
has slightly better. Okay, fine. Okay.
And this is maybe I should explain why I had a feeling. To me, if a position is equal, but one side has to play almost like an engine to not mess up. But you've got the luxury to sometimes make inaccuracies and still survive. I'd prefer to be that side who can make mistakes.
My daughter has lost her game. Were you better?
No.
You're never better.
Don't worry.
I don't know what they
So chat, sometimes position can be equal, but it's harder for you to play more accurately. And if that's the case, blunders might find you faster than your opponent, and then you lose the game. This situation, it's pretty equal, but you have to dance around with the knight. If you're not careful, you might be helping.
There's a nice simple trap here. I think when you have a knight, you always play for it. I'm attacking your rook, attack my knight.
Oh.
Yeah, it's tricky, but that didn't fall for that.
Yes, so Mugisha very quickly goes for knight, rook d4. And this engine is saying check, but this is what I was telling you. Have you noticed that this guy has not made like any obvious blunders? But look, minus 0.5.
Mugisha is white.
Oh, Mugisha is white?
Mugisha is white.
I meant black. Okay, meant Bongwa. Sorry, black is doing. I always meant black chat. Sorry. Even my ideas, if you noticed, were more of black, yeah?
And I'm wondering, why not rook d2?
That's the point. You see, sometimes these positions, they are to mess up. You don't even know what you've done wrong, but you just find yourself losing. And that's why I usually prefer situations where I've got the bishop and the rook more active than your opponents. Yeah, but let's see. So you're asking at this point, what's so wrong with what?
No, after knight c3.
After knight c3, what's so wrong with?
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe if just freeze the knight and the rook. You don't have to worry about that pawn anymore.
Exactly.
Okay. So then I'd start with bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
That's the move.
Nice.
The idea is to go to c6.
Let me switch off the engine. So we go to bishop here.
Yeah, bishop there. Planning to go to
d2.
Yeah, no, not that's one land, but also bishop c6.
Yes. Now then also, if you can have this here, that can be very good, right?
Yeah.
So that you pressurize everything.
And tie down the pieces, but
Yes,
maybe
yes.
I don't know.
So let's see back to live. What's going on? Yes, so creates a safety net for himself. Perhaps better was moving the king. I don't know.
For sure.
Yeah, so these positions are the ones people usually mess up in endgames. Not at all levels, even at master level, because the inaccuracies sometimes are they're so abstract. You'd have to have a very, fresh head on your shoulders. And if you've been playing chess for 2 hours, it's forgivable to make it accurate.
You know something, King? I want to, and by the way, there's another king who's commentating right now.
Oh, really?
You know the World Team Rapid and Bliss Chess is taking place in London? And you know, is it called Daniel King? Grandmaster.
Oh, yes, Daniel King,
and
yes.
Ivan Kauska, they are actually commentating right now. So this is the weekend of the kings.
Amen.
Yeah. And maybe I should throw in a couple of chess kings as well. But there are so many parents who have brought their children into play.
Sure.
You look at digital boards, but I think it will be a good idea for us to take a moment and just show some of those guys. So as you commentate, I'm going to take a moment and just to show some of the people who are playing. You'll put us on. I think when I give you the thumbs up, we'll probably look at what do you call this thing? This one. So we can see a few more. The parents, they deserve to see their children also.
For sure.
It's a big tournament, fantastic venue. There are so many children
and
playing
so
chess
quiet
here today. It is
and
so
airy.
quiet.
Very nice.
So, going through the stuff.
Awesome. Okay, so guys, let's see what went down. So finally, Mugeshi is bringing his king towards the center. Yeah. You can't really fall that move because he realizes if he stays stuck there, it's black who is going to have all the fun. He's already cut the board into an unequal proportion. What I mean by that is that by putting the rook on d4, he controls all these files. All these ranks, and limits the king to very few ranks. And if checkmate is about reduced squares, then the more control you have over the squares gives you a superior position and eases your checkmate because you only have to fight for very few more squares to finish off the other person's king. So very wisely, he goes to attack the knight. Maybe better would have been here. Maybe. I haven't analyzed it yet. But just so that you can keep the pressure on your opponent. But goes for the eliminating ranks idea. Board control is very, very important in chess. And Humphrey clearly has a coach or training regimen that emphasizes that fact. And that is why he's making sure this king is only confined to 2 ranks. Very nice. Now, of course, going here is impossible, guys, because you just hung a rook. And you can't even push this pawn because it just creates weaknesses, actually losing this guy. And if you do this, you're creating weaknesses, actually you're losing a whole knight. And if you move your knight, where to now? Maybe here, here. Maybe moving the knight is the answer. Maybe moving the knight is the answer. But of course, there's that question, move knight here. Rook goes to d4. Let's see some of the options the engine is given. Yeah, so knight here definitely clearly is the answer, is the way to go. And yeah, the engine is like play here. I wish this engine could give more lines than just one, so that we see the different ideas that are possible in the position. Yeah, so knight there definitely is the way to go. I don't see any other workable plan. That looks a bit suspicious. Just a little bit. Because who's defending this pawn now? Let's check out some other games as we get back to that. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns against 5 pawns. So 5 to 5 pawns. King safety. This is more active king. This king looks a bit insecure, but nothing to worry about because his rooks are there to protect him. And these pawns are backward compared to these ones. So ideally, and whose turn is it? And it is black's turn to play. So this, because it's black's turn to play, should be pretty equal. Let's see if the engine agrees. Yeah, pretty equal. So chat, if you are following, that is how to assess whether position is equal or not. You first look at king safety, pawn structure, and then also whose turn it is. Very, very key. Sometimes you've been one move behind is all it takes for you to lose an endgame that was relatively equal. Now here, honestly, nothing much to play for, to be honest. This pawn cannot promote as long as there are two rooks. This king is too far away to support this pawn push. And this king is way too close to these pawns for this king to go anywhere. So because of that, this should fizzle out in a draw. Very well played, Amos. Yeah, so even goes for that trade. Yeah, this should fizzle out in a draw, though this king should be a bit careful. This king can be a bit annoying if it gets this square after the trades of the rooks. Bonaventure has survived all the tactics. Is he a pawn down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 6 pawns? That is kind of weak pawn, so doesn't really count too much because pressure can always be put on that pawn here, and then rook here. So brings his king to safety to avoid ideas of rook here and pawn push. Though the pawn push still works, I should think, and maybe that's what he should be playing for. Though castling can be very... Can he still castle? Let me see. Yeah, he can still castle. Castling looks like a very important move right now. Very important move. Let's see what the engine thinks. Yeah, the engine is like, yeah, castle. Which side? Whichever side. This side, that side. It's more in favor of this side, probably because the coordination to bring the rook to attack. Because of this king being here, this queen has no quick direction here. And this rook, before it maneuvers here, it's a bit of time. So if you castle and just push, you will have two pieces, the queen and the rook, attacking this king. And you can always use this rook too to shoulder the king from going to safety. So the king is trapped in the center. Okay. Oh, finally.
That's it. That's all.
Oh,
Disappears.
sorry. It disappeared
Transition
for a while. Yeah.
So they're not captured, they are not be seen.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
But something very interesting. You called it earlier. The position was fairly equal between John Christopher, JC, and
Yes.
the opponent.
Yes.
But somehow JC has lost a piece.
And you noticed how it was just downhill. Like it was just downhill. It's like it was almost forced.
I didn't.
It's like
I was walking the camera around, and I didn't see how that worked. But it's very impressive because you called it a long time ago when everything was triple zeros.
Sure,
And,
sure.
yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever it's perfectly equal, one side, it's never fully equal. One side has to play more accurately.
Wow. Okay.
And you don't want to be that guy. You want to be the other guy.
Are we looking at the loser game?
Yeah, the loser game. Yeah, we've looked at it. Wow. Okay, this is also where we left the commentary. We left the commentary. They played pretty fast. Because when I left them, she had just castled Prudence.
One moment, we'll come back to that. I'm just looking at you. See, the thing that I'm looking at is, Bonnie, look at Bonnie's posture. Engineer Bonventure, look, he's just chilling.
Yeah, very confident. He's like
very confident. Yet I'm looking at this.
His position is worse. Yeah.
I suspect. Is it worse or not? Maybe you communicate confidence. What is the time? 15 versus 22. Is it worse? I think this is drawn, no? What is the... Yeah, the mistake will be to play f4. This I think is a blunder. This will be a blunder.
And he's brought his king for what purpose?
This man is about to blunder. And if you're wondering why this would be a blunder, guys, let me explain to you. First of all, you can see these 3 pawns. These guys can make a passed pawn on this side. And if you do this trade, black will be left with this pawn, white with this pawn. Outside passed pawn.
Sure.
That's the end of it. So you play this move.
3 versus 2 and then outside pawn.
So let me say I play this. Then you play this blunder here. I don't have to calculate.
Yes.
I'm just going to tell you that this position is lost for black.
And it's going to very completely play it. So there we go.
Or if it's played,
I'm so sorry.
If it's played, it's not gonna get played. Let's bet. No, betting is not good for children. My goodness, if this is played,
but we're betting against a loser.
He was really chilling. He was just chilling. So, but I think I mentioned earlier on he was playing for something quite important. Time. He's a pawn down. He's completely lost. Actually, this is completely lost no matter. There's nothing you can do. Because white has a threat. The threat is very simple. If you do nothing, I'm going to play here. In fact, could I not have played it immediately?
No, the pawn is to the king. No, you can still, you can still do it.
But activate the king first.
Yes. You can still.
But my worry is that in this position, can't I just play this? No, I can't because these guys are... Let me explain what I'm talking about, guys.
Or if you clamp down. If you clamp down, the king will be tied to this defense. You see?
No, this guy...
Oh, you mean at this point coming down?
Coming down. So now if you play here, then I can always pick. And there's no threat. So your king has to be within this square.
But isn't white still comfortable?
White is comfortable. White is even winning.
Yeah. Yes.
In this position. Because now I just come back.
Yeah, then there's no defense.
This guy. But, Bonnie is in trouble here. How did he end up exchanging?
Now he's holding his head. See, now the body language
has changed. Bonnie, you're a good friend. We were just laughing because of your position earlier. The way you're leaning back on the chair. Lean back. Yes, he's played it.
Yeah, he's played it.
No, he's played the G5.
Yeah, he's played G4.
I think he's played G4.
But even that was, thanks to your analysis, we've seen that even G4 doesn't exactly work out. Because you can play the move H4.
Okay, but there's a bit of a trap here. You may not play H4 immediately. But you see the general tendency is for white to come this way and try and make a pass pawn.
Yes.
So I think this gives black the best chance of holding the position. Let's see. Yeah, still completely losing. It's king and pawn, and already I'll make a pawn here. Yes. So if nothing at all, let's say we remove these 2 guys, and I give you, let's say, this guy and this guy. this is going to try and become a queen, right?
True.
The only way to stop it is for this king to go and get it.
Yes.
When
And
you're
then,
busy going to get it, you're leaving the chicken unattended.
true.
So you have a fox in the chicken coop. So that's someone puts it.
But luckily, he has enough time to consider.
Yes, it will depend a lot
Options.
on White's experience.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's been played. I think White has to be careful though. It's
Yeah. You shouldn't just push
you
pawns.
shouldn't just push.
Yeah.
That's the right path. You start with the pawn that's likely to become a queen. After, let's just take off this engine for a moment. If you, after this, then this is a move that you can expect.
Yes.
Keeping this king away from these two squares.
True.
Yeah, and then you just bring in your king. These pawns are going nowhere. Agree?
Yeah.
There is no break.
There's no pawn break,
There's no pawn
unfortunately.
break, yeah. So even if you are to play here, at some point I just pick. And this one can't force anyway. So these guys are stuck. Okay. So let's
Yeah.
see.
So I think the engineer has finally accepted that things are tough. Can see he's burning more time than usual. He's now only 5 minutes away from the opponent.
How is Kelly doing?
Kelly is doing not badly.
Not bad. It's, the position is holding. Yeah, but I
Last
think-
when I left him, the position was pretty solid.
Was it you were saying that you're not a fan of trading? Just trading.
Trading just for the purpose of trading. No, as in before you trade queens, especially in endgame, try to see that your advantage is a little bit more concrete, or you can make it just a little bit more concrete, just a tiny bit more. That sometimes could be all the difference.
Yeah. And I think you said that, and it turned out okay. So in this position, I think he's sort of gotten out of that problem, but there's a back rank issue that can arise. Yeah, there's a back rank issue that can arise here. That's how do you defend this pawn?
Prayer.
The threats are bad. Eh?
Yeah, actually, this pawn is very annoying. The pawn on h5.
Yeah, but I was looking at this guy here. The problem is that this threat exists. When you move away, they want to come and attack this pawn of yours. And they want to push. So, okay, let's say, for example, play here. This is what I'm looking at. Then there's this check. You don't want to play here. So, if this is first, you're attacking the pawn. Actually, why not check first? Check here first. Let's say king here. Then now you're attacking this pawn.
They're losing 2 pawns.
You're losing 2 pawns now. You're right.
And this pawn yet again. That
This
h5
is-
pawn.
Yeah, this is lost. Okay, fine. So maybe they should just come for this pawn. Why not come for this pawn? This is the weakness. Why not come for this? The pawn that's making this guy strong. Why not?
That is the plan.
That wasn't what happened.
That's why I said only prayer can save that pawn.
Okay, instead what was played was
Was that?
rook to the 7. That I didn't like.
Yeah, because now you see that is almost like wasting a move.
The king came up.
Yeah, you see that h5 pawn.
Yeah, now the options are very limited. Time is not on your side. And okay. Crispiness, this one we already saw. Bonventure we saw. Jean Christophe we felt was in a bad position, and this is over.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like his resilience, he's insisting on playing it out.
I just want to see how he lost this piece, because this was completely equal, literally.
So notice, it's not like he made any serious like blunders. Oh, actually, at some point he made a serious blunder. Let's see here. Yeah, so I'd mentioned in the chat we could go c4 or rook here. So went there. Then after that there was this check, right? Now this is where the mistake happened.
The king went up.
No, just keep going. You see the move that happened. Yeah, so the king went up. Now see
this
that allows
becomes-
that, right?
yeah,
Now see what he did.
He defended the pawn.
Yes. And then now,
Using the piece, okay.
yeah, then from that was just lights out.
Yeah, that was painful. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and a bishop and king is yeah, very professional. That's
Yeah.
lost. Okay. Then let's see. The other game was Benventure, whom we feel is losing. Let's see what has happened there. Very nice professional play by White. Wait, what happened here? So after this, you wanted to stop that move, correct? You came anyway. Here, there's an interesting move. Has he played? Does this work?
No, it doesn't, because you still have to kill off this guy, and the king gets here.
So let's say you pick this guy.
You take.
But now I have this guy still alive. So while you're busy going to take these guys, I can kill off these two and then start my counterplay.
Wait a minute. What have I missed out on? Let me see. So you've taken.
Take queen on c4. And I think you have to play king c2. Yeah, that's the idea. Because now your king can't move anywhere. Your king, the moment you go up, yeah, this is bad. Okay. Oh wait.
Because what do you do? Because if you go up,
no, you can't.
This guy comes in.
But I'm wondering.
So if this happens,
now white is losing.
White is losing.
White is losing.
Really?
I think white is losing.
Okay, if here, what's the plan?
I play here. Now I'm the one who's going to have an outside passer.
You're the one who's going to have an outside passer. Here, by the way.
I take it.
I hear you.
I take it
wow,
again.
So it actually, does it work really? The one was messed up. Let me see.
No, you're right. But now the thing is that they're not forced to take.
Wait, let's just see. Okay.
Okay, if you take it.
Oh, so if you take it.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Black is winning.
Nanda was worried, what have I missed? So definitely if you take it. So if they take it, that's it.
That's it, yeah.
Wow, do you think he'll find it? Let's see.
He has found it.
Oh my God! Respect, hey, respect, sir.
And I think this also doesn't. This also loses. Does it lose? Let me see. This also loses.
That also loses. Oh my God.
Yeah, that also loses. So.
Oh my.
Yeah, quite some drama.
Oh my.
If he finds that, then officially you'd have called it.
Wait,
but
did he find it? Let's see. No way. Back live. Oh my God. Wait.
So we're waiting
to see.
Yeah, we're waiting for white to play.
Selosa started the queen. Look at this. Psychological tactics.
Now he needs to sit back and chill on the seat. Nice.
Oh man. That's a very interesting idea. Do you know, I didn't even consider there was anything black could do to save himself. Very, very interesting. So these are some of the gaps sometimes you can have even as a player, where you can feel a position is so winning, you even ignore any resources.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying, that at our level, you don't really miss the tactics as much, but you miss the ideas.
For sure.
So if you see the idea, then the tactics you can sit down and calculate, but she's played the best move.
Yes. Oh no.
That's over.
So, yeah, you can even see from his body language.
Yeah, that's
the queen is back on the table. A small shoulder dance.
So here, interesting move. Okay, so no, you cannot play. I was thinking you play. Wait, can you? Can you do what the engine is suggesting? Let's see. Does it work? Let's see.
Walking away.
But if you walk away, if I'm to keep things simple, if you walk away, I don't pick that because I like my pawn structure stay there.
Yes.
Because I'm winning either way.
True. And then you just put your king comfortably on d4.
No, I'm not going to give you that chance. I'm going to play here.
Oh, then in that case, we push the pawn, right? No, we can't push the... Yeah, we push the pawn.
But if you push the pawn...
No,
which pawn?
The other pawn. The b5 pawn.
This one?
Yes, there.
That's a bad... Oh, that works.
Yes.
Okay, I play here.
King to b4.
Oh, you have that.
Yes, and then...
I play here. Oh, you just pick this guy.
Yeah.
End of story.
Just pick. I just knew I had to be winning somehow.
Yes. Okay, fine. Yeah, the thing about chess is like if you have the right foundations, the right fundamentals.
For sure.
Yeah, there's always something. Just keep looking.
For sure. So we have a move on the board. Ah, wait. No,
it's,
we don't have a
Bonnie
move.
is trying to reconcile.
Oh, he's taken.
It's taken, yeah.
So if he's taken, Prince is lost, yeah?
It is lost.
So
But is a loss obvious?
from here, yes. From here. Okay, if there was another pawn here, maybe not so obvious. But now, I think it should be +8 or so.
It is +7.
Let's see. Yeah, or plus
+9.
9.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very big plus. A very, very big plus.
Tell her who's winning here?
Time or on the board?
On the board. It said drawn. Yeah, a nice try, but look, the problem is that black has no more pawn moves. The pawn moves are finished, so they must move the king away and give space to white. So in fact, a very nice tactic here. Yeah, let's say for example you play here. I can just sacrifice this pawn.
Ah, nice.
You take it.
Because you can't.
Now
do
you have
anything.
an outside passed pawn.
Yes.
And you have to make a decision. So let's say you stick by me, play here. Keep sticking by me.
Yeah.
Play here.
Eventually, you just have to go after the
Now
pawn.
you have to do something. I just give you that.
Then now.
And then what we were saying about these pawns.
Yeah.
That equalizes.
Very nice. Very, very nice. So definitely, you've gotten a glimpse of what made Daktari national champion. Yeah, those endgame intricacies. Very nice.
Can you have my heart? And people will see my kitara.
Papa.
Fine, yeah. There you go. Pastor Henry is one who gave me this, and I'm trying to remember. One of our pastors called Pastor Henry.
Pastor Henry. Ah, nice.
Can I make it?
So now king to c3. Very simple chess.
Yeah. King c3. King d4.
Then king d4. So they're gonna play king d6. Is there any other way to win that does not involve king d6? Is what Benvachi is gonna play. That doesn't involve king d6. It's almost like triangulation. You want that when the king gets here, he's here, so that this isn't possible. So he's actually doing the best he can.
To survive.
To survive, yes. Let's see. But if the opponent, nice play, nicely done. Does this work though? Let's see. So what you have to calculate this. I think, but this is losing. Yeah, this is lost. The truth is halfway across the continent before the lie gets to tie its laces.
True.
I've twisted it. Okay, guys, so if you're wondering, this has been the Jumuiya Africa Mashariki tournament taking place at the M-Pesa Foundation in Kenya, by the way.
Yes.
Victor Ngani and
Ian King.
Yeah, so we've been our commentators. Do give us a shout, let us know. Put in the comments. Your comments will show live. Let us know what you think. Bonventure has taken back the posture of peace. Is it a peaceful posture? But his time is running, so maybe it's a question of not knowing what's going on. But I think what's happening is exactly what we have said. This is there's nothing there. That is over. And the opponent, what's the name of the opponent? Prudence Mwangi.
Yes.
Yeah, she's winning this game, and that's quite a coup because Bonventure is the highest rated in this category. He got it wrong by the premature g5. I think that allowed for very many tactics. Yeah, but again, we all have that one move we regret. Without mistakes, chess would not be chess.
For sure.
So I'm wondering whether if Prudence were to make she's taken the correct pawn. Really. So I think resignation is the best thing here. She
Sure.
has 7 minutes. I believe that if you removed in this position, after black plays here, you can take out this pawn and take out 7 minutes from Prudence time, and she'll still win. I'm betting.
You're familiar with Prudence, yeah?
No. I'm just
the position-wise, yeah?
from her play. I think she already has it.
Yeah, definitely. She found all the
right moves.
Yeah, and it's very interesting how technical. How technical she was in the finish and conversion. Hello. Yes, and she won the game.
So my other daughter has drawn her game.
She drew.
How was you've gotten a draw? Hook ending. I thought at some point that your pawn had gone too far without the support of the king. How did that end up happening?
The rook cut off my king.
But you pushed your pawn knowingly. So you have to always remember that when you're pushing the pawn forward, you need to have someone to defend. Because if you push it so far, it goes into the enemy king. Okay. All the best. But well played. You're playing a very strong player today. They've come all the way from Nyeri. He looks very tiny, but he's a strong player. I think he's being spread some good work. Congratulations. Was it a tough game? Yeah, so I don't feel that's actually a good, fair outcome. Very strong player.
So here, your idea seems to apply. Because you see, even the engine wants to protect this pawn. Because if you go here, okay, there's that pawn hanging. Like basically it wants to work on your weaknesses, right? Now, see what happened in the game?
Back.
So it was...
oh, that looks bad.
Yeah, it looks very bad. But we want to see how it got there. So take, then here.
Passivity. Keep making your pieces passive.
Yeah.
That is what you...
So you defended the pawn with the king, but at this cost.
Wow.
At this cost. So now I don't see how you can protect.
No. Wait for me here.
I don't see how you can protect this position. Because now this h5 pawn, which was a star at some point, is too slow. We wish it was here.
Yeah, but let me ask, what is the... Let me see, is there a way to try and make these things work?
Which thing?
Now it's a bit too late, so let's play check.
Which check?
Let's play this check. Which is, now we come... Oh, no. No. So you just pick.
His idea is to move here.
Oh, after?
Yeah. To move.
So you can't do that, right?
That's his idea.
Pick.
His idea is after takes, king to, what do you call it? King to e8.
Oh, then in which case I'm losing, by the way.
Yeah, because of the h5 pawn. Now the h5 pawn becomes a star again.
So it's drawn, not losing. But you play here. I don't move my pawn.
But you're still winning, because you've got the 2 pawns mate.
I've got the
2 pawns mate. Like, you see there, king there.
Oh.
You've seen, yeah?
Man, you are strong. No way. Okay?
Yeah, because he'll not stop it in time. You see?
You are kidding me. No way. No way. What? Hey. What? That's quite something. Okay, that's why he's 2600. Okay. That's a nice one. But then the engine is off, guys. That's just brilliant calculation there. So this works. You have to calculate the whole thing.
Yes.
What an amazing. So just allow this guy to queen.
Yeah, and he's not in time.
And you can't.
No, because now you promote even faster.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice endgame technique to literally look at this position.
Just in time. Just because if you're one more move behind, that's it. You're
Black
lost.
is a queen of Sarah. Who's winning?
Just tell you guys why.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see what happened. No, he didn't take though.
Yeah.
Oh, he found an even easier move.
Yeah. That's an easier way to win.
That's an easier way to win. Now you can't do anything about it.
That's what I'm saying. This pawn, he wishes this pawn. Black wishes this pawn was somewhere here. Because even here is a bit too slow.
Yeah, the secret, guys, if you're watching this, is rook endings. You want to have an active rook. It's very simple. The activity of your rook is what, but trying to defend passively with the rook, you lose the game. So you don't want to keep your rook passive. So an important principle. We were looking at rook endgames with my daughters the last 2 days. And that's a key principle that really all the players want to pay attention to. So we go back to this position when there was a choice of what to do with this rook. Very active in a nice position, then suddenly you decide to bring the rook back to this square, and that's it. So keep the rook active, Kelly. Figure out where you're getting your counterplay from. At this juncture, this is such a painful pawn. You have to calculate these possibilities as well. Are you picking these guys?
True.
Yeah, so this position, I think white is better, but not there. This position, white could be better, but not by much.
It's the same, dead equal over here.
Yeah, so this is what I'd have played if it was me.
Yeah. So it's only wait. Oh, why is it saying
Wait a
that?
minute, by the way. Plus 1.5 is still not catastrophic. This is what I thought would happen. And then this. Are we able to pick? No, we are not.
Oh, because you cannot defend this pawn anymore.
Because of this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's another way to do it. But even killing the pawn, yes, but definitely yes.
Oh, these guys are hard.
Yes,
This is
yes.
hard, eh?
No, guys, chess is not.
Okay, so Alusa must have resigned. Alusa has resigned. I think we have one last. Are the games over? I'm seeing all the games here have been.
Yeah,
blocked.
it should be lunchtime now. Let me see.
No, it's not lunchtime. This is the end of the round for the day.
Oh, end of the round for the day.
Yes, unless now the elite category,
Oh, okay.
which we will pick up from
Nice.
tomorrow, hopefully. But,
Nice.
Yeah, guys. So this has been Victor Ngani and
Ian King.
Ian King, and sorry, we've not. Yeah, presenting to you Chess in Kenya. Chess in Kenya has come a long way, guys. By the way,
For
I think keep watching this space. There's someone who wants to commentate with us. Come in, Hera. Come. They can see you. Come straight here. They couldn't see you. Why do you think they couldn't see you?
Because I check.
Guys, can you see her?
No, they can't.
Okay, so lean down. Tell us a little bit about Kenyan chess. Where is it going? No, it's not good to have just men commentating. There must be a strong female player commentating as well. So say something.
About chess.
Yeah, of course, we are commentating. Yes, right.
Well, I think it's rising and quickly. But soon the old people will not have won't be able to compete.
What are you talking about? Do you know many old guys? And look at the smile. And look at the smile she has when she's saying the old people.
They're the old people.
What are you talking about?
Older.
Ages.
Who are the older people?
Yes.
Give example.
That's like
Really?
you.
Really, Her? Am I not your dad?
Yeah, but
Am I not your
older
coach?
than I.
So you feel that very soon you're going to be crushing me?
I've already started.
I told you. That was said on air. That was said on air.
It's true.
Today is on
You can
the.
see your head. You have to squat a little bit or something. Or get a seat.
Today is the 14th of
Yeah,
June.
gentlemen.
I'll just do
Yeah.
that.
Today is the 14th of June, 2025. Yeah. Hera has declared surpassing her father, who was a national champion. So every future young female champion in the country is somebody already on the mark.
You're putting us on notice.
Yes,
Yeah, but all right, fine. Let's see how it goes.
for sure.
You're saying the old people don't stand a chance. How soon? Before the old people don't stand a chance.
Let's see, maybe 3 to 4 years.
3. Wow.
3. Yeah, you're
I thought we had
pretty
more time. I thought.
But okay, maybe not. Maybe 2 to 3.
You even shortened it after.
Yeah, you know, my honest opinion,
Yes.
certainly by the end of next year, number 1 is gone. If you're older than 21, you don't stand a chance.
True, because you can imagine now Kyle, Jadon, Muli. Hey.
There is Jeshurun, there is Christian, there is the champion.
Orlando, Paul.
There's this young man who won Muli Faraja, you mentioned him already.
Yes,
Manyeki Nathaniel, that
Manyeki.
man is. Then the ladies, you haven't started talking about the ladies.
Yeah, Cassidy.
Can I start with Hera?
Oh,
Look at the smile on her face. She's been away from chess for a while. I can see what she's doing coming back. You want to sit?
Sure.
Sorry, you're not being gentlemen. Come and sit. You commentate with the.
Younger swords.
Commentate with the. Close the commentary with the
Yes,
Ian
yes.
King.
Hi. Hello. So, I think I've spoken for the past how many hours? Is it 2, 3? So maybe you can speak since you're new here. At least for today.
Like we're signing off, or?
Yeah, we're signing off. Maybe saying hi. Maybe you can. But because you are playing the stream in the event, you could give your thoughts. Maybe any interesting incidences you've experienced, or any wonderful game that maybe any opponent that you would wish to give a shout out to. Maybe they played so well, but you got the best of them.
My last opponent was his name Michaels. I don't know. I'm not
Michaels.
sure, but he's very tough.
He's very tough.
And he's young, so now that he's young and he's tough, he's going to.
He's going places.
Yeah, he's going places.
Very nice, very nice. And to those girls who look up to you, what do you say?
To keep going.
Very good. To use what? Chess.com or Lichess? Let's end the debate here. You got it live.
You're the commentator now, so
Yes.
you can look at the game and give ideas. You guys can I help you with the mic on your...
Oh.
Chess.com or Lichess. I think if you're starting, you should do Lichess. No, if you are starting, because when you start on chess.com, you're going to see a 900 and you're going to lose terribly. They don't even play like 900s.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
then they go to chess.com when they're stronger.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Now, is there any particular game, either from the elite section or that you felt, because I think much as you're playing, I think you felt some of the commentary a little bit. Is there any game that struck out to you?
I've not seen the games.
Not seen the games?
No.
Okay. Have you seen this McLeod game? Look, is this game going on? Oh, there's a game going on. Oh, by the way, speaking of, by the way, let's see what went down. So, McLeod, there we go. So we've got the interesting thing about this position, yeah? Just one thing over here is that so many youngsters after takes they take straight away, which is a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Show us what
So show us why
Wait,
that's a mistake.
Okay. Because if there's
It's a very common mistake.
Because if there's take, here, let's see.
Very good. Excellent.
Yeah, and
Excellent.
the screen is falling anyways.
Very good. Yes. So chat, you can follow that. So let's now go back to the game, and let's see what went down. So definitely they did not play that. So they played the correct moves, and they played the most drawish line possible.
This is all book.
Yeah. This is what you don't want to risk anything is what you play. I should mention that Howie is notorious for knowing a lot of theory. I should
But
mention.
that's where the game is at.
I
Yeah. So nothing.
offended. Why do you say this is drawish?
You feel offended?
I'm thoroughly offended. Let me show you guys. This is an offensive. Okay, it is drawish, but for a different reason.
Yes.
This. Now, what is the most natural move? This is not the correct move there. Play here. What's the most natural move here?
Maybe knight c6.
C6,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So we do here.
Uh-huh.
What is a nice move that looks appealing to
To
players?
the eye, knight g4. Or
Yeah, that's probably one of the better moves. But look at this move.
there's a pin in, yeah?
Yeah, then you can probably castle or something.
Yes.
Here, where do you play?
Maybe back.
Back where?
As in h5.
H5.
Yes.
Thank you very much
Do they
for the game. Now just try 1-0 on the squashes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then back there. Yet there's no defense.
I'm attacking the knight.
Okay, so knight, let's say d7.
Drawish.
Oh. Okay, well, what if you had
Queen is
gone?
under
What if you had gone knight h5?
But tell me first, queen where?
I've seen. As in, it's just super
you have
dead.
seen, but there are people who have not seen.
Oh,
so
okay. So let's say queen. Let's say d8. Yeah,
there's no
d8.
option.
Oh my, this is painful. Yeah. Then the queen takes, then bishop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's one.
And what if the knight had gone to h5?
Okay, this is better for sure.
Yes.
But still this.
Oh my.
Where do you play?
Wow. Okay, now that is why you work on your opponents. That is why.
Of course, now this one doesn't work because you take.
Yeah.
And when I come check.
Yeah, you can always bring your queen back.
Yeah, so it doesn't work.
Very nice.
This line is still not ideal.
Because
there's a move here that can be played. So after this, maybe still drawish, I agree. But the moves like I think knight g4, which is what you found.
Yeah, knight g4 is what?
No, I don't want to commentate. I want you to commentate.
Okay.
But, we'll be closing the commentary here. Right?
At what time?
I don't know.
Let's
How
see.
is your energy level?
Energy. I wanted to go and grab. Should I still? Yeah, I wanted to.
So
You close.
allow me to just do another.
Or since you've eaten, you could take over a bit.
Yes, but because the reason why we're gonna close.
Yeah.
The stream guys. So sorry, this is kind of a bit unprofessional, but that's how we keep it real. This has been our commentary team. Cam, Tello, Canberra, all of us commentating and seeing. It's been a wonderful day. Round is going on, and there is a link which you can follow.
For sure.
But the commentary will not continue at this juncture. We'll say thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep doing the best we can to bring you more games. Tell us what you think about this new partnership between Ian King and Victor Ngani. Do you want to see more of the King? Put it in the comments, because I think that really opens. You have a new commentator, ladies and gentlemen, for Africa. Cheers. See you the next time you're commentating. Asanteni Sana. All the best. Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Transition it.